starting in the third spot was the guy who won the FP3 category in a great drive. The number 11 of Drew Altman really put in a superb drive and bringing it home in his Radical SR3 RSX. And then Milan Lewis ended up second to Manny Sanchez in the FP2 category, and that is the number 100. That absolutely beautiful Ligier JS53 Evo, the sort of primer gray on the car. And he was duking it out with Sanchez and the number 25 Fellner Motorsports car for the lead, and really having a superb run out there. And he just wasn't quite able to stay with it. And welcome all of you here on our DriverSeye live stream, the live coverage from this Miami Grand Prix weekend. Here's a look at Homestead-Miami Speedway, 12 turns, 2.3 miles in duration. And what you're looking at now, the bottom of the track, that is the back stretch. And you can see the grandstands and the pit straight. And we are running the infield section as well as the front and back straights. It's called the Roval, and it is a really technical, super technical track. It's also very hard on tires, and that makes for a great race and really exciting stuff. You've got to manage your tires a little bit, and if you can drive a technical racetrack well, you could drive any racetrack well. Then it's just a matter of a faster and faster track. But if you get the technical tracks down, you've got it. Right here, one of the most technical sections, the exit at turn 3, through the bowl here in 4, a little banking, and then out of 5, and heading into this great overtaking area into turn 6. Finishing out here, as I said, Milan Lewis was battling for the lead and then had sort of a half spin. He just got a little greedy coming out of turn 8, and the back end came around on him. Continued but lost a lot of time. He was running very quick laps near the end of the race. This is only his second race ever in that car. He was a GT3 category driver last year, so big step for him. And then a really good race-long battle between the number 5 of Jimmy Crawford, and Jimmy ended up coming out on top of that one in his Steadfast Racing Ligier, the JS51, and then the 9 of Gabriel Zinadarchik, who also had a really good run in his Manny Sanchez Racing Radical as well. So that's kind of what we're looking at here. The field is out over in turn 8 now, as you can see on their pace lap. Now, unlike what they'll do for the actual racing, when they will come down this backstretch and then dive back down into the infield to get this race started, they'll actually just continue through oval turns 3 and 4 up on the banking. It's such a tight run through the last few corners up onto the front straight. And then the green flag area comes up in such a hurry. They just leave them out on the oval because it helps them pack up and get ready for the start. Again, a 25-minute race, prototypes only. And these are very, very quick cars. They're running around this 2.3-mile track in under a minute and a half. And that gives you an idea of just how quick they are. The question is going to be now, with Manny up front, even though it's an FP2 car and the Haub Bruhat Fellner Motorsports Trog is an FP1 car, will Manny be able to hang on to the lead and go after it? Or will that 25, which definitely has a little bit more in the motor department, and we're waiting for it, looking for it, we're green! Oh, did Manny Sanchez, he rolled into it really early, and that Praga just not able to get up and around, and then Manny opening up a little bit more of a gap even down into turn 1, and that white Praga not able to deal with him, and Milan Lewis right into that third spot, so he got the jump on Drew Altman here, and Milan in that car, they call him Mac, by the way, Mac Lewis, it goes. It's a very, very quick bit of kit, and it's just a matter of on these opening few laps. It's chilly this morning. We've got the sun out, but it's pretty still at an oblique angle. It's not, it's a very low in the sky, so there's not a lot of heat in the track at this point. And so these opening couple of laps, it's not like you actually got a warm up or anything. So you've got to be very, very gentle at this stage until those tires come up to the right pressure. And the way they get pressure is by heat. And as you know, heat expands the gas and the air or nitrogen in the tires is that. So you've got to be very, very gentle with the tires until they get to the right temperature, and then the pressure comes good. And once the pressure comes good, as the car's suspension is set up for a certain pressure in the tires, then you can really get after it here. And speaking of after, oh, Milan Lewis wide again, has an early bobble, and actually that's Drew Altman behind him that is caught up in it. Oh, and then look at the Praga having it go. And folks, I think that's exactly what I was talking about. Cold tires, cool track, and getting greedy on the throttle. You've got to bring those tires up to temp. And we had 3 cars there that I think just pushed too hard on tires that weren't ready for it. And the Praga is absolutely parked middle of the track over there. And if he can't get that thing fired up and driven off here in short order, we're going to have to go full course caution here. And it's right behind a sign as far as I could tell. So I don't know that he's been able to continue. As of yet, we haven't seen any indication of a full course caution as we watch the field here, working their way through turns 3, 4, 5, and heading over into turn 6. Now, here is our leader, Manny Sanchez, with those incidents behind him, has a massive lead at this stage as he works his way up and onto the banking here. Wow, what an early development unfolding here. Hate to see this happen early. Well, we are staying green at this point. And they're just covering it with what they call a station yellow, a corner yellow down there. But I'm looking at our starter, and he's got the double yellows ready, and now out they come. So we are under a full course caution, and obviously the guy who is going to be really bummed about that is Manny Sanchez. He had a monstrous lead built up, and unfortunately that all evaporates. And you hate to see that happen, but hey, that's part of the game and the way it works sometimes. So everybody at this stage gets sort of a redo. And obviously, let's take a look at exactly what happened. Remember, it was coming out of turn 12. And right there, you see Milan spin. That catches Drew out. And then right there, the Praga, as he turns in to turn 13, the back end came around. And at that point, I don't know that was, he would have been on the throttle there. So I think he just turned in really aggressively, and those rear tires weren't quite up to the task at that point. That's really a shame, of course, to see that happen early, but hey, you know, that's part of the game here in racing, is understanding the conditions and being able to read them a little bit. So that was an absolutely, I'll tell you what, Drew Altman recovered beautifully. So we'll see how this is going to stack up. I just can't tell the wreckers and flat toes, as they call them, are now responding over there. Now, there's a Sunoco sign, and that Praga is literally, from my angle, right behind it. I can't even see it, but he's there. So now, those of you who are maybe new to racing, in this style of racing, when the full course caution comes out, which means the entire track goes yellow, one, it means the race is neutralized, essentially. There's no passing. And when it's a full course caution, you can now pack up, and the pace car will go out, pick up the leader, and you bunch up behind it. But the key thing there is no passing can happen. And secondly, clock continues to tick when it's a timed event. Remember, this is a 25-minute race. And there you got a nice shot of the car that I can't see from my announce position here, but our DriverSeye live camera is on top of it right now. And you know, the other possibility here, since, you know, if that car, if it snapped around, he was under braking, the back end came around, and maybe he had too much rear bias on the brakes and it locked up and he couldn't get it restarted. Let's hope it's as simple as that. The other possibility is as he turned in, something broke in the transmission, possibly, and so it just suddenly locked up, whatever. So, you know, the thing's going to be here. If he can bump start it, he can continue, but he's going to be down at least a lap, if not more, at this point. And they're just bringing him right into pit lane. Oh, this changes the dynamic up just a little bit here, doesn't it? And the field right now. The nice thing about having the oval option here is when you have something unfold on that section of the road course from turn 10 to turn 15, and you need to get a clean out to it, the pace car can just lead the field around the oval. And yeah, maybe something broke on that car, because now they're just going straight back into the paddock, not even going to the pits. And so it may not have been necessarily, it may have been a combination of cool tires and then something broke right at turn in. So, and that is the points leader in the prototype category coming into the weekend in the FP1 class. Now, there are no other FP1 cars here at this stage. We had one here yesterday. Aaron Weiss went out and qualified it with an absolutely stunning lap, but apparently had a mechanical issue and is not back for the, didn't race yesterday, is not back for the duration. So this isn't really going to hurt them in the points. They'll get points for yesterday's race, and they won the class, so they'll still get max points even though they finished second overall. And that's the other thing, if you're somewhat new to what's called multi-class sports car racing, is there's the overall battle, but there's three separate battles for class wins. So there's races within races, and that's what makes it interesting. And speaking of racing, we're back at it. Green is back out here. And we've still got 15 minutes, about 16 minutes actually, of racing to go. But the interesting thing is, for Sanchez, that margin now is a lot less to Drew Altman, but for Milan Lewis, who has shown some real speed in that car, if he can just keep it on track here. And again, when you're lapping under a full course caution, you're not pushing the tires so they cool off again. So it can take another lap or two before they come in. And you know, it's anathema, and I like using that word just because it sounds cool, but it basically means it's absolutely against the grain of a race car driver to be patient. They want to get to the front, they want to race, they want to win. And so it's really hard for them to dial it back just a little bit. But that's part of racecraft, and that's part of what you will learn. And from, you know, Mac Lewis stepping up, boy, and he's got a nice run coming out of turn 8. He might be able to do something here. But again, he's got to be really careful not to overshoot, overpush those tires. I'm not sure if he got through or not. Here they come. He did. Did he get to the front? Did he get that move done? Milan Lewis, Mac Lewis has taken that Primer Gray 100 into second overall as he comes by, and second in FP2. Now it's going to be down to what are we going to see for laps? Does he have pace to close down on the vastly experienced Manny Sanchez in that orange and black number 14 Wolf Thunder for Manny Sanchez Racing? But Lewis got an incredible launch out of turn 8 and obviously was able to make the move. I think he probably got it done under braking into turn 12 and now into turn number 6. interesting corner this. You turn in, and if you turn in late and do what's called a late apex, then all the way through the next turn, turn 7, you're just flat on the throttle here. Meanwhile, here comes Sanchez. You can see that's your top 3. And the car in third right now is an FP3 category car. Drew Altman is given that a superb ride. He's hanging right with them. And then here comes Jimmy Crawford and Gabriel Znadarczyk. And they had this little battle going yesterday as well. And what are we going to see for lap times here? And this is an interesting study. As I said, Mac Lewis moved up from the GT, and it was a GT3 category car, Porsche Cayman, maybe a GT2B, and the Praga is coming back out, laps down, but it is coming back out. And if you've had some sort of a mechanical issue, and you've got essentially 2 more races today, you want to get back out on the track. Now you use that as a little bit of a test platform, right? Give yourself a little opportunity here. Now, on that last lap, Milan Lewis ran a ½ second plus quicker than Manny Sanchez. Now, trust me, Manny Sanchez, as I said, unlike Mac Lewis, who is making his only second ever event start in a prototype, Manny Sanchez has been driving these Wolf Thunder cars. He's driven fire-breathing IMSA GT Porsches. He's driven it all in his career, and vastly experienced. And he could very well be keeping his tires, a little management on tires. As I said, this track really, really rough on tires, and he might well be just playing the tire management game. Milan's going to take a lot out of those tires, trying to run him down. And Manny, letting him ever, think he's getting a sniff, gets a little closer, a little closer. And what Manny's doing is just driving a little under the limit, maybe. And this is all speculation, of course, but saving those tires. So when Milan gets within a certain point, Manny then drops the hammer. And this time, Milan, another 0.3 quicker. So he is quick at this point, no question. Altman's sort of on a little island right now. He's 6 seconds adrift of those 2 up front and well clear of the guys behind him. The number 5 of Crawford, the number 9 of Znadarczyk. But, well, I'll tell you, Gabriel, did he get a great run through that last section, and that was 1.6 seconds last time by. Znadarczyk had a little bit, ran a little wide at the exit of turn 8, but he gained that back and more, and he's now only a ½ second back in this battle. And this is for second and third on the podium. And Znadarczyk, after finishing really close to Crawford yesterday, would like nothing more than to be able to give him a little bit more of a run here. And as we watch now the leaders coming out of turn number 8, heading into 9, again, it looks like Milan has made up a little bit more ground. Oh, big lockup. Huge lockup over there coming into that turn number 13. That was Drew Altman, I think. And Milan Lewis now, he is closing it down in a hurry. That time he was almost a ½ second again clear of Sanchez. But the question is this Sanchez being savvy, showing that experience in racecraft, or is it just that he does not have the pace right now and he's driving as hard as he can, and still Lewis is closing up after him? And this time by a little bit more room for the 5 of Crawford over the 9 of Znadarczyk. Still really, really close. I mean, less than a second again. And it looks to me like that blue car of Crawford, absolutely beautiful graphics on that car. It's got a little bit more in terms of acceleration and a little bit more grunt coming out of the slow corners because he builds that margin. But in the slow corners, it looks to me like Znarczyk has a little bit better mid-corner roll speed, can hustle the car a bit more. And boy, look how close this battle is as Mac Lewis closing it up even more. It was 1.8 last time by. What is it this time? 1.4. So he's taking 3 to 4 tenths out of Sanchez every lap. And we have 8 minutes to go. So if he could continue that, he's 1.4, you take 4 tenths out of the lap. That 3 laps would have him on the rear wing of Sanchez. And then there's so many adages in racing, right? And one of them is catching somebody's one thing, passing entirely different. Because once you get there, 2 things happen, especially in a prototype or an open wheel winged car, is when you get there, now you are in the wash of the dirty air, as they call it, the wake, however you want to describe it, that's coming off the back of the car in front. And these prototypes are aero dependent. They want clean air on the nose of the car. It helps them stick. And so you start to lose the feel a little bit. The car doesn't turn as well, and that scrubs the front tires, and then you can overheat them, and then you can drop back just a little bit. And the other thing is, if you get close enough, though, the guy in front can then start to defend. And defending's legal. Walking isn't, but defending is legal. And I think Manning, oh, Lewis going for it again right there. Did you see? You can see him just get a little loose right at turn end. And then as soon as he went to the throttle, it stepped around. So, but he knew he was closing and he was pushing. And again, for Mac Lewis, every time he's in this car, it's a massively steep learning curve for him. And he's got 2 more races today, right? To see if he can figure out how to run a mistake-free race, because it looks like he's got the speed. That's the thing. It certainly looks like he's got the pace. But he's dealing with an awfully crafty driver in Manny Sanchez. And now Drew Altman moves up in that very quick FP3 car, moves up into 2nd overall. That's a really nice job by him. As we're watching Sanchez now through turn 8, and now he has got a lot of room on the racetrack. There's Lewis. He's trying to close back down on Altman. He's got work to do there, that's for sure. Down the front straight goes Sanchez, and you can see the margin here. He's already entering turn 3. So the margin at the line, 13.5 seconds from Sanchez back to Altman. But Milan is only about 3.5 seconds adrift of Altman. So, and again, Altman, that's an FP3 car. So Milan, even with that, still is 2nd in the FP2 category. And then the Crawford and Znarczyk battle, but that now has blossomed out to about 3 seconds between those two. As we have 4.5 minutes to go in sprint race 2 for our prototype category. And on the pit lane, the grid of some absolutely beautiful machines get ready to come out for our 25-minute second sprint for our GT cars. In the back here, so we're watching this little scrap. You can see that margin now opening up, unfortunately. between Crawford and Zenarchik. It's up to 4.5 right now. So Zenarchik may have just pushed his tires a little bit too hard. But that margin, remember, Milan Lewis was at 3.2 seconds behind Drew Altman last time by. And this time by, he is 1.9. So again, not a pass for position if he gets through, but when you have a spin like that, you'd sure like to be able to pick up one more spot if possible. In the overall order, just to say, look, all right, I was able to gather it up, come back after him, and pick up a position here. Yeah, just watch Zenarchik through this last sequence of corners up onto the front straight, and he just, you can see, he doesn't have much grip left anymore. I think he was pushing it so hard. And here comes Manny Sanchez. White flag is in the air. One more lap for the veteran. And here comes second place Drew Altman, leading in the FP3 category. And it looks like Milan may have had another moment somewhere, because he's dropped way back. He had it down to 1.9 seconds, and he just ran a 1:39.1. So my guess is he had another little moment out there of some sort. And of course, after spending a few laps in the paddock area, the number 25 Fellner Motorsports Praga, this white number 25, is back out getting some valuable track time if there was a little glitch in the car. Here he is now heading down into turn one. Look at the speed that those cars flow through there. Here is our battle for second and third in FP3. And just nothing left in the tank right now for Zenarchik. All right, here we go. Manny Sanchez, checker flag in the air. And Sanchez gets his second straight win overall and in the FP2 category. And that was just a very heady drive. And here comes your winner in FP3, Drew Altman. Superb run for him in that Radical SRX. And a character building ride for the number 100 of Milan Lewis. He'll still be second in FP2. And as I said, for Milan, it's a big step from a mid-power GT car into a prototype. And he's doing a really nice job as that Praga now works its way out of the last turn and onto the front straight. And our final two competitors, Jimmy Crawford and Gabriel Zenarchik. And all Crawford has to do is just hit his marks, be absolutely mistake-free as he works his way now through 13. There's 14. Here comes Zenarchik. And Crawford will bring home a second consecutive second place in FP3 with Zenarchik a fighting third. So that is race 2 of 4 on the weekend for the prototype sprint category. And it is in the books. Manny Sanchez just continues to impress here. But we have a big field getting ready to line up and head out on their pace and parade lap for the second sprint race for the GT cars. And let's go through it here. Your front row, both TLM racing machines, the 68 of Evan Stamer in the 68.3, I think they're calling it now, of David Tuati and/or Andy Pilgrim. Not sure who's going to be driving that. Starting third will be the 103 of Jody Miller for MGM Racing. Starting fourth, those first three cars were all in GT1A. Your pole sitter in GT1B starts fourth. Mark Julian won that one yesterday in his TA Motorsports Porsche. Then the number 47 of Philippe and/or Camilo Rezic, the ANSA Motorsports prototype-looking KTM Crossbow, will start in the fifth spot. Starting sixth, the number 4 Porsche of Michael Manella for MCR Racing. Starting seventh, the Porsche of number 29, Miguel Angel Marcano. Starting eighth, the bright orange Lamborghini, the number 81 of Ilan Katz, but I don't see him on the pre-grid, so he may have scratched. Starting ninth will be the number 55. That is a Ginetta of Fabio Escorpioni. Starting in the 10th spot, the number 76, the Nicholas Carangellen for Orbit Racing. It's an Orbit Porsche. Starting in the 11th spot, the number 73 of Youssef Hakem, and that is an ANSA Motorsports. That is a GTX Crossbow. Starting in the 12th spot will be the 172 of James Haman, and that is a TLM Racing entry. Starting in the 13th spot, the 84 of Manny Gomez. That is the Palm Beach Tactical Racing Machine. Starting in the 14th spot is number 14, Charlton Holmes for Extreme Velocity Motorsports. Starting 15th in a beautiful Ferrari F430, the number 53, Gary Young. That's GY Racing. That's a gorgeous looking car. Starting in the 16th spot, last year's GT2A champion, Sophia Basler in her Porsche, moving up into the GT1B category, driving for TLM Racing. Starting in the 17th spot is number 17, Roberto Dalla Costa. Starting in the 18th spot, the 37 is Phil Hudson for ANSA Motorsports. Starting in the 19th spot is the number 12, David Lira, another TLM entry. Starting in the 20th spot is the number 77 of either Marco Pisa or Rick Tamarian, and that is the ATAC Racing Fuel Tech machine. Starting in the 21st spot, the number 18, Jonathan Salerno for Corsa Technic Motorsport. Starting in the 22nd spot, the 111 of Zoltan Wallace and the ATAC Racing BMW. Starting in the 23rd spot, the number 15 of either Matthew or Juan Polino in the Polino family BMW. Starting in the 24th spot, the Porsche of number 16, Steven Orberndorfer. And starting in the 25th spot, the Mazda number 11, Isabella Abreu, driving for 3P Logistics. Starting in the 26th spot, the 191 of Juan Polino. Starting in the 27th spot, this is one of our Honda Wars, the pole sitter in Honda Wars, and that is either Luis Rene Canahuate or Mimo de Sela in the Canahuate Speed Honda. And the rules for Honda Wars is you can run any small Honda, it really doesn't matter, but everybody has to run the same 1.8 liter Honda power plant. And it makes for some really fun racing there as well. Starting 28th, second in Honda Wars, the number 6 of either Wilbur or Richard Perez for Perez Racing. Starting in the 29th spot is the number 44, the BMW of Alfonso Ruiz. Starting in the 30th spot, the number 725, third in the Honda Wars category of either Moises Cordero or Carlos Lazaro. And then I'm hoping the number 60 Ginetta of Adolfo Rossi and Aline Cipriani, they had a motor go yesterday. Hope they got that fixed. Hope the 78 of Marco Pizzo or Carlos Garcia is out there. And also in Honda Wars, the 718 of either Ernesto Roca or Rafael Garcia on the Raro Racing team. But here we go, field coming out. As you can see, the pace car make the move down into the front pit entrance. We're green! And it's 68.3 up on the outside on 68. And again, it's Evan Stamer who leads down in a really aggressive attempted pass. Looked like almost contact there. I think it may have been Michael Manella who got a huge launch. Couldn't quite get it done. Mark Julian got a nice start and moved up a couple of spots. And I think that was Manella coming with him. Again, 25 minutes here. We have big booming Corvettes. We have virtually every kind of car you can imagine that's out there right now. And they work their way through turn 7. Look at that field heading into turn 6 and through turn 7. Our leaders already making their way up into turn 8. A little bit of a breakaway at the front here for those 2 TLM cars. They did that yesterday, not quite this early. There were a couple other cars that were able to stick with them a bit. And that driver, and it's either David Tuati or former World Challenge champion Andy Pilgrim. And if you're not a big World Challenge fan, but that name Andy Pilgrim sounds familiar. If you're a sports car racing fan, and a lot of years ago at the Daytona 24 Hours, when Dale Earnhardt Sr. and Jr. ran one of the FACA Corvettes, the third driver and their sort of road racing coach was none other than Andy Pilgrim. And Andy was also a front runner in the American Le Mans Series in the GT Le Mans class cars. He was a teammate of Ron Fellows for many, many years. Boy, they have opened a gap up. And again, Mark Julian running third right now in the GT1B car, and it was Michael Manella. But Manella now under attack from Miguel Marcano as they head down into turn 6. You can see Marcano. Did he get it done? That's Manella defending on the inside, and Marcano just went right around him. And that's the difference in the power plant. The GT1A Porsches run the 4-liter Porsche Boxster Flat 6. The GT1B cars run the 3.8. And that was simply a matter of getting out horsepowered for Manella. As Miguel Marcano starting a little bit farther back than he probably should have in terms of outright pace. Look at this duel at the front. This is always one of the interesting things for me. In that second car, one of the drivers, as I said, is David Tuati. And TLM, which is the team, stands for Tuati Lira Motorsports. So Evan Stamer in the lead car is the customer, and either Tuati or Pilgrim are driving the team owner's car. How hard do you race a customer? Always one of those little interesting things you think about here. But they have opened up a pretty nice margin here. Look at the gap they have, pushing each other hard at the front. That last lap, Stamer ran a 127.6. And the second car, it's Andy Pilgrim, we get clarification now, at a 127.7. Pilgrim taking a look. Got it done. Beautiful. Andy Pilgrim, that was absolutely clinical. Beautiful job. And I think that was Miguel Marcano now just making the pass. Miguel Angel Marcano getting the pass done on the very quick Mark Julian. So that now puts GT1A cars 1, 2, and 3. And then Julian will now be 4th with a bit of a margin back to Michael Manella, also GT1B cars. And there you can see it. There's Manella, that sort of burgundy colored car. And then behind him comes that really interesting looking number 47. That is that KTM Crossbow. Now showing that Justin Levine behind the wheel of that car. Just watching what's going on here, and we got a loop down there. Car getting it crossed up. See one of our Porsches also making a move into the pits. That's a shame. You hate to see that kind of thing happening so early here. Going back here, just kind of giving you an update because these races come at us fast and furious here. Isabella Abreu in the GT4A Mazda that she drives. Again, having a nice little margin over the 44 of Alfonso Ruiz. In GT2A, that's the 55. That is Fabio Escorpioni over Nicholas Carangellon right now. Oh, look at this little scrum working through turn 3, down into 4. It doesn't take long for the leaders in the car. Right in front, runs wide, drops the tires. Big plume of dust at the apex of 5. Really, that looks a little bit more spectacular than it is. When a car does that there, it looks like, oh my gosh, what's happened? He just ran just a smidge wide. And I think that was one of our Honda Wars cars. And they're putting on a great battle out there. The number 89, the Kenahuate Tomasello car over the Wilbur Andor and Richard Perez car. It's under 2 seconds. The 718 of Roca and Garcia, they're really behind that number 6, pushing hard right now. And it looks like the 725 of Cordero and Lazaro not able to make the start. GT2B, it's Manny Gomez with a little bit of a lead over the 12 of Lira, and then the number 47 of Justin Levine at this stage, and then Roberto Dalla Costa is back just a little bit. GT3A, the 77 of Marco Pisa or Rick Tamarian is second, leading over the second place car of Jonathan Salerno. Then third is the Paulinos and Luke Chanto in the 4th spot. And then, of course, GT1A, it's the 68.3 of Andy Pilgrim over the 68 of Evan Stamer, and they are coming up into some serious traffic once again. Oh, and one of the cars running wide, and that really bottled up Stamer. That caught him up big time. And that's going to cost him a lot of time. Looked like Andy was able to get through that much, much cleaner. And Stamer now and is lost just a little bit more ground in this scrap. Again, GT1B, Mark Julian, the 87 over the 4 of Manila, the 73 of Yosef Hakem. That's the Ansa Motorsports car. Then the beautiful Ferrari, the 53 of Gary Young, sitting in the 4th spot. Zoltan Wallace, the 111, leads in GT3B in his BMW. In this turn, we were just watching that, it's turn 8, such an important corner as it leads onto a very fast run up on to the back stretch, and then turn 10 and 11 are really quick. So if you're slow out of here, if you overshoot the corner or get a big slide like that car we just saw, it kills your momentum onto this long backstretch. And you can see, because of that slide, the car behind him getting a really good run as they got out of turn 8. And 9 is just where you sort of rejoin the banking there. You rejoin the backstretch. But any little, if you overshoot that corner and you are, it's the classic fast in, slow out. You come in too fast and you just can't get the drive on the way out of it. Looks to me like another guy who's been on the charge is Stefan Oberndorfer, and we had talked about in the grid. He was a lot farther down than he should have. He had a little issue in the race yesterday. He has already fought his way up into the 5th spot. Problem is he's 30 seconds behind Andy Pilgrim. And let's see, how far would he be behind Miguel Marcano here? Only about 6 seconds. And what kind of times is he running? Not as quick. His fastest lap is quicker, but traffic, of course, is always going to play into things as well. Watching the speed the cars dive down into turn 1. Meanwhile, back over at turn 8. Again, critical launch point here. You can see that car just now getting up onto the banking. Didn't use a lot of the exit curb, and that faster car behind had to be very mindful of that, because the quick line through this corner is you want to use a little bit of that curb, so you're rolling as much speed, opening that arc up as you can. And again, that car just coming through there right now really tail happy that every time he gets on the throttle. And here is our Honda Wars battle. You can see the two just now heading up onto the banking. As I said, multiple different races going on within the overall race here. Here's our Honda Wars gang, and they just put on such a fabulous show. Again, you can run the different type of chassis. You can run a Civic hatchback, a Prelude, whatever you want. Just got to have that same 1.8 liter engine in it. Somebody has called into the pits, and we have a full course caution. Full course caution coming out. Trying to see where. Oh, and it's a car, I think, might be one of our Honda Wars cars at a crawl on the back, just coming up out of the exit at 8 and 9. I'm not sure where it may have happened, but looks like they may have pulled the yellow, and then maybe the car was able to get going again. But once you pull the caution, you've got to fulfill the rules of the caution. And that's more a safety issue than anything else. And so right now, any of the cars that are not a lap down to the class leader get a gift. I mean, Evan Stamer, when this was called, was 7 seconds adrift to Pilgrim. And he's going to get all that back. The guy who is going to be absolutely grinning ear to ear right now is the driver, that number 16 GT1A Porsche, Stefan Oberndorfer. He is going to be nothing short of elated, because remember, he started well back in the field, and he has now taken that Aditec GT1A Porsche all the way up into fourth. And when that caution was called, he was 31 seconds behind the lead and was running competitive lap times to the leaders. And for Miguel Marcano, he also is going to get a 31-second deficit reduced. Let's see, for Julien, Michael Manella had about a 12-second deficit in his GT1B battle with Mark Julian. That's going to go away. Fabio Escorpioni had dropped back a little bit of the Philippe or Camilo Rezic, number 47X, and Youssef Hakem was in between them, but now the Scorpioni is going to be able to close up, as will the 76 and Nicholas Karen-Gellen in his Orbit Porsche. So when these cautions come out, the other car that gets a gift is the Adolfo Rossi Aline Cipriani Ginetta, which was really fast yesterday, but then had a motor problem and started way back in the pack. They are going to be able to close up and make this a bit more interesting. And just that quick, pace car is in. Watching the starter as they are coming down. We're back to green. And a very aggressive restart move by Evan Stamer, knowing he's got an opportunity here. Slices down underneath the 47 of Justin Levine. We've got a pack of cars side by side diving down into turn one. I think one of them is Mark Julian, our GT1B leader, trying to keep Michael Manella behind him. And Stamer now, right here, look how close he is to Pilgrim. Then is going to be the Oberndorfer, already went by the 29 of Miguel Marcano. So that white Porsche coming into frame right now, that's third overall, third in class. Oberndorfer, what a restart after this caution. He is absolutely flying. And we've got another car very slow heading down into turn 8. I think that's another one of our Honda Wars cars. That might be our leader. That looks pretty similar colors to the 89. And everybody being very careful. And remember, when you got a caution like that, there's going to be a yellow flag showing. And if you're kind of new to road racing, from wherever that yellow flag is displayed to the vehicle, that is the reason for the yellow, you can't pass. So that has just taken away a huge passing and overtaking area. And that car is just stopped right there. So we may have another full course caution coming up. But meanwhile, the battle at the front, Evan Stamer is 1.2 seconds behind Pilgrim. And Stefan Oberndorfer, with that phenomenal restart, is only 3 seconds behind Pilgrim. So the battle at the front is on. Michael Manella, dealing with traffic, dropped off by about 3.5 seconds from Julian. And looking here in the GT2A category, Adolfo Rossi or Aline Cipriani very close now to Karen Gillen. In GT1B, GT2B, it's Manny Gomez once again, and his number 84. That's the Palm Beach Tactical Racing. That's the BMW M2 CSR. And that is a really, really nice turnkey race car. Oh, well, yep, we have a full course yellow, and it's a good thing because we just had a car lose it over in turn 6 and spin as well. So things are happening everywhere right now. Looks like it may have been, I think it's one of the Porsches spun it in turn 6 too. So finally is able to continue from turn 6, but full course caution. And again, you think about it, that run from turn 7 into that huge overtaking area of 8, that's a very fast section of track. And if somebody were to have just a mechanical problem, the walls are very close on either side of that run. So you've just got to err always on the side of caution. It's just what you have to do. So we get the regroup happening one more time. There's a look at the pace car heading down into turn 6. And this is going to be fascinating. What Stefan Oberndorfer do? I mean, we know, obviously, Andy Pilgrim is a top-tier driver, and Evan Stamer showing some serious speed. What is Pilgrim going to be able to do? What is Stamer going to be able to do with Oberndorfer right there? And while we have this caution, I want to turn everybody's attention to the next thing that is on the schedule at 10 a.m. This is something brand new for the FARA Championship. If you are an advanced level HPDE driver, which means you've gone from the novice to the intermediate up to the advanced, you've had adequate coaching, SLS is the Super Lap Series, and it's brand new. And while the novice and intermediate, it's just lapping and coaching, the SLS Advanced with that Super Lap Series is actually a competition event. It is not door-to-door racing, mind you, but what it is they're recording and looking at fast lap times. And the top 3 times combined from any one of the SLS sessions at the end of the weekend end up getting the podium in SLS. So it's a brand new thing, and it allows these advanced high-performance driving experience competitors to become truly that now, competitors, not just students, not just lapping, but to get them out there and give them the opportunity to be competitive. It's not door-to-door racing, but it is definitely competition. And All right, pace car is in, and here we go. Let's see exactly what's going to play out here. And Oberdorfer looking early. He maybe got a little bit too much mojo happening. And as a result, needed to check up a little bit, but he is all over the back. Look at this. Oberdorfer looking at Evan Stamer down into turn 2. He's right there. And Miguel Angel Marcano in that 4th place car, right there, the black one. That is a Porsche as well in GT1A. So top 4, all GT1A competitors, and every one of them quick. Then it's Mark Julian and Michael Manella. 5th and 6th overall, but 1-2 in GT1B. Then the 47X on some motorsports. KTM leading in GT2A, running 7th overall. 12th overall, leading in GT2B is Manny Gomez. As the field diving down through turn 8, through that all-important turn 8. Getting the run up onto the banking, and man, this has flown by. 3 minutes to go. So this lap and 2 more, I think. Oh man, aggressive move there. We just saw that. That's the car that's been really slippery through turn 8. Up onto the, oh, that's the white flag. I got it wrong. White flag is out, and Oberdorfer has not been able to quite stick with Stamer. He's a second back. Pilgrim's got a 1 second lead on Stamer. Stamer a 1 second lead on Oberdorfer. Oberdorfer a 1 second lead on Marcano. Wow. And now Marcano closes up on Oberdorfer down through the bowl. That's a battle for the final podium spot overall and in GT1A. And there they are. That black Porsche with the white back is Miguel Angel Marcano. And he is starting to hound Oberdorfer a little bit. Last time through turn 8. How cool is it to have Andy Pilgrim back behind the wheel? Known him for a long time, and he has a profound effect on motoring safety on the highways with his foundation to help educate young drivers on how to properly control a 2-ton weapon on a highway. And let's be honest, the driver training in the U.S. is pretty abysmal here, and what a role he plays, and showing he hasn't lost one bit of his touch. The checker flag flies. Andy Pilgrim getting the win. Stamer second. Oberdorfer hanging on to third over Marcano. Mark Julian getting his class win. Nice run for him. But Michael Manella, without traffic between them, keeping Mark Julian honest. Winning in GT2A, the number 47X KTM of the Rezics. Winning in second in GT1B, the number 73 of Youssef Hakem. Again, putting up a really, really good run in another of the Ansa Motorsports KTMs. That's the GTX version. Manny Gomez, as I said, getting the win in GT2B. David Lira in second and Justin Levine in third. GT3A was the number 77 of Pizzo or Tamarian. Winning that one over the 18 of Salerno and the 99 of either Matthew or Juan Paulino. Dalton Wallace winning in GT3B. Isabella Abreu continuing her dominance in GT4A, winning over the 44 of Alfonso Ruiz. So race 2 in the books. And another interesting one. A couple of cautions playing a key role. So, as I said, just about to start right now is our HPDE advanced category, including our Super Lap series, where they will be timing all of these people's laps. All of these cars have a transponder loaded in. And there's been a number of sessions of this category yesterday. There's this one, there's another one to come, and when it's all done, they will tally them up, and the fastest 3 laps, the fastest lap of all the sessions for each driver, and the 3 fastest drivers will be on the podium in the Super Lap Series. HPDE SLS, the Super Lap Series, will have another HPDE at 10:30 for the intermediate category. At the end of that, first race for the young stars of Formula FARA. And we'll be back with you in just a little bit. Glad you're here on this absolutely beautiful day. What a day for racing. car at serious speeds and maybe even go racing. We love it. But speaking of racing, we have one coming up, and this one should be a cracker, as the Brits would say, and with good reason. This is the first of the 2 races for our Formula FARA series. And as I've been saying, this is a series for young drivers that are trying to, one, build a name and a reputation, but also learn racecraft. And it's very much, while it is a competitive championship, it's also very much a training series, which is important because for these young drivers, especially if you're just coming out of go-karting, and many of them are, this is their first season ever driving a race car of any kind, because some of them are 14, 15. But they also, it's their first time driving anything with aerodynamics. Go-karts don't have much aero on them. And so if they want to be, considering moving up through the open wheel or the prototype ranks, you better get used to driving a car with aerodynamics. And the magic of this series is they use a generation older Ligier chassis with a very reliable Honda engine in all the cars. They are all at the exact same spec. And then the drivers can set the car up with the suspension and the wings, how they like it. Do they like a car that tends to have the back end be a little loose and lots of rotation, or do they like a car that's got what's called a little bit of understeer or push in it, so they can feel that front end pushing and they know they're at the limit there? That can all be adjusted, working with the pit crews and their crew chiefs. And all of these are provided. It's basically a turnkey series. You don't have to spend the money on the car. Formula FARA has that. And then it's just a matter of what the fee is for the weekend, and it's incredibly reasonable. And in a very expensive sport, the fees for a weekend of Formula FARA racing is $2,500 for a weekend. And keep in mind, that includes 2 practices, of qualifying, and 2 racing, so lots of track time. If you want to do the Friday testing, it's only another $1,000, and there's a ton of track time on those. So for like $3,500 per event, you get a ridiculous amount of track time and training and education, and it's fantastic. Now, here's the interesting thing with the 2 races. The first race pays points from 1st down to 9th, 10th down to 1 point, 10 down to 1 point. The second race, and I should say, in the grid for this race is based on their qualifying session, as you would do normally. The second race, which is coming up later this afternoon, it's a full grid inversion. So whoever qualified on pole for this race, and that would be Gaston Arazu, will be starting dead last this afternoon. And that's the training part of it. Because, we know you can lead from the front and maybe fend off one guy, but you've been out front the whole time. But how are you at coming through traffic? How are you working through the pack? Well, that's all part of what we're looking at here. So let's take a look at our starting lineup. Starting in 16th spot will be Roque Mendoza. In the number 21, starting 15th, will be the 46 of Maximo Karam. For LC Racing, starting in the 14th spot, the 22 of Jake Pollock for Jensen Motorsports. Starting in the 13th spot, the number 7 is Toro Rodriguez. Starting in the 12th spot, the number 80 of Hal Gould. Starting in the 11th spot, the number 14 of JT Hoskins. And JT drives for Inter Motorsports. Starting in the 10th spot, his teammate, the 09 of Alex Bobadilla for Inter Motorsports. Starting in the 9th spot, a newcomer after not running the first race weekend about a month ago, the 32 of Ashland Speed. Starting in the 8th spot, another newcomer, the 17 of Jake Gerke. Starting in the 7th spot, it is Roman Felder for Jensen Motorsports. Starting in the 6th spot, it's the number 8 of Beckham Yassir. Starting in the 5th spot, it's the number 1 of Cash Felber. Starting in the 4th spot, outside of row 2, the 44 of Pablo Benitez for Scuderia Buell. Starting in the 3rd spot, the number 12 of Mate Casiera. She is a very talented young driver for Inter Motorsports. And then the front row is all Scuderia Buell cars. It is outside of the front row in second, the 25 of Teddy Musella. And on the pole, the gentleman who won pole and all of the races at the opening round, Gaston Irazu. And the field working its way now through the final couple of corners on the pace lap. In this series, you do 2 pace laps. So They haven't been out since their qualifying, so it gives these drivers an opportunity. They do one full lap on the infield under control of the pace car, so they can, because there's been lots of racing that's unfolded already today, so they can see if there's any changes to the track condition they need to be aware of. Then they do the second lap, but at the end of the second lap, as they would normally turn down turn 10, 11, back into that twisty infield section, on the second lap, they'll stay up on the banking, which gives them a much longer, wider opportunity to form up into their 2x2 rows and get after it here. Coming into this first round, Gaston Arazu, as I said, was near perfection at the opening round, putting his car on pole, winning both races, and getting fast lap in race 1. Teddy Masella, his teammate, was qualified 4th, then finished 3rd, then 2nd in the 2 races, so 2 podiums, very consistent. Has him 2nd in the points. 3rd in the points is Mate Casieras, qualified 2nd, finished 2nd in the first race. Then with the inversion, only made it up to 6th in the 2nd race, but got fast lap in the process. Beckham Yassir comes in 4th in the points. In that number 8, qualified 3rd in the for qualifying, finished 5th in the first race, but podiumed in a 3rd in the 2nd race. And 5th in the points, the 44 of Pablo Benitez, 2 top 5s. Cash Felber in the number 1 is 7th in the points. His brother Roman Felber in the number 2 is 8th in the points. Jake Pollock 9th in the points, and JT Hoskins and Alex Bobadilla tied for 11th in the points. So that's your starting lineup. Oh, they're bringing him down through the infield again. A little something of a surprise here. But the field doing a beautiful job, even so, of forming up. Again, that front row, all Scuderia Buell entries. 3 of the top 4 are Scuderia Buell and Mate Casieras for Inter Motorsport. Inside of that second row, and she jumped from 5th to 3rd late in the qualifying session. Here we go. It's time to go racing. We're green. Formula FARA is underway. Great start by Mate Casieras. She's way down to the inside, tried to make a move, couldn't make it happen, then has to defend down into turn 2. You can see a little bit of lockup there from some of the competitors. Those 2 Scuderia Buell entries able to hang on to the lead, but you can see right from the off, Mate Casieras had intentions to go into the front. The field through the bowl, turn 4. There's a bit of banking there, and you can use that to really ramp through it. Shoot through 5, and now hard braking into turn 6. A move in the back, side by side. That's one of the Jensen cars, I think. Now, up onto the bank, or excuse me, they're coming up into turn 8 right now. This is so important here. Easy to overshoot this corner. It's a huge overtaking area, but you can overshoot, and then you're slow out, and you need every kind of a run you can up onto the banking here. It's not a heavy bank, just a little bit of a banking, because then you dive down into the infield again. Turn 10's a little flick. 11 is a very fast off-camber corner, and here's turn 12. Winding their way through, completing the first lap here in this timed event. 20-minute races. And Arazu, half a second in front of teammate Masella. Then Casieras right there. Benitez, Beckham Yassir, the 2 Felbers, Ashland Speed, Gerke. Everybody's sort of holding station at this point. Beckham Yassir really, really close, though, to the back of Pablo Benitez. Beckham in that black number 8. See if he's got enough of a run here into turn 6. He's close, but not quite there. And remember, if you've been with us earlier this weekend, whether it was today or yesterday, I've talked often about how abrasive and hard on tires this track is. And this might be only a 20-minute or 25-minute race, but if you push these tires too hard, you can hurt them. Any tire, doesn't matter what it is, you can damage those tires. So you have to have a little bit of tire management, and the best way to do that is to be smooth. Don't throw the car into corners. Don't chuck it in, scrubbing the tires. Don't accelerate too aggressively on the exits, that sort of thing. This lead duo opening it up a little bit over at Mate Casieres. But look at Beckham Yasir hunting right now, and Pablo Benitez onto the front straight they come. And he's close enough. He might get a little bit of a toe and be able to do something down into turn one. He's got the draft. He's looking. Oh, and you can see Pablo Benitez. Watch that. Yep, you see him move over. He had to defend. And now Beckham going to try and do the over-under. He's got position. Does he make it work as they head down? Look at this. No. That put him on the outside, and a near contact as Benitez tried to dissuade him by running him pretty wide, and Beckham having none of that. They're still side by side, down into 6. And again, Benitez on the inside, Beckham trying to ramp him around the outside. And I think Benitez may have finally had to give way. Let's see, look at the duel. They are still at it here. Oh, and second place, Mazzella straight off. And yes, Yasir, not only does he make the pass on Benitez, it's now not for 4th, it's for 3rd. And I think there Teddy Mazzella is going to be able to get going again, but he's going to go all the way to the back of the field. He just totally overcooked it or missed his braking point, something, down into turn number 8. So on to the front straight we go. And Arazu now leading over Mate Casieres to the tune of about 2 seconds. Then it's Beckham Yasir in 3rd, but then it's Pablo Benitez and Cash Felber. And Cash Felber showed the nose here. Did he make the move up into turn? No, that blue car, 3rd in your frame right there. He was looking racy, but he just couldn't quite get it done. And then behind him, that might be Jacob Gerke and Ashland Speed. And we got a spin here right at the end. You don't see a lot of spins at the exit of turn 4 through the bowl. Oh, there's another car here that's just crawling. So maybe there was a little bit of contact between those two cars, and that's what caused that car to spin. And where that car is parked, there is no question if that car can't get moving, we are going to have a caution here. That is very much in an impact zone on the track. And for Mate Casieres and Beckham Yasir, you never want to see this happen because of problems of another driver, but they're not going to be too upset about this yellow coming out, because that's going to now bring Mate and Beckham, as well as the rest of the field, right back to Gaston Arazu. And his best lap was a 1:30.5. Mate Casieres was a 30.8. So she's got some pace to be able to go racing with. We're not seeing the caution yet. They're giving that car every potential opportunity to get moving, but it's still just sitting there. They've got the yellow flags flying at corners over there. And you can see now, here comes your leader, Gaston Arazu. There's Mate. Here's going to be Beckham Yasir. They work through, I think that might be the 09 of Bobadilla. Either that, possibly. Oh, that might be the 46 of Max Mokaram, actually. Yep. It is the 46 of Mokaro. And he is still there. And it's, yep, full course. Caution is coming out. Full course caution. So this field is going to get packed up. So right now with those problems, Cash Felber is in the 5th spot. Roman Felber has been demoted back to 9th. So he had some little issue out there, and then promptly turned his fastest lap once he gathered it up. So that was probably our spinner. And the field now will be the pace cars waiting for them down at the exit of turn 1. And we'll pick them up. And we already have the emergency vehicles on track, including the wrecker that they often use. If that car is can roll, can move, they'll just hook it up and tow it. If if it's locked up, perhaps, or there's damage to the car. And we've got another car off, actually, over at the exit of 3 that I didn't even catch here. So we have 2 cars off, so. Field will be very careful in working through that area. And once all the cars are cleared and we are bringing out one of the massive forklifts, so that's an indicator that one of the cars might have a serious problem. I think we are. Once again, under a full course session, the clock does continue to run in this 30-minute timed event. Take a look at some replays here. You can see the 2 cars sitting there, and let's see what may have precipitated all of this. We're going to re-cue that and show that to you here. Here we go. There is the off by Masala, and he looked like he just got his right side tires as he was trying to open the arc up into that corner, dropped his right side tires. And then watch here, there is the car that looped it and went around. I think that was Roman Felber. And now keep an eye, as we saw this car, the 46, just kind of grind to a halt here right at the outer edge of turn 4, but in the background is the other car that had a problem. And I'm wondering if that's the 14 of JT Hoskins. I can't see, it's just a little bit too far back. Definitely not Teddy Masella. And you almost wonder if whoever that car is, and again, I'm just guessing it's JT Hopkins, if maybe he and Max McCarrum had a coming together and it broke something on JT's car, and Max, trying to avoid it, stalled and just ended up coasting to a stop. Max McCarrum now is being easily towed and will clear, but that big forklift is over there. And one of the reasons they'll use that forklift is sometimes if the car is dripping fluids, with that forklift, they'll literally put what's called a diaper underneath the car, and then the forklift can grab that car with the diaper attached, lift it in the air, and get it into a safe spot without any of that fluid dropping on the track, because that's the one thing for sure. The red flag, by the way, has come out, red flag. And that now means that the field, instead of just circulating under the pace car while they've got all of these safety workers out on track, they just bring them into pit lane in the order that they are running in and park them. And that is exactly what they are doing. You can see the cars queuing up behind the pace car as soon as this cleanup is completed. I hate to say it, that I wonder, because yeah, JT Hoskins and Bukaram are both showing now as down laps. And Masella, after that off, I don't know, maybe he just drove around and headed right back into the pits. So, and taking a look here And when you put the red flag out, one thing it does is it stops the clock. So obviously they are looking to try and give these drivers as much race time as they can. Problem is they're going to be knocking up against the door. We've got another race coming up. What I think might be happening with this stoppage, we might be pushing into the lunch break a little bit. Not have no confirmation of that. I'm just speculating here. But if this Formula FARA race runs a little long, then we would start the Pro Spec Miata race a little bit later. And that then would potentially maybe make the lunch break instead of an hour, something along the lines of maybe 15 minutes shorter, 45 minutes. So while we have this little pause, let's take a look at what's coming up for FARA in this 2024 season. We are at the Miami Grand Prix weekend here at Homestead-Miami Speedway. The next 3 races, and they all come near the end of the month, 2 months out at May 25, 26, we're going to the Memorial 300 event at Sebring International Raceway. FARA making its first ever start at Sebring for their season finale last year. It went very well. And so now going to Sebring on May 25, 26, then another couple month break, then July 26, 28, and that includes the test days. We will be at Sebring again for the Sunset 500 event. And then we will be there near the end of September for the Hankook 300 at Sebring. And then the season finale near the end of November, the Race of Champions, where the champions will be determined, returns to what has long been FARA's home, Homestead-Miami Speedway. And keep in mind that this is the second year under the new ownership for FARA. And they're not only trying to expand their program at each of the events, in terms of adding Pro Spec Miata, increasing the field size for the GT and prototypes, and doing the same for the Formula FARA as it welcomes this series back into the FARA ranks, but also trying to expand their venues and looking to grow it so that maybe in the future, even adding a couple more races and maybe venturing out of Florida for the first time. So the Formula and Auto Racing Association on a growth curve right now, and it is exciting times for this championship. And it's exciting here on the track because the red flag is lifted. We are back under a full course caution. The pace caps car sails away, and we now are back with the clock running. And since we're going to have a very quick turnaround between this race and Pro Spec Miata, we have 2 Pro Spec Miata races today. And Pro Spec Miata guys, they're a little crazy in a very good way, and they like to mix it up. So the first race today that we'll be seeing here starting around 11:35 or so will be on the full infield road course that only uses the front and back straights of the oval. But the race at the end of the day will mirror what they did for the shootout race yesterday, where they will utilize the infield road course all the way through turn 9, but then they will run what's called road course B, or as many people call it, the Roval, where they will stay out and use oval turns 3 and 4, which become corners 9 and 10. And that means that long run out of turn 8 and 9, the Spec Miatas can draft incredibly well, and you've got essentially a super long final straightaway onto the front straight. And in the shootout race, the drafting battles were just extraordinary, and I think we're going to be in for a great show. And you're going to get to see the versatility of these Spec Miatas and the drivers, what they can do on a tight, twisty, technical, full infield road course, and then what they can do with long opportunity for drafting as well. It's going to be a great show. And we're getting ready to get back to it here. Great to have all of you with us. A big thank you to the folks at DriverSeye Live, production manager Ryan Bauer, and I'm Greg Creamer here, but we also have Ryan West here on site, and Jordan Worth being the camera techs and the like, and providing some wonderful coverage here of the FARA Championship Series on DriverSeye Live. Pace car, lights are out, and in it goes. So now it is Gaston Arazu over Mate Casieres and Beckham Yassir. Cash Felber, Jacob Gerke. This close field as they are coming up for the start, or the restart, to be accurate. Watching the start stand, we're back to green. And Mate Casieres wasn't quite close enough to Gaston Arazu to be able to do much, but Beckham Yassir is close enough to Casieres. Couldn't quite do anything through turn one. How about turn two? Nope, not gonna happen there. Back in the pack a little bit, a couple of cars duking it out. Ashland Speed, Jake Pollock maybe. But the field now through the bowl at turn 4 or 5 and heading into turn 6. And you can see them snaking here, trying to break the toe. Oh, what a big attempt here. That would be, I think that's Roman Felber. And maybe Jake Pollock in the number 22, one of those Jensen's cars. What a scrap they're having. And that's Pollock maybe defending on Ashland Speed. Man, she's being aggressive, trying to figure out a way through. That was pretty aggressive defense too. That's borderline. And believe me, our race director here, Gerardo Bonilla, will be eyeballing that very, very carefully here. They don't have any problem at all with defending, but as soon as you get into blocking, that becomes a whole different ball game. And Beckham Yassir has now Pablo Benitez glued to the back of him. And then the first of those blue on blue entries of Cash Felber. Oh, somebody running a little wide in the background here. But down into turn 1, nobody quite close enough to do anything just yet. You can see the speed that you carry into turn 1, and it's very similar over into turn 11. I think that is Pollock and maybe Toro Rodriguez were the two at the back of the pack that were arguing and battling a little bit. I think Ashland Speed has already gone through. What a great name for a race car driver, Ashland Speed. I wonder if she's from the Scott Speed, if that's part of the Speed family of legends. You know, that's totally possible. I mean, Scott started off in karting, and Ashland just coming out of karting, so maybe a daughter, possibly? Not sure. We'll check into that for you if we can. Or Scott Speed making it all the way into Formula One. This crucial run out of turn 8. Just eyeballing some of these fabulous battles here, and I think we've got another good battle with Jacob Gerke and Hal Gold as well. Here comes our leading group. Here's your top 5. And then it's Jacob Gerke and Gold. Yeah, they're having a good little scrap. Right here, the car's coming at you right now. Gerke and Hal Gold. And then behind them, Ashland Speed sitting in the 8th spot. In the 7th spot, Hal Gould has dropped, so she made the pass. She was the one who did make that really nice pass on Hal Gould, so she is on the move right now, Ashland is. Turned to 132.8. And Ashland and Hal, it looks like they might be running for a similar team here. Then it's Toro Rodriguez, then Jake Pollock completing your top 10. And Mate has been able to stay within a half a second at Gaston. Beckham Yassir about 0.8 off. He's got about the same margin to Pablo Benitez, and Cash Felber, though, working Benitez over a little bit. There they are, right at the apex of 8. Cash in that light blue with the dark blue on it. Then right behind him is Jacob Gerke, one of his teammates, and Ashland Speed has run him down, and she gets a great exit out of turn 8. So Ashland Speed has opportunity to sneak by on Gerke possibly and make it into the top 6. Let's see what happens. Here's our first 3, 4, 5. And no, she couldn't quite get it done. Gerke hanging on. But Ashland, look at how she cuts that curbing. trying to shorten up the angles and get the run. Not quite enough. And again, Cash Felber is attacking for that 4th spot. Look at him right here. That light blue car working the outside. Watch, see if he tries to do an over-under here. He cuts to the inside. Benitez, that's a proper racing line, so that was not a block by Benitez. That's just the normal racing line. Felber trying to get a little creative here. Benitez knowing my racing line. But here, Cash Felber, late move, pops to the inside. Gets to the inside on Benitez. Benitez tries to stay with him around the outside, and Felber able to get to the accelerator just a little bit sooner. And Cash Felber now up into 4th. And look at this as Benitez and Caceres door to door. Well, you don't have doors, do they? So mirror to mirror here. And it was position, though, that saved Gaston Arazu there. And a little bit more action in the back of the pack here. I think that's Alex Bobadilla. Wow, we've got great racing everywhere right now. And Mate Caceres, he has turned up the wick. Coming after him big time here. There's Felber now, through and into 4th. Oh, big slide, you can see, coming out of the final turn here. And this dueling now between, watch this as they come into view, folks. There's your leader, there's 2nd, and look who's right there. Ooh, and that was not a great run through turn 4 by Arazu. He ended up missing his turn in a little bit, which tightened up his run through 5. Does Mate take a look? Ooh, she showed the nose, but decided nope, wasn't quite there. Then here comes Cash Felber through on Benitez. Then Gerke. And again, Mate showing the nose a little bit down into turn 8. And the question is here with 10 minutes to go, you know, is Gaston, is he trying to save a little tire? Does he think the pace is too much? Normally you're not going to do that. Another good little scrum going through turn 8. You're not going to do that when you have the driver that you're defending position from literally right on your wing. Boy, and you can see Mate, her car just seems to have better grip. You can see Gaston, everywhere he runs, the car's running wide. It's not allowing him to really, that car's not pointy. It's not changing direction. Well, we got somebody off in the background there. Doing a nice job of just regaining. Yeah, there is absolutely no question right now that Gaston's car looks to be a little bit of a handful here. So we're watching some of this other battling, but again, now you can see he's starting to have to defend Caceres a little bit. And Mate, she's got experience. Remember, she, along with already having run some races in the US F4 Championship, and she plans on doing that series in its entirety this year along with Formula FARA. She's also raced in the Formula One Academy. Here she looks, pops to the inside, straight to the apex. Now, did Gaston? Yep, she overshot. That's what I'm talking about with turn 8. You can make that kind of a pass, but it's so easy then when you dive to the inside, there's not as much grip down there, and it messes your angles up. And then we got a spinner right in the middle of the track at the exit as well. And another right there, that car, that was simply lifted thinking, oh, that car, I'm going to hit him. And around they went. Yeah, there is. Gaston's car right now is loose. It's the only way to put it. And I don't mean just that the back's coming around. I mean it's flat sliding. It just doesn't have any grip. And Mate Caceres is attacking again over in turn 2 and 3. She gets it. She knows his car is not healthy. Now he protects big time through 4, holds up Caceres, and look at the run that Beckham Yassir might be getting. He's going to swing. If he gets that swing done to the inside, all three of them driving to the far right, all defensive driving. Here comes Beckham Yassir, and Mate, nothing she could do about it, but that was all precipitated in turn 4 when Gaston Arazu had to protect aggressively. Mate had to check up, and Beckham read it beautifully, but now Mate trying to come right back at Beckham. He's protecting on the inside, and now is Mate going to try the over-under? Beckham turns in, Mate going to try and turn down underneath him. Gets a little bit better drive out possibly than Beckham, and they pick up a tow here. She's going to look to the inside, heading down. They are side by side through 11, and now heading into 12. Does she get it done here as we're watching another battle? This is a replay of what we just saw. And you can see her just float wide there, but she's back through as well with a beautiful pass. And then here's that spin. Yeah, a little bit too greedy there. I think that may have been Jake Pollock getting it wrong. Meanwhile, Mate in the second car getting caught up in that as well, but Mate has gone back into second, and just that fast is attacking again on Gaston Arazu. And Arazu has to lower his roll speed through turns 4 and 5. And this time, Mate gives him a little bit of room, knowing that she can roll better speed through there, so she doesn't get bottled up behind him. And she may have just got a really nice run out of 7. Might be able to do something down into turn 8. And Arazu driving right down the middle of the track. Mate pops to the outside. Beckham following Mate Casieres. And Mate now, this is it, sketchy, but again, that outside line, when you turn in, you can see you're off of the grippy groove down there. And these, you get the marbles, little balls of rubber that get scrubbed off of these tires. And then you suddenly lose grip, and that's what she did. It's tough to work the outside. You also have to have a lot of faith that the driver you're racing around the outside isn't gonna just push wide and into you. And so now Mate is back in third with Beckham up into the second spot. But she has shown the ability. Oh, it's out of time. Checker's out. Checker, they did shorten the race because of that red flag. So Mate ends up in a, what I'm sure is a frustrated third. Beckham Yassir is going to be a delighted second. And Gaston Arazu, I think, is going to be a relieved winner, because I don't think that he was going to hold off either Yassir or Mate Casieres for another lap or two if they had gone full time. So he got given a little gift there, because that car was not happy. So Pablo Benitez will be fourth, completing your top 5 will be the number 1 of Cash Felber. Then Hal Gould in 6th, Roman Felber in 7th, Jake Pollock in 8th. And it's unfortunate. I think that the actual spinner over there was the 32 of Ashland Speed, the one that spun at the exit of turn number 8. And that has her ending up back in 10th, when she was knocking on the door of the top 5 at a certain point in that race. So, wow, they are delivering, these young guns. And coming up next, as I said, is our first of 2 Pro Spec Miata races today, 30 minutes each. This one will be on the same track that the track layout that Formula FARA drivers just ran. The one later this afternoon is going to be using the Roval, including Oval 3 and 4. That's going to be fascinating to watch. big field of Pro Spec Miatas here this weekend. 33 entries expected to take the green, and that's over double what we had at the opening round. And I think everybody, there were some drivers that went and competed in some high-level club racing in Spec Miata, but I think they saw what was happening here in FARA Pro Spec Miata, where there is money on the line. That's one of the reasons it says pro. And as a result, our field has absolutely ballooned here. And that's a good thing. As I said, 33 cars. We're going to start that lineup right now because it's going to take a while. Starting 33rd, and these are all in Spec Miatas. Now, that doesn't mean they're all the exact same year. They're not identical. There could be different model years. Some of them are running 1.6 liters, some are 1.8. The 1.8 liters are ballasted with a little more weight, and the idea is they're all in a specified window. So that's maybe where spec comes from of performance. We're getting a report 2 minutes to the release for the pace lap. So, as I said, starting in 33rd in the 17th row, the 75 of Bill Duncan. Starting in the 32nd spot, the 75X of Chase Navarre. Starting in the 31st spot, the 17 of Kalen Kinley. Starting in the 30th spot, the 97 of Frank Anelante. Starting in the 29th spot, the 146 of Amy Jackson. Starting in the 28th spot will be the 55 of Rob Ashcroft. Starting in the 27th spot will be 13W Jay Jackson. Starting in the 26th spot, the 62 of Steve Shelton Jr. Starting in the 25th spot is the 100 of Isabella Abreu. She's getting lots of track time in her Mazda Miata today. She also runs in the GT category, running in GT4A, and has won both of the races so far today there. So she's got more recent track knowledge than most anybody in this field. Starting in the 24th spot will be the 60 of Brandon Gardner. Starting in the 23rd spot, the 991 of Jose de las Casas. Starting in the 22nd spot, the 110 of Enrique or EJ Tamayo. Starting in the 21st spot, the number 00 of Max Bankin. Starting in the 20th spot is number 20, James Fountain. Starting in the 19th spot, the 58 of Bernardo Abend. Starting in the 18th spot, the 192 of Jesse Singer. Starting in the 17th spot as the pace lap is beginning is the number 101 of Michael Fontaine. Starting in the 16th spot is the number 66 of Earl Hart. Starting in the 15th spot is the number 54 of Natalino Sapatici. Starting in the 14th spot, the number 12 is Marcos Vento. Starting in the 13th spot, the number 13B is Marcos Alfredo Zazan. Starting in the 12th spot, the 92 of Corey Cullum. He had a really good run in that shootout yesterday. Starting in the 11th spot, the 46 of Chris Clark. Starting in the 10th spot, the 199 of Bob Mueller Jr., Starting in the 9th spot, the 198 of Max Schweid. Starting in the 8th spot, our points leader, the number 48 of Frankie Barroso after the first round. Starting 7th will be the 45 of Harley Scuffle. Starting in the 6th spot, the 151 of Nico Fondrini. Starting in the 5th spot, also a great drive in the shootout yesterday, the 63 of John Rodat. Starting in the 4th spot, the 51 of Will Robinson. Starting in the 3rd spot, the 99 of Noah Harmon. Starting in the 2nd spot, the number 56 of Todd Burris, who won the shootout yesterday. And starting on pole, the number 69 of Mark Gibbons. And it was Burris, Gibbons, and Rodat on the podium yesterday in the shootout. Nico Fondrini was 4th, Corey Cullum 5th. Noah Harmon was 6th, 51. Will Robinson was 7th. 8th was 101 Michael Fontaine. 9th, 48 Frankie Barroso. And 10th, the 45 of Harley Scuffle. Points coming in by virtue of two podiums in the first round. Frankie Barroso leading in the points by 1 over Rob Bailey, who had a win and a 4th. Max Schweid had a 2nd and a 5th. Marcos Vento had a 4th and a 3rd. Todd Burris had the pole, was in a position, I think, to maybe win that first race, starting the last lap. Made a little mistake down in turn 1 and ended up 7th, but then rebounded with the win in the second race. So that has him basically in the 5th spot in the points. Then it's Wes Duchek, Ben Bernardo, Stuart McAleer, EJ Tamayo, Isabella Abreu, Nico Fondrini. Those are your top points competitors right now. Again, this is a 30-minute timed event. And after that, along with having a trophy presentation for the Pro Spec Miata second race, we'll be in our lunch break. And that's scheduled to go until 1 o'clock. During that, we'll start gridding our sprint and enduro GT and prototype grid. At 12:35, we'll open the grid for a grid walk. So all fans here that would like to can come and wander around, take a look at these cars as they get ready for what will be the first half hour of the 2-hour enduro. Will be the third sprint race. So that's all coming up. Remember, we've got food trucks. The full sim trailer is there. Right now, it's race time. Pro Spec Miata. First of 2 races today. On to the front straight we go. And we're green. And it is Gibbons and Burris, but with Noah Harmon deciding to go with Gibbons down into turn 1. Burris sort of going to be frozen on that bright orange car on the outside. Let's see what happens. And indeed, Harmon going to try and keep him parked out there. And that may be John Rodat as well, trying to sort of freight train Burris here. Burris isn't going to go quietly. Oh, what a move. I think that was an amazing start by Corey Collum. He may be up into 3rd right now after starting in the 5th spot. That's Burris looking to the ends. Corey Collum is 2nd. What an incredible start in the 92 by Corey Collum. And you can see drivers running wide at the exit of 6. Plumes of South Georgia sand flying up in the air. And all of this helping Mark Gibbons open up just a little bit. Oh, but he locks up. And Corey Collum immediately takes advantage, dives to the inside. And Burris in that all-orange car is going to go with him. Somebody actually going way off. That may have been Marco Vento. Marcos Vento, he's got that beautiful sort of baby blue spec Miata, and he ran a bit wide, and that's going to cost him some spots. Oh, but this is what makes Spec Miata race. Look at this train of cars. It's incredible. So Corey Collum from 5th to the lead. That was an extraordinary lap by Corey Collum. But now, coming right back at him is Gibbons, getting a little bit better run out of the last turn. Gibbons already clear. Collum actually has to protect from Burris, and a huge late lunge there by Frankie Barroso. Realized it wasn't on and tucked back in again. Barroso in that all-white car, 6th in that lead group right now. And keep an eye, he's right up behind Harley Scuffle. Nope, not quite close enough to be able to do anything with it at this moment. Well, we have a car, they're going to be catching some traffic already. A car way at the back of the field, struggling right now. I think that might be Chase Navarre. Meanwhile, here comes the leaders. That is Mark Gibbons. Oh, look at Todd Burris dive to the inside. That may have been Collum not getting a great run out of turn number 8. Maybe missed a shift, something here. Boy, and I hope the workers have the flags out for this car. Way off song, and the pack is bearing down. Our start flagger is waving that flag furiously. Hopefully he's just going to stay way outside. No, he kind of drives to the apex, and here comes the field. Ooh, that was close. That was close, and that's Noah Harmon, who dropped back at the start, and Noah now has jumped back into second. Burris has been able to reclaim third now. That was actually Noah Harmon who had that massive start, not Corey Collins. Sorry, Noah. Man, that was phenomenal. That start you had and that move, taking advantage of the lockup by Gibbons. And Harmon again getting a really good run out of 6 and 7. And immediately Gibbons looked like he may have been moving over to defend. Yeah, he did. Look at this run here. Look at this, 3 cars covered by the blanket. Then just a slight gap back to Rodat and Scuffle and Frankie Barroso. Then it's Chris Clark and Nick Fondrini in their own little scrum. Down through turn 10 and 11, now into 12. And that lead trio has opened up just a smidge more space back to the 63 of Rodat. Oh, and look at Harmon squaring up turn 14 to get the run here onto the front straight. He's inside. He's made it inside as they head down the front straight. He's got position. Todd Burris takes that orange car, dives down to the inside as well, trying to go with Noah Harmon and see if he can get through on Gibbons. Gibbons trying to pinch him. Oh, and a heck of a move by Rodat, taking advantage, slicing down to the inside, and now is side by side, but gets absolutely frozen on the outside in that really serpentine, highly technical section of racetrack. Gave it a heck of a try, that's for sure. And in the back, I think that is Max Schweid attacking on Frankie Barroso. That would be for 6th. So, boy, these guys are having one heck of a run, and a spinner right at the exit of 6. Fortunately, had a little bit of a gap to get it turned around and continue. Meanwhile, here we go. Leaders, Noah Harmon in front of Gibbons. Then it is Todd Burris. Then John Rodat. Scuffle, Barroso, Schweid, and Clark. They are heading now down into turn 10, 11, and starting to come into 12. And in through 10 and 11, Noah Harmon getting that pass done and hanging on to it. As I said, he got the pass done down into turn 1, and Gibbons fighting him mercilessly. Looked to the inside in 10 and 11, but Harmon covering it. But the pace of those two is actually taking them away a little bit from Todd Burris. Now, Todd is an extremely experienced Pro Spec Miata driver, and as I've said, this track is hard on tires. And Todd may be going, yep, these guys are racing a little too hard. I think they're taking too much out of the tire. I'm just going to hold station here, keep my tires underneath me a little bit. Remember, these Spec Miatas, they are some of the best handling cars on the planet, but for their weight, they are by design a little underpowered. They don't have a big horsepower engine in these cars, and it makes them a true momentum car. But if you try and take too much out of it because of the weight, the tires will pay the price. Oh, they are racing hard here into turn 8. And again, now we see Harmon needing to defend. And there's the lunge from Gibbons. And this time it's Harmon, locks him up big time. And the reason was because as Gibbons dove to the inside, that forced Harmon just a little bit off of the best line. And as I said, there's bits of debris out there just in terms of tire rubber and dirt and the like. And his tire hits that, locks up. And that now means that Gibbons is back in the lead, and Burris was able to sort of force his way through and has him up into second. He was able to do that without taking any real toll on those tires. So now it is Harmon is sitting in third, then Radat and Scuffle fourth and fifth. And Frankie Barroso has lost that group a little bit now in that all-white numbers 48 sitting in sixth. And a new leader, it looks like. Just watching that move, it looks like we've got Burris, who was able to get to the inside and park Gibbons up on the outside through turn 3. And he is now through. We have a new leader. So much for saving your tires, I guess. He's out the window. Where are we in this race? We still have 20 minutes to go, too. This is not done. And all of that little bit of swing has allowed both Harley Scuffle and Frankie Barroso now to back on to the back of that group. And it's really a 6-car scrum going for it. Look at that group up front. So close. Then that little gap back to Chris Clark. And then Bob Miller behind him, Marcos Vento. There's that beautiful blue car. So he's actually worked his way up now into the top 10, Marcos has, after that off. No change through 10 and 11. Gibbons, he's turning in a little earlier to corners and the like. And that can mean that his car is actually hooked up a little better, or it can mean that he's actually, when you turn in early and pinch things, you're taking more out of the tires than you want. But wow, did the two of them get a run? Look at the gap, folks. Did they get a run out of that last turn? And in and through turn 1, suddenly that gap has ballooned. I don't know if that was Noah Harmon just having a little mistake and everybody behind checking up. Yeah, Noah's getting freight trained now. John Rodat has just sliced through, and Noah is under potential here of losing another spot to the 45 of Harley Scuffle. Sometimes you make a little mistake and then it just gets you out of your rhythm and it takes you a little while to get back to it. Boy, I'll tell you, or maybe it might be Noah Harmon's. Maybe he's got a cut tire. Maybe when he ran wide and locked up, he may have got a big flat spot on that tire. Now there's a vibration going through the car, or maybe he just picked up a lot of junk on those tires, and it could take corners to clean those marbles, those little balls of rubber off of a hot race tire. Whatever the issue is, yeah, Harmon's struggling. He's just getting out of the way now, so something has gone terribly wrong for Noah Harmon. What a shame. Started back in the 6th spot and was up to 2nd by the end of the first lap. That's frustrating. You know you have a fast car, and because of whatever happened, look at this. These two leaders now, it was 1.5 seconds last time by. And you can see Radat and Scuffle having a battle. That now the white car is Frankie Barroso, your points leader, now up into 5th as a result. And looks like, oh, what a shame. Noah Harmon, you could see he was struggling, and yeah, he did. He ducked into the pits. And he was trying to get out of everybody's way. So he had something happen. Maybe that lockup went right to the cords and he started to have a tire going down. Who knows? But man, what a drive he put on. And now we've got things breaking into little groups of 2. Burris and Gibbons, Radat and Scuffle, Barroso and Schweid. There you can see the first group of 2, the second group of 2, third group of 2. And then it's Chris Clark and Marcos Vento trying to recover here. And we've got a little traffic that they're going to be dealing with too here in short order. And it really all depends. If you catch the traffic on the front straight or the back straight, usually, and the flagger's doing a great job of signaling with those blue flags, check your mirrors, faster traffic coming, of people able to get out of the way. But if you catch them in these twisty serpentine bits, you know, they can't just hit disappear button, and that's when it can cause you some serious issues here. So far it looks like, well, I think Ventos is the guy who got hung out a little bit. Boy, what a tough race for him, because he was fairly close to the back of Chris Clark, and now he's well back of Clark. 15 minutes left in this one. And Burris just turning a 147.8. Gibbons a 48 flat. Radat a 48.2. Scuffle a 48.1. So he's really starting to put the pressure on Radat. Frankie Barroso just turned his best lap, a 148.115, as he sits in that fifth spot with a scant lead over the 198 of Matt Schweid. Here we go, into turn 6. And it looks like Gibbons had a little bit of a problem in the 3-4 and then runs way wide at the exit of 6. So Gibbons, it's like he is struggling a little bit now. And it may be that, and remember, he had that big lockup early in the race going into turn 8, and that may have generated a little flat spot on that car. And if it doesn't go to the cords where it starts to deflate, if the flat spot's severe enough, what happens, you get two things going on. One, you get one hell of a vibration through the car, because that tire now isn't round anymore completely, and it just vibrates. But the other thing is when you go to brake, as that tire under the braking, that rotates, and then the pavement finds that flat spot, and they match up, and it tends to lock up again a little bit. So that can mean you've got to modulate your braking a little bit better. But this battle for the final spot on the podium is on, as Harley Scuffle all over the back of Radat right now as they head down the front straight. Let's see if he's going to be able to do something. He's the red car behind that black car. Nope, not into turn 2. And Burris has got another lap car here. Again, all depends on when you catch him. There's the white car of our points leader, Frankie Barroso, chased by that blue and black car of Schweid. Then the orange car of Clark. Oh, Burris, that's not going to help. Burris, that car in front of him, he lost the lead. That was I think the car in front was trying to help, and Burris, it caught Burris out. And then that car ended up driving off the track. So Burris now has not only lost the lead, that killed his momentum, and meanwhile Radat behind is defending on Scuffle. Wow, this is intriguing here. Yeah, I think that may have been a lap car, actually. I don't know. No, I think that is. Yes, that is absolutely Gibbons with a big lead. Oh, and a car has run wide and jammed into the tire, into the cones down there at the exit of turn 15, jammed in between them. But Gibbons comes through, and here we go. Scuffle heading down into turn 1, got position, dives to the inside of Radat. Radat, though, outbrakes him as Scuffle off the best braking line and had to give it up. But Burris's last lap, a 151.8 to Mark Gibbons' 48.7. And that immediately transpires into a 2-second lead. More importantly, Frankie Barroso, the point leader from Frankie's perspective, has now joined the three-car battle, Burris, Scuffle, and Raudat. But we saw Todd Burris, he was able to run Gibbons down. And now the question is, you know, did Burris is sitting back in that second and third, did it allow him to keep a little extra tire? And Mark Gibbons right now, knowing that his car maybe isn't quite as good in terms of grip as Burris, with this margin, right now Gibbons is clear of the draft. Burris is not going to be getting a draft, but he sure is going to be giving one to John Raudat. So we'll see if Gibbons on his own has the pace to just drive away here. I'll tell you, one of the guys who is looking good out there in terms of speed is Marcos Ventos. Yeah, Schweid, Chris Clark. Chris Clark has run down Schweid here. Schweid's dropped off just a little bit. Oh, and they're working lap traffic again, and this is exactly where Burris does not want to catch lap traffic. Through turn 4 and 5, they actually worked out okay. That car in front got through that section of track quick enough, and Burris actually able to get a little bit of a toe off of him. I think heading down into turn number 6, and I think that helped him close down that margin. And I think it might be Scuffle getting caught out by that lap car. Again, that lap car, you can't just hit the disappear button. And if you're in the twisty bits, it can just hang somebody out a little bit. But Burris, look at the margin. He used that draft a little bit, and now it was right back on the back of Gibbons. And you can see Gibbons' car there just flat sliding. And look at this. This is Barroso and Scuffle having their own little duel for that 4th spot. Tell you what, Frankie Barroso, who started back in 9th, he has just been relentless in his trying to move up, do the best he can for points here. And the next race starts on, is the finishing order of this race sets the grid for the next race. And with Barroso now up in, there he is, the white car up into that 5th spot and not too far off of the back of Scuffle for 4th. And speaking of off the back, Todd Burris attacking down into turn number 1. And it was covered nicely, but you could tell Gibbons' car, I mean, Gibbons just ran a 48.7 and Burris a 47.3. So Gibbons' car, I think that lockup, the tires are just gone. And we have 7.5 minutes left to go. So let's see what Burris, if and when he's going to try something. Heading into turn 6 right now. Not quite there. John Raudat right with them. Then a little bit of a gap back to Scuffle. There he is in the red car. Then there's Barroso in that white car. And you can see Gibbons understands what's happening. He defends a little bit. Just gets in the, not all the way to the middle. He doesn't want to give you a free run around the outside. He's just going to move over a bit. And basically the message there is, oh, look at this. Chris Clark gets a run on Schweid coming through turn 8. And that the orange car of Clark, I think, has position. Schweid trying to stay with him, work the outside through 10. And you really can't run side by side through 11 or 12. And Chris Clark moves up now into the 6th spot. And look at the tight exit line of Gibbons onto the front straight. He just pinned it to the inside, telling Burris, I'm not giving you the opening here. If you're going to do it, you have to go the long way around. Oh, and a lock up by Rodat. See that smoke right down there into turn number 2. Wide trying to come back on Clark, and he's got position right there, middle of your screen, that blue car. Now, can Clark stay parked around the outside? Oh, this is so close. That's going to get Schweid offline, but Schweid is going to have the inside, that little flick through 5, and Schweid back up now into the 6th spot. But that little side-by-side exchange, when you're running side-by-side through a corner, neither of you is running the fastest line through the corner, right? And so what happens in these little underpowered momentum cars, you lose all your momentum. And look at the gap now that the white car of Barroso has, sitting in 5th spot, back to Schweid and Clark. And that was just all because of them being side-by-side. Speaking of that, Burris runs wide. Rodat is through, and Scuffle might be taking a run at him as well. So Burris suddenly, little error down into turn 8, and he drops to 3rd. He hangs on to it, defends. Scuffle, thinking about it, into turn number 12, and no, just couldn't quite make it work. But look at Burris trying, a lock up there by Rodat, and Burris sweeps the outside through 14. Rodat locked up into 13, and Burris pounced in 14 and right back into 2nd. And here comes Frankie Barroso down to the inside of Rodat. Again, that little bit of lockup and the momentum. There's the white car Barroso. Clear through into turn 1, defends into 2. And he's got to remember, when you tighten that entry up into 2, you can run wide in 3, and he covers that beautifully. But that, once again, gives Gibbons a little bit of a break. Every time the pack runs Gibbons down, and his car is not great, every time they run him down, somebody makes a little mistake and overdrives it. And now it's Burris sitting back in that 2nd spot, but Scuffle is 3rd, Barroso is 4th, and Rodat is 5th. Wow, what a compelling race this has been. And Barroso now has to defend on Rodat. As Rodat gets a really good run through 6, Barroso has to defend to the inside. And now that inside line is going to work as it gives him the better run through turn 8. Rodat, though, squares up, tries to come down on the inside, and Clark continues the duel with Schweid, just heading out of your shot right now. What a battle they're putting on. Watch here, into 12. I've been watching through 10 and 11. Burris is much closer. White flag is coming out. One more lap to go. And again, Gibbons way down to the inside, making sure Todd Burris knows, if you're going to try this, you're going to go the long way around. Scuffle solidly into 3rd now with Barroso 4th, Rodat 5th. Schweid hanging on over Chris Clark for 6th and 7th. Marcos Ventos fighting his way back into 8th. EJ Tamayo in 9th, and Alfredo Zidane in the 5th spot. But coming through turn 3, 4, and now 5, Burris is there. Half a car length between he and your leader, Gibbons. Final lap. What kind of drama are we going to see? Gibbons protecting, and now Burris weaving and bobbing, trying to get into Gibbons' head. He knows Gibbons has a car that's not working great, and he might be trying to have him just miss that braking point a little bit, lock up again. They are through now into the run into turn 8. Watch for it. You can see big defense on the right side of our screen by Gibbons, driver's left. Really careful on the brakes here, not allowing any kind of a mistake, but they both push super hard. They both run wide. Down to the inside goes Scuffle. I think he's just taken that 2nd spot away from Burris. He has. And that might give Gibbons just enough for him to be able to deal with something here into 10 and 11. Here we go, into turn 12. It is a 5-car scrum. Here we go. It is Gibbons leading. Now with Scuffle in second, Burris third, Barroso fourth. Here we go, to the line they come. What's it gonna be? It is going to be Gibbons winning over Scuffle. Burris hangs on to third, Barroso from 9th to 4th. That's a huge point save by our points leader. And then John Rodat, who was as high as second at a couple of points, finishes 5th. Schweid was able to break Clark a little bit on that last lap. For 6th, Clark is 7th. Ventos, what a fight back by Marcos, up into 8th. EJ Tamayo 4th. And on the last lap, the 192 of Jesse Singer slips through on Alfredo Zidane and grabs that final spot in the top 10. Whoo, yeah. Pro Spec Miata, folks. It truly doesn't get much better than that. Top 3, Gibbons, Scuffle, and Burris are going to be making their way down the podium trophy celebrations. They do one after the Pro Spec Miata races. Wow. I got to tell you, I hate not having the racing continue, but on one level, I am grateful for this because I'm spent with such. We had a Formula FARA race that was excellent, and now this Pro Spec Miata race. The old voice could use a little bit of a break. And I'm happy for it. I don't care how raspy I am when this one ends. I am all over this. It is so fun. So right now, folks, we are going to head into our lunch break. We're just about 5 minutes behind really getting into the lunch break. And again, at 12:05 was when it was scheduled to start. We're just about 12:12 right now. They've already started some of the gridding for the Enduro and the third sprint race for our GT and prototype cars. At 12:35, the grid will open for 20 minutes for the grid walk, where all of you fans can come down and walk out on the pre-grid, get in and amongst those cars, look at them closely, talk to the drivers. When we start announcing to clear the grid, please do so as quick as you can. We appreciate that. Safely, but be as quick as you can about it. And at 1 o'clock is the scheduled start for our GT and prototype Sprint 3, first half hour of the 2-hour Enduro. That's how it works. If you've if you're in for the 2-hour Enduro at the 30-minute mark, when they put the flag down, the flag out for the sprint drivers to complete, you just keep on racing. The sprint drivers complete that lap and head into the pits. So that's scheduled to go from 1 to 3, but we're on lunch break. And please, folks, we've got some food trucks with some absolutely exceptional chow here on the in the paddock. Head on over there and get something to eat from these food trucks. There's an ice cream truck there as well. They also have, I think, hot dogs and the like, but they've got gelatos and ice cream and frozen ices. And there's always some absolutely amazing food in those food trucks. There is a shaded area in between in the media center, a little sort of breezeway that you can come on over, sit outside where there's some shade. I think they also have some tarps up by some of these vendors where you can maybe get some shade and grab a bite. And remember, the Full Send sim rig, 2 simulators inside that black Full Send Sims trailer down there, where you can get in, drive this track. And I think the car they have set up to drive the track is a Ferrari 488 GT3 car. So yeah, that is big fun, no question about that. So all of that on tap during our lunch break. I do. Okay. This one. Greg Speed. Okay. Thank you. And while we're in the lunch break, we were speculating, of course, about Ashland Speed And was she part of the Scott Speed, that family of motorsports people? And she is not. And Greg Speed was listening, and this is great. Greg said she is not related to Scott Speed, although he did. Scott Speed said that they could call themselves cousins, but Greg said Ashlyn is the daughter of 1992 Team USA Paralympic wheelchair sprinter Greg Speed. So, Greg, thank you so much for letting us know on that. Appreciate that very, very much. And tell you what, you can see whether it may not be Scott Speed and car competition, but Paralympic wheelchair sprinter, that is some serious competitive spirit there, and clearly that has passed down to daughter Ashlyn. And man, she put in a really fighting battle out there. That was some great, great stuff for Ashlyn. So nice to have her here in that Formula FARA category. In an update, all GT and prototype teams, they are now planning the formation lap will start right at 1, the formation lap at 1. And as soon as all the cars are in position, the grid walk will start. So everybody can be ready for that. Enjoy your lunch break. Once again, make sure that you check out the food trucks. The food is fabulous, folks. Just amazing. And then you can grab an ice cream. It's a great dessert. And then go hop on board one of the full Send Sims, race a Ferrari 488 GT3 around this track here, and check it out. Big thank you. I got to just say it again to all of FARA's 24 season partners: Chicago Atlantic Group, Fixie Wheels, Mission Foods, Colosso, Garage Living, Rue Helmets, Headquarter Mazda, Pilsen, and the Race Taylor, and of course our official tire, Hankook Tires. Thank you, and thank you, folks. too brief, but we do need to ask if you would now start please clearing the grid. We are trying to get this one going and as quick as we can. So if you can clear the grid for us as fast as you safely can, we would very much appreciate it. We've got a 2-hour enduro, the first half hour of which will serve as the third of 4 sprint races for our GT and prototype categories. The way it works is we get that half-hour mark, and a still flag is shown. That lets the drivers that are signed up for the sprint only that they have completed their race. They just continue at some speed around the track and then make their way into pit lane, and the rest of the folks stay out and continue for the duration. So that's what's going to be coming up. All right, ladies and gentlemen, the engine's coming to life here. So we are getting ready to go racing. And again, this is a combination race, if you will. The first 30 minutes for the teams and drivers that are running just in the sprint, and the full 2 hours for the drivers and teams who are running in the Enduro. And they are getting ready to set sail. So let's take you through our starting lineup. They will be starting the prototype cars up front in this one. This is the one race this weekend where the prototypes and GT cars run together. So on the overall pole and on the FP or FARA Prototype 2 pole will be the winner of race 2, excuse me, the 14 of Manny Sanchez. Starting in the second spot, the 11 of Drew Altman, who is on the pole in FP3 as the result of winning FP3 in round number 2. Starting in the third spot will be the 100 of Milan Mac Lewis, second in FP2, and was really quick in his steadfast racing Ligier, but just had a couple of offs. He'll be joined by the car that will start second in FP3, the number 5, Jimmy Crawford, for steadfast racing. Starting in the fifth spot, third in FP3, the number 9 of Gabriel Zdarczyk, and he is driving for Manny Sanchez Racing. Starting in the sixth spot, the driver that is the lone entrant in the FP1 category and qualified faster than anybody else in the qualifying sessions, but has had a couple of problematic races. Number 25 of Robert Haub and Martin Bruhat in the Fellner Motorsports Praga. And then the number 29 of Teddy Alvarado and another of the remarkable Wolf Thunder chassis like the one Manny Sanchez is driving for FMS Motorsport. So that is your starting lineup for the prototypes. And now we move to the starting lineup for the GT cars. On pole, it's the Andy Pilgrim and David Tuati, number 68.3 for TLM Motorsports. Starting second, the team car, the 68 of Evan Stamer. Starting third will be the, these are all GT1A cars. Third will be the number 16 of Stefan Orbendorf, who had a tremendous drive up through the field at race 2. Starting fourth, the 29 of Miguel Angel Marcano. And then starting in the fifth spot on the pole in GT1B, the 87 Porsche of Marc Julien. Starting second in GT1B will be the number 4 of Michael Manella in his MCR Racing Porsche. Starting in the seventh spot on the GT2A pole will be the Ansa Motorsports KTM of Philippe and Camilo Rezic. Starting in the eighth spot will be the 73 of Yosef Hakem for Ansa Motorsports in the GT1B category, starting third in that category in one of those remarkable KTMs, this one, the GTX. Starting in the ninth spot, second in GT2A will be the 55 of Fabio Escorpione, and that is one of the Ginettas. Starting in the 10th spot, another Ginetta. This is the one, number 60, Adolfo Rossi and Aline Cipriani will be pairing up in that one. Starting 11th spot on the pole in GT2B will be number 84 of Manny Gomez in the Palm Beach Tactical Racing machine. Starting in the 12th spot, the number 53, the beautiful Ferrari F430 of Gary Young, second in GT2B for GY Racing. Starting in the 13th spot, fourth in GT2A, the number 172 of James Hamad for Tuati Lira Motorsports. Starting in the 14th spot, number 14, Charlton Holmes, fourth in GT1B for Extreme Velocity Motorsport. Starting in the 15th spot, the number 132 of Sophia Basler. That's fifth in GT1B and her TLM Racing Porsche. Starting in the 16th spot is the number 76. That's Nicholas Karangelen in the number 5 spot for GT2A in his Orbit Porsche. Starting in the 17th spot is the number 12, David Lira. Third in GT2B. Starting in the 18th spot, the number 47 of Justin Levine, fourth in GT2B. Starting in the 19th spot, the number 17 of Roberto Dalla Costa, sixth in GT2A. Starting in the 19th spot, the number 77 on the pole in GT3A, the Marco Pisa Rick Tamarian ATAC Racing Fuel Tech car. Starting in the 21st spot will be the 18 of Jonathan Salerno, second in GT3A for Corsa Technique Motorsport. Then starting in the 22nd spot, third in GT3A, the number 59 Paulino family of Matt and Juan Paulino entry. Starting in the 23rd spot will be As we're green, we're going to jump right to the start here. The prototypes have picked up the green. We are racing down into turn one as the GT field is starting to make its way onto the front straight. It looks like Manny Sanchez able to hang on at the sharp end here. And here's the start for the GT cars, and they are side by side, those two bright orange TLM Racing Porsches. A big lunge by Michael Manella. He was aggressive in the start in race 2. He's doing it again here in race 3. Couldn't make that quite pay off. Now, field working its way through turn 4 and 5. Those two TLM Porsches easing away from Oberndorfer. Then it's Miguel Marcano, but a great launch by Michael Manella, as I think he has gone around and picked up the lead in the GT 1B category. That he has. A couple of cars late starters or had issues in that opening lap. Meanwhile, the prototypes, as we watch the GT cars heading onto the back straight, prototypes coming through. And it's a nice start by Teddy Alvarado, who's gone from 7th on the grid already up into, I think, the 4th spot. Still Sanchez leading away. Drew Altman in that absolutely stunning chrome green SRX, an FP3 car, sitting in that 2nd spot. Then Milan Lewis in the gray FP2 entry, the 100. He's feeling that pressure already, though, from Teddy Alvarado. They are in the same class. And I believe it is Andy Pilgrim starting in the 68.3 car with Evan Stamer in the 68. And Stefan Oberndorfer, then Michael Manella did indeed jump Mark Julian on that start. Leading in the GT2A category, the 47X of Felipe and Camilo Rezic. That's one of those KTM cars. Very much look like a prototype, but they're actually a GT car. And prototypes coming up on the back of a car that had a problem on the pace lap, I think. And the question is, where are our top 2 in the prototypes? Oh, Manny Sanchez limping into pit lane after starting on pole, and we may have a new leader here in the GT category. For just a minute, it looked like Evan Stamer had nosed ahead of Pilgrim. But Drew Altman, I would have thought, with Sanchez into the pits, I would have thought Drew Altman would have picked up the lead, but he is showing well down the order. So big developments, big drama here in the early going. Here's that battle between the GT 1A leaders, those two TLM, the Tuati Lira Motorsports cars. Then a little bit back is Oberndorfer in that white Porsche. And they are coming up, dealing with some lap traffic right now. These were a couple of cars that had some issues. They're just turning in as the Burgundy Michael Manella leading in GT1B. There is Mark Julian, who just didn't get the kind of start we would have imagined. Here comes, boy, these guys are dueling. And I'm watching the lap times. It's not like they're off of the lap times that they're capable of running here. Like they're just out there playing. They are driving hard. I wonder if that's David Tuati who might have been starting that car and having Pilgrim finish. And for me, one of the questions here is looking at Mark Julian. He's running 132s. And normally you would expect him to be a fair bit quicker than that. But his best time in the previous race was a 132 flat. Same for Manella. So Manella just getting the jump and able to get going a little bit better. And this is one of the things about why a car might be quicker than another car a little bit earlier in a race. Oh, we've got a battle for the overall lead right now. Teddy Alvarado coming onto the front straight. All over the back of Mac Lewis. Lewis leading. And remember, last year he was racing a GT3 car, GT3 class car here. And now he's in a prototype, and Alvarado getting a run down into turn number 3. You tried to use a car as a pick. Now Lewis on the inside, Alvarado through 4. Watch this, gonna try and ramp the outside, and Lewis just has to give it up. But for Milan Lewis, what a feeling that must have been a year ago in the GT3 category. And now look at him make a move, diving to the inside of Alvarado, trying for the overall lead back. And he's got a car right in front of Alvarado, but finally has to give it up once again. But for Milan to be leading overall here in the FARA Enduro, man, what a feeling that must be for this guy. What a story. Yeah, Mark Julian right now is rather consistently running laps in the mid-132s and Manella in the 130s. And what I was getting at about the tires is if you have a little bit more aggressive setup on your car, the tires will heat up a little quicker, and the car, as a result, will come to life a little quicker. Remember, the suspension, the setup on the suspension is revolved around a certain tire pressure, and that tire pressure happens with heat. Problem is, if you have that aggressive setup on the car, yes, it'll fire up a little bit quicker, but then the tires can go off a little bit quicker, and then the car that's got a little less aggressive setup on it, tires might stay under that car, not overheat for a longer period, and ultimately over the course of the race be faster. And sometimes it's like, all right, I didn't get a great qualifying, I got to be aggressive early. So you put on that little more aggressive setup with the understanding that you may have to backpedal a bit during the race to save the tires, but at least you get into good track position. Now we have an extra spectator there watching right at the middle of the screen on the bottom. It is the Everglades, after all, so you'd expect a few reptiles to be part and parcel of all of this. Here's that GT battle heading into turn number 6 once again, and they got split just a little bit in the traffic, and that's where that gap now has built up a little. And they're coming up on the back of, I think that is the number 5 that had a problem right at the start of the race. Of course, that's Jimmy Crawford. And is that one of the KTMs making its way into the pits? Hate to see that. Those are such trick cars. And again now, the second of those TLM Porsches gets hung up in traffic. 3 abreast at the exit of turn 15 down the front straight. Oh, a big slide coming out of 14. I'm not sure how that BMW did not go around. That was a brilliant save. That's the 111 of Zoltan. And that car has just been really loose for Zoltan Wallace in every race. I've been watching him out of 6, out of 8. And that car, it just rotates. And if you look at the car in a fairly level shot, it's got an immense amount of rake in it. Back end is way up in the air. The nose is down, and that tends to be a recipe for huge rotation. And maybe he's trying to deal with an inherent push. You know, a front engine car oftentimes is just naturally, the weight wants to continue to go straight. so it picks up a little bit of a push. And the only way he can get it to rotate a little bit is to pin the nose and get the back of the car up in the air a little bit. But I think they may have over-exaggerated the amount on that, because that car is dancing like crazy out there. It's going to be a handful, especially if he's running the Enduro. And what a charge through the field by the 25, the Praga, that have worked their way from back in the starting order a little bit, auguring their way through the field. That's the Felder Motorsports entry of Haub and Bruhat. And he just got through on Milan Lewis, so they now have picked up second overall and have 8 seconds to make up if they want to get to the overall lead. There they go, that white Praga in front of that gray, battleship gray Ligier. And then we've got, we've got one of our TLM cars, it looks like, has pulled off. You can see it driver's right there. You can see it to the left of the screen of the track, but that would be the driver's right of the track. They have pulled over. Not exactly sure what may have precipitated that, but that is not great news. Not sure which car that is. We'll find out next time they come through. Here comes, I think that is the number 68 of Evan Stamer. Because here comes the team car down the front straight. Yep, that is the 68 of Stamer that's parked, because the Tuati Pilgrim 68.3 has there it goes, just whistling down through turn 1 and into turn 2. We have huge packs of cars. Look at this scrub coming at us here. 2-3 abreast, under braking down into turn 6. And that is one heck of a battle that's unfolding right now, as Mark Julian has closed up on the back of Manella. And now here's that big group heading down into turn number 8. Ooh, that was a nice over-under on that Porsche. I think that may have been Miguel the Marcanos. Miguel Marcano Sr. and Jr. are driving that car now. That's the 08. So there's your overall leader, Teddy Alvarado. And watch for that white prototype coming through right here. Here he comes. Let's see what that margin is. Remember, last time it was 8 seconds. And still 8. He got pinned up in traffic a little bit. His previous lap was almost 2.5 seconds quicker than Teddy Alvarado's. I haven't seen Stamer. He's all right. We've got a replay coming to you folks as well. Check this. Oh yeah, hey, there it is. That's the number 5, and he's had a problematic start to the race. Jimmy Crawford. He was second in FP3 in the second race, but he had a problem on the pace lap. When he came by and picked up the green, he was way behind the field. And that's an easy thing to do. It's a classic little mistake. You're trying to open the arc through turn 8 because you know how important it is to get out of there and up on to that back straight. And so you open it up, you move as far to the right as you can, and he moved just a little bit too far. Those right side tires picked up that little bit of dirt. He just dropped them off the edge. And that was that. Around he went, and it does happen just that fast. Wow, I think our Praga once again, I think, massively balked in traffic. I think this gap is going to have blown up here well over. Yeah, wow, 14 seconds. He ran a 1:35.5. So they had a little issue somewhere on that last lap, whoever's driving that car. I've got to believe that was a quick spin and continue for them. And one of the joys about multi-class sports car racing is the race never settles. The race never settles really into a boring rhythm when you've got lots of cars with different speed potentials out on the track. And that's what, you know, makes it exciting, because you can actually get caught up in another car's battle. You can get blocked in traffic, or you can use another car as a pick and make big gains and do it in pretty short order and take some big advantage here. And really sad to see of the problem, obviously, for Stamer, because he had been undefeated thus far. Or in the first race had a big win. He and Andy Pilgrim had a heck of a battle in that second race. And so right now, Stefan Obendorf, remember, he started middle of the pack for race 2, fought his way up to the podium. That helped him start near the front. He now sits second in class and doing an absolutely superb job right now. Really, really impressive what Stefan Obendorfer is doing right now. And I'll tell you, Michael Manella is just continuing to put down the laps. So that number 87 Porsche that has been so fast so often here, undefeated at the first round, finds itself struggling just a little bit. And the interesting thing here, and I want to bring in Ryan. Ryan, this is an interesting deal because, of course, the first 30 minutes of this is for the sprint guys. And the guys that are going for the endurance race, well, they want to make sure that the car lasts, but they are also potentially, they can get scored for the sprint race if they're entered in that. So that's really walking a tightrope. How hard do you go early here and maybe hurt the tires?
I think you have to try, right? You've got to at least put a little bit of effort in to try and get everything working the way you need it to. It's almost, interestingly enough, we're here at Homestead-Miami, it's almost like the stage system that NASCAR uses right now. We're not going to stop the race, is my understanding.
No, that continues.
You are going to be getting points for the sprint championship in the middle of the race. So I think you have to. If it's me, if you are trying to participate in the sprints, I think you have to get the points. And if you start to fade towards the back half of the Enduro, well, I think everybody's going to fade. You know, and then it's another thing where we've only had one round. I think it's still up in the air.
Right.
I think you push as hard as you can all race. If you're in 8th right now and you give the sprint point up, okay, cool. Maybe the rest of the season at Sebring, we'll try a little harder for the Enduro.
By the way, we got a driver off right there at the just about the midpoint of that long arcing turn 3, and he's just sitting there, and that would be in an impact zone. Somebody, a little bit of contact there, so we'll see what's going to happen. Yeah, I mean, I think you're right. The thing is that as soon as you get to your fuel window, if you're going to refuel and you're planning on doing a tire change,
right? Well,
then you get in as soon as you get into that fuel window, put those fresh tires on, then you modulate a little bit and run your Enduro. But yeah, if you're in the sprint championship and you're looking at the points, that's pretty much a gimme. I'll tell you, the car that's not going to have anything left in about maybe another 10 minutes is the number 111 going by us right now of Zoltan Wallace. Once again, that's the car we were talking about that's got the massive rake with the rear end way up in the air. And every time he picks up the throttle, the car slides. And I think he is rooting those tires in very, very quick order.
It's warm out there, Greg. The pavement is pretty hot. The wind is a lot more calm today than it was yesterday, so it's allowing the heat to get in and kind of bake everything. We've had a lot less cloud cover than we had yesterday.
That's a biggie.
The whole first half of yesterday, we had, consistent cloud coverage over the track, and it did get a little bit sunnier towards the end of the day, but here today, there's barely been a cloud out over the circuit, so surface temperature has been extremely hot as we come to a full gear. I would imagine it was for that vehicle that was stricken at turn 3. We have bashed both emergency vehicles to go and recover that race car. So hopefully we are able to get back going under green in quick order with 4 minutes and 52 seconds left in the sprint. Now, Greg, we've just had another wrinkle to this, right?
Yes, we have.
If you've saved tire for the first 30 minutes here and you've kept them a little bit as cool as you can, obviously, we're going to bunch the field up here under yellow. So if you save and you've got tires ready to go and the people in the head, you know, the 29, the 25, oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, the 29, the 25, the 68, if they've been burning the tires off trying to win the sprint here, they're now doubly, you know, in the danger zone because they've burned the tire, and the people that didn't burn the tire are going to be right behind them. So
yeah, and I mean, you know, you think too, Michael Manella, who had driven hard early and opened up that margin in GT1B over perennial front runner Mark Julian. Maybe Mark went, well, I'm gonna take it a little easy here, and he may have great tire. And that 8-second deficit just goes away,
right?
And that's the risk. The other one is going to be, you know, looking at Stefan Oberndorfer's time. He's been very quick. I don't know he's been David Tuati, Andy Pilgrim quick,
right?
But he's been right there. Opportunity for him as well,
right? And
yeah, this is going to be fascinating to watch this play out. And I want to see where our there's a Scorpione, the Scorpiones, Fabio and Leonardi Scorpione in the GT2A Ginetta. They are second right now to the Crossbow, the KTM entry. But I'm wondering where the number 60, maybe they weren't able to start, the number 60 Ginetta. Yeah, it looks like they weren't, which is a shame because they were going to have an opportunity here. And, you know, and then there's the other side of this too. You know, one of, I did a lot of announcing and work over the years with Dorsey Schrader, and one of his favorite sayings was "Yellows beget yellows."
Yes, absolutely.
And you get everybody packed up, and you've been out. You know, you've had that feel of the tires, the slicks, grippy and sticky.
Right.
You go around and trundle around the pace car, and they cool off, and then you go hammering down into the first couple of turns again, and it's very frequent where somebody will get it a little wrong. And then you've got what David Hobbs likes to call a Grand Prix.
Yes, absolutely. I believe, was the 60, Greg, not the car that didn't finish the sprint yesterday?
Well, it had the engine problem.
Yeah.
But it did run in the second sprint today, I believe.
Okay.
So, and that, you know, I mean, Adolfo Rossi is really, they finished third in GT2A.
Okay.
But you know, when you have those kind of problems, so, you know, sometimes it sort of dominoes through the car, and maybe there was something else that finally gave way. And now coming over, as we're just sort of looking out of our window here as we're under caution, here comes that number 11, is Zoltan Wallace, or 111 is what he, and even there, he's under, that's a pace lap. Yeah. And the back end came out. I don't know, maybe he's just having fun with it, but
the stricken number 44 has now entered the paddock, so I imagine we will be going green this next time by. With a minute 37 left right now, I think we're going to have a one-lap sprint for the sprint points here, Greg.
It's going to be fun.
Yeah.
That's going to be fun. That's Alfonso Ruiz, the 44, and he's just been off pace. He races, he and Isabella Abreu are racing in the GT4A category, and Alfonso has just been seconds off pace. And clearly something's not quite right in that car right now. And while we're in this scenario here, I want to look at some class battles here.
Yeah.
Michael Manella over Julian, and then Youssef Hakim and Nico Jamin. Oh boy, when Nico gets on board that KTM, he is wickedly fast. And this is going to help because it's packing them up. And so, you know, whenever they hit that fuel window, you know Nico's going to get in immediately and bring it home. Youssef running the sprints portion, that's an opportunity for him. Honda Wars, the 718 of Roca and Garcia, they weren't that far ahead anyway of the 725 of Moses Cordero and Carlos Lazaro, and Wilbur Perez, Richard Perez are right in there. So that's going to bring that right back into the mix here. So this is going to get really, really interesting here in a hurry. I think you're absolutely right. Showtime, folks.
Absolutely.
Here we go.
We're going to have the bright green prototype leading the field to the green here. We're going to have one lap to go. David Tuati gets a huge jump on the number 73 KTM. That KTM is going to have the legs down into turn 1, however. He's going to stay on the outside, I think better of it. Tucks in about 4th in line. The Janetta's on the inside, and David Tuati goes through to lead the GT cars. Certainly, that KTM got swamped on the start, started to get the legs underneath it, and then was just not on the racing line. Is still going backwards in the field right now as they come into turn 4. You can see that car that's just not in the row going to pull in behind the orange and blue Porsche right there. That car's very off the pace.
Well,
now they
and
picked it up. There we go.
That first orange and blue Porsche, I think that's Stamer, who is now trying to get his laps back.
Okay.
After he was stopped. The second blue and orange car with more blue, that's the Tuati Pilgrim car that's technically leading the race.
Yep.
Easy to get them confused, believe me.
Absolutely.
It's going to be interesting, too, to see. I'm watching for those that white prototype, and where is he in relation to Teddy Alvarado here? And there he is. He's just now coming out. There he is, up onto the banking at the exit of 8. And Teddy Alvarado is now down into turn 10, 11, and 12. So if Bruhat or whoever is behind the wheel, Haub, they've been able to run and clear traffic. They've been able to run a little bit quicker. The problem is that Praga, you see right now that the TLM Porsche kind of staying right with it. That's just because that Praga is so light. It just takes a long time for the tires to come alive in that car. You'd think, wasn't it a lot of downforce? Well, it's okay downforce, but it's super light. Right. And weight is one of the great things to generate heat in race tires in a hurry here.
That blue and orange Porsche has closed the gap to the white prototype ahead.
Here they come, right out of 4 and 5 now. And we are at 3 minutes left in the 30-minute run. So it's going to be pretty interesting to see how this is all going. How this is all going to play out. We just had a food delivery.
Excellent. From
the fine folks at FARA. That's a lot of alliteration, but I'm going with it. So this is going to be interesting here, and for Evan Stamer, who's the orange Porsche that looks like he's in the lead. As I go through our scoring, Evan is he's only down a lap now. So if he can, actually he's down 2 laps to the leaders, and he sat parked for a long time. But right now, that Praga just cannot shake the Tuati Pilgrim car.
And I'm pretty sure while we were down on the grid, David Tuati did get into that car.
He did? Okay.
So I would anticipate that we will have Andy Pilgrim in the car to finish the Enduro.
I kind of thought that would make sense to me.
Yep.
And Pilgrim, he's got a little bit of endurance racing experience.
You think he can run a 90-minute endurance race here?
I think he can sweat that out, yeah.
I think that'll be all right.
Boy, I'll tell you what, it is just Michael Manella in that burgundy number 4 Porsche is doing a standout job right now. I mean, Mark Julian has generally been untouchable in that GT1B category, and right now Julian cannot even get in touch with Manella. He's doing such a good job on board that car here. Trying to eyeball where some of our Honda Wars guys are, because at the restart they were covered by there we go, here's one, and there goes Isabella Abreu leading in the GT4A. There's the number 6, the Perez Honda Wars entry. So they're back just a little bit now after that restart. And you get so bottled up and caught up in traffic and the like, it becomes a little bit difficult here. And right now, Teddy Alvarado has built up about an 8-second lead back to Robert Haub. And David Tuati is keeping that Porsche on the exact same lap as those prototypes. So Stefan Orbendorfer, but I'll tell you, he just right now is not. Tuati is lapping in the 128s, Ryan. And at this point, Orbendorfer is in the 32s. And it's not like he's mired in traffic. I think Tuati, as the saying goes, has just found it.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm also watching Michael Manella, the number 4, and the number 87 of Mark Julian. They've actually stretched that gap out to 5 seconds. So on the last lap, Mark Julian had run about 1.5 seconds faster. But then in response, Michael Manella goes again about that same 1.5 seconds in return. So that
got
gap
the memo.
Stabilized at about 5 seconds. Unfortunately, we were watching that coming back to the green here. I don't think the tires were saved enough to overcome the pace advantage on that.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right. And, you know, the other guy that I thought might be able to take a little bit better advantage of this caution was Milan Lewis, who has shown some really good speed, but he just has not been able to make any big jumps here right now. And tell you what, I am just super impressed here with what David Tuati is doing. Oh, whoa, 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 whoa. The prototype almost got blocked. Tuati looks to the inside, down into turn 1. All right, couldn't quite get through here. It's just, this is a crazy stuff. And that prototype corners so much better.
Yep.
The GT car has more oomph. And that black car behind them both, that prototype, the Praga, had to almost, that's Isabella Brew, had to dynamite the brakes at the exit of 1. And Tuati just swung right, dove to the inside. Couldn't quite pull it off, but it was fun to watch. Putting on one heck of a show. And you know what that is? That's multi-class sports car racing right there.
It absolutely is.
And that's the joy of it. That's what makes it so fun. Here they come. And working around Zoltan Wallace. And look at this car as it exits. Look at the rake in the back of that thing. But it is the battle that is now chucking down that back straight. And it really isn't a class battle at all, but it's as entertaining. Oh, and Alvarez into the pits. Okay, there it is, the checkered and green flags. Checkered and green flags. That's the indicator. Whoops. That was Tuati.
That'll cost you a little bit of time.
Yeah, he got that pretty crossed up. But the checkered and the green flag flies. That means we have got to the end of the 30-minute sprint portion of the race. And if you have entered in the Enduro only or in the sprint and the Enduro, you keep on going. If you only entered in the sprint, it is time for you to make your way around. And the key here is that you've got to continue to run with a little bit of pace, because there are people still out there that are going to be racing for another 90 minutes. And if you just start lumbering around, that doesn't make friends in the paddock. So looks like everybody's doing a really nice job. And I got to give a shout out, because both Manella and Julian head into the pits. And Manella, I mean, Julian, up until this race, has been undefeated this season in that black and white number 87. And Manella just outdueled him today. That was a super run.
Yep. And it looks like both of those cars pulled into the paddock to conclude the sprint race. Of course, there is kind of a wait and see period here, Greg, as I learned last time, where we've got to see who is changing drivers and who is done.
Yeah, you got to give it a little cycle time here.
Yeah.
Is that the Orbendorfer 16 down in the pits? And I don't know if they're going back out, because you can do the Enduro solo. You don't have to change drivers.
Absolutely.
But the thing is, you see these cars dive into the pits right at the end of the race. Sometimes it's before they head it back, they just want to get tire pressures and temps and the like. So it really takes almost 2 laps for scoring to really cycle and us to know what's happening out there. But it's the first time I've seen that I've announced FARA now for last season and this, Stefan Orbendorfer, and guy's a shoe, man. It's great to have him as part of this championship.
So David Tuati did not pit last time by either. He has already passed the pit lane again, so I don't know if he's decided he wants to go longer. If they got note that Andy Pilgrim was in the restroom, I don't know.
Well, but it's also what's your fuel plan.
Right.
You know, if you stop now, you probably have to carry a lot more fuel, and that's weight. And so it's harder on the tires and the brakes and all that. And if they started a little light, so maybe they want Tawadi to go 45, 50 minutes, and then Andy takes it for an hour 10. And they're both a little quicker because they're running lighter fuel. There's so many. That's the joy about multi-class sports car endurance racing is it's a high-speed game of chess, but it's an endurance game of chess. And it's like, how do we want to approach this?
Right. The flip side of that is if you stop early, your fuel stop is going to be relatively short because you haven't used that much fuel.
Exactly.
If you stop late, you're going to be stationary in the pits for longer, but as you said, you're going to have more time with that lighter setting on the car. So you would imagine that David Tawadi, of course, having run other series as well, has a good idea of how he feels in the car, how it feels on full fuel, light fuel, etc. So I'd imagine he's got that dialed in just so. The number 16 is returning to the racetrack after having made a pit stop down at the TLM tent.
Actually, he's heading into the paddock.
Is he heading into the paddock?
That's his paddock, obviously, is on the west side of the paddock. So he's going down there and heading in, and now he's got another car that he's sort of facing here.
He was stationary in the pits for a while, so that's why I kind of assumed that like they're going to do pressures and then send it back out.
And the 59, the one of the Paulino cars, is in, and it's listed with 2 drivers. Now, you know that could be just for the sprint, too. You have one driver do each sprint, the other one does one. But now it looks like he might be heading back out on track. We'll keep an eye on that. Nope, he's heading into the paddock as well. So we're going to have to let things cycle here just a little bit.
A little bit longer. A little bit longer. It's one of the great things I've found about FARA is, again, relative to some other series that are out there, the atmosphere is a little bit more relaxed, right? You've got a lot more fans here than you would have at a similar level race. You've got food trucks. You've got a little bit of catering provided for the entrance. And because of the nature of this race, and not everybody's doing it, some people are just doing the sprint, etc., people are taking their times with the pit stop. Everybody's a little bit more relaxed. And at the end of the day, you've got a live racetrack that I think I said this last time too, there's a non-zero number of these folks that are like, hey, you know what? Another hour and 30 of track time, I'll take it. They may not even be particularly interested in endurance points at this point, but hey,
it's track time.
We're here, it's track time. I already paid, let's keep it going.
Well, and I think, like for Milan Lewis, this is only his 2nd race in this prototype. And he's got Jesse Gross as a teammate, and Jesse has gone into the car. I wouldn't be surprised if they stop again and Milan gets back into the car to just get him more time in this car. Because we've seen it, Ryan, in the sprint races, he's been really fast and then spins it.
Right.
And it's just a matter of, okay, you got to drive a prototype a little differently than a GT car. And he's showing the speed. He just is not at this stage but able to build that consistency. And that's just racecraft, and that's seat time.
And I think a tough track, too, to learn to drive a prototype on, especially a smaller one. It's very hot. The surface temperature is pretty darn high. You've got the prototype needing that grip, and if the tire comes unstuck, it doesn't necessarily matter how much downforce it is. Now, again, if you've got all the downforce and the tire is stuck in there, you're able to get the car gripped up and turn it really nicely. But the second the tire breaks away, you change the attitude of the car. The wind isn't moving over the wings and over the body in the way in which it was designed, because the car is now moving sideways. And there's not a whole lot you can do at that point. You can slide to some extent. A couple of these, there's a BMW M2 CS out there. There's a GT4 Porsche out there. Those a little bit less reliant on aero. It's not on a knife edge as much. I mean, there's still race cars at the end of the day on slicks. But in a prototype, when you've got, typically a little bit smaller car, a little bit less tire, but you're making tons of downforce, it really is on a knife edge, and learning to control that is what it is. That's the goal, right? And so being able to have the pro driver go out in the middle of the race, either be giving radio while he's in the car to the driver, hey, you're right, it is a little bit loose right here. This is what you need to do to combat that. Come back in, put the amateur driver effectively back in the car, and then be able to coach knowing what the track conditions are like right now.
Well, and that's it. And, during a long race, grip changes on the track. And you brought up a good point. I mean, we are racing. This is the first time we've done an enduro in the afternoon. Usually it's the end of the day. And even if it's a sunny day, late day, the sun gets lower in the sky, so it's not just beating directly onto the track. And that's why middle of the day you get the worst sunburns, right?
Right.
It's all angles. And so right now, this track is probably cooking.
Yeah.
And that really, and we've talked, it's an abrasive track. It's hard on tires, and it's wickedly hot. And that is going to make the tires a real sketchy proposition here, and you got to manage it a little bit. Oh, look at this, as our Praga trying to go around the outside of Tuati. Tuati has put Stamer another lap back down. He ran him down and passed him. And the Praga is just trying to stay with David Tuati here. And this is kind of an interesting little duel here. And this is for position, too, with that Praga. Because, with right as that, that Praga, and you would normally think that Praga would have driven away, and they just weren't able to do it. They were stuck in traffic. And remember, we talked about how that car takes a little longer for the tire to come up, and Tuati was driving so well and keeping it at bay. And now you would think that Praga should start to really be able to fly, but you can see it just doesn't have the straight line speed. Tries to make everything up in the corners, and I think it might be
down on power.
I think it's got an issue. Yeah.
And that's another angle here, Greg, where it's a hot day.
Yep.
If you've got a highly strung turbocharged motor, you're stressing a lot of stuff because it's getting very, very hot under the bodywork. Even in Formula One, at the pinnacle of the sport right now, if they come to Miami, if they're in the Middle East, you'll see that they have additional cuts on the engine cover to let more of that heat out because it's such a big deal. Everything's engineered for the most part for an optimal track day situation. And if you weren't anticipating it being this hot and you have it in a little bit colder weather configuration, which is marginally faster, then you could have that situation. Now, I will say the Praga did just go by, and it's bigger than the heat exhaust is bigger than I've ever seen on a Praga. It came by on the right. When it comes by again, Greg, you'll be able to see it as it comes right underneath us, and then the camera into turns 1 and 2, there's a big black panel on the engine cover that's got, I think, 4 or 5 cuts in it. And if that's not enough, then I don't know what else you can do, really. And that's, again, we're speculating, of course.
Of course, but I think it's pretty solid because it's clearly a little down on power. The other side of the coin is, we've talked about this, when it's hot like this, the air is thinner, so it's it's tougher to cool.
Yep.
But it also doesn't make as much power, but the aero's not as effective.
Yep.
And when the track is, we talked about this too, when the track is blistering hot,
right,
that half a foot off of the track surface, the air there is stunningly thin.
Super thin.
And it's like the nose is running at the top of Everest, and the back of the car is at sea level, and so it can mess the balance up on a car in a heartbeat.
Well, then that would be the answer too, why they weren't able to get around the 68.
Yep.
Because that 68, that's a big 992 Cup car. The Porsche Cup car nowadays, in the last 3 or 4 years, that's a big old car. That's punching a huge hole in the air. It's got an enormous splitter on the front. It's got a pretty big wing on the back.
Praga's coming in.
So I think they're having an issue here.
I think so too.
But
I think so too.
That would explain why, even when it had the pace, it wasn't able to get around him. Like we talk about all the time in IndyCar, you'll see it too. If you're drafting behind somebody, sure, you're going to gain a little bit on the straights, but when you get into the corner, the aero's not working because you don't have clean air in front of you. The door is open on the Praga in the pit lane.
It is a 2-driver scenario, but the question is, at this point, if it's hurting a little bit, how much do you want to risk damaging it even further? And they might just say, we're going to park it here. And was just watching the 100 of Milan Lewis and Jesse Gross coming out of the last turn and getting crossed up under acceleration. So I think the heat out there, this relentless sun, the heat on the track, all of that playing in to some of these very aero-sensitive cars, struggling just a little bit in these conditions here. And as you said, the bigger, heavier, less aero-dependent Porsches and the other cars just running fine.
Yeah, absolutely.
Like they do.
So we're about 45 minutes in here, give or take. we're starting to definitely get into the pit window for a lot of these vehicles. I know that cars are in different trims. They may not necessarily be their original homologation with the engine specs, but a lot of these cars, I would imagine, are between a 45 to 50 minute up to maybe 75, maybe 80 minutes if you're very careful.
I would agree, yeah.
Sort of fuel situation. So this is probably the earliest you could stop and still make it to the end. We did get a little bit of yellow, only about a lap or so though, so not
a ton, yeah.
But we're going to be coming up on legitimate green flag pit stops here for fuel for people who hadn't stopped yet. Some of the Honda Wars guys, I don't see any of them out there anymore. Those might run close to 2 hours on a tank of fuel. I would believe that. But like I said, a lot of these 911 Cup cars, GT4 cars, etc., about an hour is when you need to be thinking about what you're going to do fuel-wise. So the 25, Greg, has now pulled back onto the pit road. We'll see if they duck for the paddock. I would imagine so if they were having such a big issue. They were very off the pace. And they pass the paddock entry. There's one more paddock entry here. We're just picking them up, so it's the white blob on the screen in front of you. The black one is another prototype ahead of it.
Yeah, they're going out.
They're gonna go. So we're gonna have that's the 25.
The one in front is the 11 of Drew Adam. So they're getting after it again.
Yep.
Like to see that. And you were kind of eyeballing it. Were they doing any kind of a driver swap? Now the car coming out of 5 is flying. It just launched out of there. So, did they do a driver swap?
I didn't. I didn't
see either. Yeah,
I kind of in my head.
Maybe it was the driver overheating.
They stayed out with the car going slow a couple laps. My thought potentially was a heat warning came on, and it kicked into a fail-safe mode.
Oh,
and
there
they
you
thought,
go.
hey, you know what? If we're not running behind the Porsche, we can get it cooled down.
Yeah, the old limp home thing.
Right.
Yeah.
And then it didn't get cooled down. They came in and cycled it, and then now it's working. I don't know.
That could very well be because he's right behind Drew Adam right now, and they're both pretty full song here.
He's going to pull 5 or 6 car lengths here on the back straightaway. If we could get the S's camera, Ryan, that would be brilliant, as we're going to see that Praga has made the move on the back stretch, and you're going to see the speed advantage. And that black car moves just a little bit closer here through the S's, taking a little bit wider line. The Praga's going to come up onto the banking, and I believe we will see it here, Greg. The Praga's going to pull out several car lengths here on the front stretch, and indeed you can just see it there as they go down into turn 1. Those cars were less than a car length apart through the S's, and now that Praga way ahead.
Well, and the Praga is an FP1 car, and that other one is an FP3 car. Drew Adams has been driving it brilliantly.
Oh yeah,
but there is a difference simply in the horsepower.
Absolutely. In the sky. Anyway, there's a acrobatic plane. My apologies to the people, but if you are if you are at the track, if you look towards the NASCAR turns 1 and 2, there's what appears to be an acrobatic biplane flying about, which was just very distracting. I don't see that at a racetrack ever. Maybe it's an RC plane.
I think it's an RC plane.
I wasn't sure if it was an acrobatic plane far away, but then it made that twist. I'm like, that's probably closer to an RC plane. So. Anyway, that's visually interesting, but we've got interesting racing on the track as well.
Yeah, we do.
Very distracting, my goodness. I'm here as frankly, a gentleman commentator to Greg Kramer, who's a pro, and as a result, he's a little bit more professional and was curious why I had stopped speaking. So here we go. We're just watching the S's here, and this is the 2 TLM Motorsports Porsches. Again, this is not a battle for position. This is the one behind trying to get the lap back from David Tuwadi. That's the 68.3 and the 68 on your timing sheets. Of course, timing available on Race Monitor. If you go on to Google, if you're trackside and you want to know who's leading, etc., and you don't want to listen to us, go on your phone, you type in Race Monitor, you should be able to pull up the timing and scoring, and it gives a breakdown of all the entrants, their cars, what class they're in, lap times, the whole line. So that's available to sort of enhance your viewing experience here trackside. It's a hot one out here. I believe we've still got a few food trucks out there. I saw some Italian ice or shaved ice earlier. There's an ice cream truck, I believe, so it's a hot one. Stay hydrated, stay healthy. Go get yourself a lovely ice cream. That should be quite nice. The number 71 BMW 3 Series, it's the compact. Don't see a lot of those around, is returning to the track here just as we continue to follow the TLM battle to stay on the lead lap. Or I believe they're 2 laps down technically right now, trying to get back to 1 lap down. We're going to see the KTM come into the pit lane as well. So as I had spoken about earlier, we are now entering the pit window here for cars that intend to do the entire race. That number 71 is just going to be coming down into the turns 6 and 7 complex. If we could pick that up. A nice little car, and I think really speaks to the diversity you see here at FARA with regards to which vehicles we've had. We've had really exotic looking prototypes. We've talked about the Praga, etc. We've talked about the F4 cars here, a cost-effective way to run an open wheel Formula series. But at the end of the day, those are, a purpose-built racing car, and they are a little on the expensive side. But this BMW we're going to see here, it's going to be the 3rd car to traverse turn 8 here, just on the inside, giving lots of room to the 2 prototypes. That 3 Series compact is the spirit of endurance racing at this level, I believe, and is truly the type of class that I love, because it's something that you and your friends at home, you and a friend, if you want to split the car for the Enduro or for the sprints, can find one in the classifieds. You can find a Miata, you can find a 3 Series, you can find a 3 Series compact like this, which I think is E30 rear differential and stuff, so there's lots of racing parts available for them. Able to build that effectively in your garage. If you're handy with a welder, that helps with the cage. And you can get something that you can come out on track and have fun with and be in one of these competitive racing sessions, with Andy Pilgrim, which is really cool. On the same track. That's awesome. So
that's Patricio Fanulik, and he is at every FARA event. He just lives for this series as he comes down the front straight here. It just does an incredible job.
It truly is, like I said, it is the spirit of endurance racing at this level, and I love that there is still a place for that style of racing, and even here at FARA, it's available. So if you're a little gun-shy about even committing to a race car, FARA also provides the opportunity to come out for an HPDE, a high-performance driver education event, where you too can get on the track on the same weekend and start to ply your trade. Maybe you have a Toyota 86 at home in the garage. Maybe you have a BMW M3. Maybe you've got a Miata and you're not really sure, like, I've never driven on a racetrack before. What's that like? We can get that to you, and at a pretty reasonable cost as well.
And coaching.
And coaching, absolutely. Coaching available as well. It's very safe. You've got point buys, you've got instructors. Everybody's being watched very closely. They were making calls on, driving standards and people messing about in cockpits from the tower up here yesterday after we finished broadcasting. So they are on top of making sure everybody's being safe in the HPDEs, and that is a wonderful way to sort of get your feet wet.
And now they've created for the advanced drivers in the HPDE the Super Lap series, which is like a time attack.
It's a time attack, absolutely.
So that's cool.
So you can still, an HPDE, for those that don't know, it's practice basically. You're going out there, you are not supposed to be racing people at all. You're not trying to make passes, you're not going for the lead. You're out there learning the track, learning the correct line. You've got the instructors helping you out. If you decide you want to graduate up from that a little bit, but again, you don't want to go full bore into this car that you can't do anything with other than take to the racetrack, you can do the Super Lap series, and then it does become a competitive situation where you are battling for a lap time. But because you're only racing the clock and yourself, it's much, much safer. And then you can also watch yourself grow. And it's a great ladder, I think, to get people into the sport. I think it's really undersold, especially with the popularity of F1 in this country now. It's fantastic, don't get me wrong. But what gets published nowadays that I've seen is, well, if you want to get into racing, you've got to have a rich dad, and you got to start when you're 4, and you got to be go-karting every weekend. And then if you've got enough money, you go into F4, and then F3, and then maybe you move to Europe. And it's just this, like, lighting pallets of money on fire. that's not the only way to get into racing. You can get into racing by starting doing HPDs and getting it done, getting after it, having a good time. And if you're somebody who's fun to be around at the track, you may even find somebody at the track that's got a lower end car like the 71 that says, hey, you know what? You want to pay a little bit and we'll split the Enduro?
Yeah,
and you get your feet wet that way. It's a tremendous networking opportunity to get you into the sport that you love. If you're into cars, I think this truly is the pinnacle of being a car guy.
Well, to me, FARA fills a vastly underserved and incredibly important segment of the motorsports. You can go to club racing, you can go do club racing, but if you're, the outlay of cost isn't that much different than what you have here.
Right.
But you have no announcing.
Yep.
You're just kind of there. And yeah, there's the camaraderie and there's the fun. And if you're in a situation where I've got some money, I could do a little bit of racing, but you're just never going to be able to go out and race at an IMSA event.
Right.
Or any, IndyCar, any of those top level, super expensive pro series. This is pro racing with a club cost to it. And that's what really is so nice. And the spectators come out here because they can come out here and not have to spend a full month's paycheck for a family of 4 to come out and watch some racing.
What is it, $20 a carload?
Yeah,
that's what we're doing? Yeah, that's crazy. Like a van, a car, like whatever you want.
Whatever you want. They want you to come out here and fall in love with racing.
And it's accessible. You don't have to pay extra for the paddock pass. You pay your $20, you park the car, you're out there on the grid walk, you can take pictures with drivers. I saw the folks that had won the Spec Miata race were taking pictures with fans. And I thought, this is lovely. Like, everybody's available. Everybody's able to do what they want to do. It's really been a fantastic event, and this truly is the most spectators I've seen at a amateur/pro kind of this level. There's, again, like I said, there's a few things that do about this level. This is the most spectators I've ever seen at one of these.
Yeah, I mean, this, in a way, you could almost call this semi-pro.
Yeah,
or
absolutely.
Division 2, however you want to put it. It's serious sport, and it's fun, and it's exciting, and it's intense, but it doesn't come at the ridiculous, like you said, lighting pallets of money on fire cost of other forms of racing.
Right.
And believe me, from a competitor standpoint, you strap that helmet on, whether you're racing that little Miata in GT4B or you're racing one of those Porsches or one of those prototypes, it doesn't matter. You find somebody on the track that you're going to race with, you get out of the car, and you think about the relatively small amount of money you've spent.
Yeah.
You get out of the car, you've got announcers that have been calling your name and chatting you up, and you've just been in this great battle with it. Might not even be in the same class, doesn't matter. You get out of the car, you're grinning ear to ear. That's what makes FARA special. And, we're seeing, obviously, multi-class sports car endurance racing.
Yeah.
If you also like Formula cars, we have Formula FARA. If you like Pro Spec Miata, nuts intense spec racing, they've got that.
Easily top 5 races I have ever seen on genuinely have been, especially in person, have been the Formula FARA, which for the next FARA event at Sebring, I believe we'll have the highlights available of the wet race. It was wet inverted grid.
That was amazing.
4F4. The driving standards, the closeness of the racing was fantastic. The Spec Miata race yesterday, you had the top 3 kind of getting off into their own system there, but they were racing each other all the way to the line. And then that pack behind was racing each other all the way to the line. So, you do start to see where there's 2 groups of people who've been doing it for a long time and take it very seriously. But I don't think anybody who was in sort of 5th place all the way down to 18th place in that Spec Miata race would have said they had a bad time yesterday.
No.
They didn't win anything, but you know what they had? A great time in a cost-effective formula at a real racetrack and it absolutely outstanding.
And you know what? If you've never driven, and that's where this HPDE thing comes in.
Yeah.
The first time you hustle through a corner, it's just, the feeling is like, oh man, that was awesome. First time you make that late break pass on somebody, it's like the needle's deeper in the arm.
Right.
It is such a marvelous addiction, and to be able to come out and do it at these relatively inexpensive costs, and yet have a full-on professional level stream,
right,
and have commentary and have full-on scoring and all of that. It's pretty darn cool, and I hope we see a lot more people coming up because of it, because it is all that in a bag of chips.
The number of people I've spoken to and listened to that say, oh, you know, I used to be, I was a car guy, I am a car guy, and I used to do the gumball rally and all these where you've got, you know, very wealthy folks who want to do these, you know, cross-country drives and you know, whatever, right? They do those several times. Eventually, one of them will sneak in a like, hey, by the way, we're going to do this track day. And people are a little bit, even at that level, people are a little bit apprehensive. And I've also spoken to people like, oh, you know, I can do X number of miles an hour on the freeway if I want to, and you know, you guys aren't going that fast the whole time. It's like, yeah, but everyone I've spoken to that's ever done a track day that was in that kind of mode where I'm a street car guy. I like going light to light. I like going to the drag strip. You know, that sort of thing. Everyone I've spoken to that's had that opinion that's ever done even a short HPDE goes, oh, this is much cooler.
Well, the thing is, a lot of the people that do what, you know, that of that light to light stuff, they don't understand the physics and the dynamics of how to really make a car fast through a corner.
Yeah.
And that's where the fun is. Sure, it's great fun going 180 miles an hour in a straight line. It's a lot more fun going 150 miles an hour through a turn.
Absolutely.
And when you learn to do that, everything else fails.
Absolutely.
So we have just passed our halfway point here in our Enduro. And it is still David Tuati on board that number 68.3 out front. And with all the pit stops and changes, and there is a minimum mandatory pit stop time. And that's done in this form of racing. Because again, this isn't the burn a pallet of cash. I'm going to borrow that for a long time now. Burn a pallet of cash racing, where you do high-speed refueling, tire changes, and all that. This is supposed to be affordable and fun. And one of the first things that can kind of steal that fun and maybe even eventually affordability is pit lane accidents. So what they've done here is they've said, we're going to have, it's a 5-minute mandatory pit stop. Come in, you do that stop, and there's no huge rush trying to get the tires on and get the fuel in so you can beat this guy out of the pits. If you exit the pits under 5 minutes for that pit stop, you have a penalty anyway. So it just makes it safer, and in essence, you know, nothing changes. You pit, you do 5 minutes, you go out, the other guy pits, does 5 minutes, and goes back out. And what that does is it keeps everybody in that same window of competition during the pit stop. And you can do it solo, but you still have to make that stop. And if you have a car that can race hard, you know, a smaller car that doesn't have a lot of horsepower, that can, you know, keep racing hard and still get it done in 2 hours, that's great. You still have to make that 5-minute stop. So it just kind of keeps everything equal on that ground. And because it's a mandatory time, much longer than a stop should take, it keeps it safer and less expensive. And that's a big part of this, right? And I'll tell you what, the guy who has been, since he came back out, Evan Stamer, he has just been hammering around, and he's now worked his way up into second. Now, I don't think he's done his stop either. Neither of those two TLM cars have done their stops yet. But it's just been a nice fight back for Evan after having that problem early. Third right now overall is the GT2A leader, and that's the number 55, the Fabio and Leonardo Escorpioni Ginetta. Second in GT2A is the car that has won the first 2 sprint races, the 47X, of Philippe and Camilo Rezic, and that's one of those on some motorsports KTM GT. I think that's the GT4 KTM. And then it's the 76 and Nicholas Karangalan, and the GT2A Orbit Racing Porsche is third in GT2A, and fourth in GT2A is the zero-weight Porsche of Miguel Marcano Sr. and Miguel Marcano Jr. Now, right now, those are third, fourth, fifth, and sixth. And Milan Lewis with Jesse Gross in that number 100 FP2 category, Steadfast Racing Ligier, is still right there, leading in the FP2 category at this stage. And then you got Robert Howe, Martin Bruhat, 9th overall, leading FP1. And they've had some problems. What I'm waiting for is when that number 73, Ansa Motorsports, KTM GTX makes it stop. And Nico Jamin gets behind the wheel. I know Youssef himself would say, yeah, Nico's special. And he truly is. And I can't wait to see what starts to happen with that car. And as there's the 76, so Karangaland is in the pits. There is the stop for the number 47, the Rezik, so they've done their change. And just to clarify, it's 4 minutes for the pit stop, but it takes you about a minute from pit in to pit out at slow speeds, maybe not quite a minute. So it's actually a little under 5. Looking down there at what car that is that's sitting in the pits right now. I think that might be the Marcano and Marcano GT2A Porsche. The 08 having stopped. And the 68 Stamer is in for his stop. Those are pretty cars. That orange and blue, it works well together, I think. Keeping an eye on, there's no second driver listed for that 68 like there is in the 68X. So cool. You were talking about Patricio Fanulix, that 71, that silver BMW out there. And yeah, I started announcing this series last year, and he's just laps and laps and laps. And sometimes he's in the battle for the podium, sometimes not. But he's just delighted regardless. And that's part of the magic here. And Isabella Abreu has brought her purple and black Mazda Miata down into the pits for her stop.
About the love of the game, right, Greg?
There you go.
You're just here for it. You love it. You love doing it. It's a good time. He's not particularly bothered, I think, about where he's at on track versus everybody else right now.
It's in the doing.
Yeah.
That he's having a really, really good time. I'll tell you what, David Tuati's putting in an Ironman stint here, isn't he?
Absolutely.
We're at about 52 minutes remaining in this race, and Tuati is just lapping and lapping and lapping here.
Now, to be fair, I've called races where I've seen Dave Tuati do a 2 or 3 hour stint, so that's why I'm not surprised. You know,
he is one fit fella. There's no question about that.
If I could look half as good as him at his age, I will be thankful.
And I'll tell you, he might be doing this just to stick it to Pilgrim.
Absolutely.
Yeah, you wanted to race Pilgrim? Yeah, well, I pit when I want to pit, buddy.
Right.
It's so cool to be calling Andy Pilgrim racing again. I did that for a lot of years. In his Cadillac days with World Challenge and his Corvette days with the American Le Mans Series. And he's truly one of the nicest guys on the planet. And he does, bar none, the best Alan McNish impression I have ever heard in my life.
What an impression to have in the back pocket.
Yeah.
I would love to pull that out.
It is so good. Catching a look there, Yosef Hachem in that GTX crossbow from the folks at KTM. Finds himself now top 5 overall at this stage. Sophia Baszler, normally Sophia is listed has a co-driver for the Enduro. I don't see one listed for her. She is driving it. She just did her pit stop, came back out, and with a fresh set of tires, but a fuller fuel load, you would think. I'm guessing they did tires. She just turned her best lap of the race, and it was a 1:31.2. That's a lap.
That puts you faster than the 47X's fastest lap in GT2A. The Resix currently 3rd overall, and I believe 2nd in their class. That's a class up, is my understanding. So running a few tenths faster than a car ahead in the class, that's, especially in a situation like this, that's the goal that I would set for myself. Am I as fast as the next class?
Yeah.
Can I get that to work in my favor?
Yeah, that's a good measuring stick, isn't it? And it helps you in racing to set targets. And the key is not to set one too big.
Right.
It's better to baby step it, to sneak up on it, than wad the car up. So sometimes it's like, all right, I think I can stay with this guy. Let me see if I can do that for a little bit. And in the process, you learn.
Absolutely.
Stamer is back out. The 76, the Karangalan in that Orbit Porsche, is just waiting for the signal to head out of the pits. He's anxious. Keeps moving, keeps moving. And on a warm day like this, these cars, they come into the pits and sit, and they get heat soak, it's called. And just every component, there's heat radiating off the brakes, off the engine. If it's a turbo, it's radiating off of that. And sometimes it just creates massive clutch slip. There's all kinds of things that can happen.
Well, especially in a 911 like that, it's got the coolant running all the way to the bumper. So you're heating the whole car up as well, because you've got the hot coolant all the way through the car. So it's not pleasant to sit in there for 5 minutes either.
Exactly. I got to tell you, I've announced a number of races when it's been just brutally hot and humid. And, the worst thing that can happen is a full course caution.
Yep.
Because now the cars are designed to run at speed, and it's not just the heat in the car, it's the heat on the driver and getting overheated. And I've seen it before where, everything's fine, you're racing hard, you get a full course caution for 6-7 laps, and people during the caution suddenly start bouncing off walls and stuff, and it's because they get overheated. And that's one of the challenges in racing is how do you deal with that? I remember announcing at Le Mans, and I can't remember what year it was, but I remember Ron Fellows getting out of that Velocity Yellow Corvette, and they were doing driver changes every pit stop because it was so hot in those cars, and that was what caused the ACO to require AC in the cars. As Tuati is coming in right now, David Tuati into the pits, and Milan Lewis accelerates past, so he's down a lap or more right now to that car. But as I was saying, literally the drivers, and I remember this, they had video, we were shooting the pit stop. Fellows got out of the car, peeled his driver's suit down to the waist. They sat him in a chair, peeled his shoes off, stuck his feet in a bowl, poured ice on it, put towels around his head and neck, and poured ice all over it, and then set a bag of ice on his chest. Because he was basically, in those cars, the way that it worked at that time, those cockpits were convection ovens.
Yep.
And the worst thing that can happen if you go, but what about a cool suit? It's great until it fails.
Right.
And then it starts circulating hot water.
And especially back
or
then,
whatever.
Back then, the cool suit was an ice chest with some ice in it.
Exactly.
Nowadays, you have the full air conditioner system that pumps the refrigerated fluid around that has a little bit, that certainly draws more power, but it's not a fish pump in a Coleman personal ice chest. You're going to melt the ice on that. If it's remotely warm, the ice is melted in 20, 30 minutes. You're lucky to get, any kind of coolness out of it by the end of the stint, especially if it's that hot, and especially if you're in a closed cockpit car.
Well, and a front engine one, too, where it's all radiating back at you. And, I've seen that, people stop for something in a sports car race, and they're not doing a driver change. Mm-hmm. And you see one of the crew members bring a bag of ice, just a bag of ice, and they lean in, unzip the driver's suit, and just dump the ice inside of that. They zip it up, and it chills it a little bit for a while. I mean, it's, and you know what, if you've ever had that feeling of you're so hot, you start to feel a little dizzy, and and everything. And if you cool down, you're fine. But if at that point you're on the edge,
right? And
if you don't deal with it, then it can get seriously problematic. Yeah. So, all right, well, they're working on the 68.3, and there's a backstory to the 68.3 number change. There's something going on with that 68.3, like V3 or I don't know what it is.
Okay.
But they're having fun with it, and our scoring people said, we could make that work for our scoring number. But it's going to be fun to see what happens now, because Tuwadi was mega impressive, and now a guy named Pilgrim going to be taking over that car.
Is Andy Pilgrim going to be making his journey to the end of the race? I'm trying to see. Ryan is
bada boom.
Ryan is familiar with my bad puns. That's the thing. Ryan, the producer, of course, went ahead and heck with me
from afar. Yeah.
I deserve it. It wasn't my best work.
So you were making a play on pilgrimage. So yeah. There you go. And right now,
it's the wrong holiday to. But he'll be hopping to the finish. Something. Yeah, I don't know. He'll
be setting off. The pilgrim will be setting off on his journey to the Mecca of the Podium.
There we go.
That work?
That works.
Just removing it altogether from
Andy Pilgrim, of course, from Jamestown. We're here live at the Homestead-Miami International Speedway. It's the Miami 500, or it's not the Miami 500. This is the Miami Grand Prix. The Miami 500 was the last one.
Exactly.
I feel, anyway. I feel like we might get a phone call. I think there might be a call placed from somewhere in Atlanta where they're the commercial rights holders to another racing event that takes place near here,
Yeah.
Never thought I'd get to call again.
There you go. You put that in your resume.
Yes, absolutely.
Your CV.
I don't have a CV.
All
written.
right.
I have a resume written, but not a CV. We're here, so
Pilgrim heading out.
Yeah, has left the pit lane. We're gonna wait for the timing to cycle. I wonder if they will come out on the same lap as the 47X, because they were 4 laps behind-ish before the pit stop, and I was kind of starting to keep an eye on, like, okay, are they gonna, we got the 4-minute stint time, or the 4-minute pit stop time mandatory for safety, of course. Just wait to see where the 47X is at.
And also where that 25 is.
Yeah.
And I don't think the 73 has pitted yet, has it? The KTM?
It did. I think it pitted while you were away.
Well, yeah, that makes sense, because now we're seeing that car down into the low 28s.
Yeah.
So that would indicate Nico's there.
The 132 of Sophia Baszler still holding down 6th overall and 2nd place in GT1B. About a lap down from the number 73.
I'll tell you, Sophia, won the GT2A championship last year, and so decided, it's time for me to move up a division, and she has done that. And similar car, but she was running, it was a Cayman,
right?
That she was running in the previous one, and now she's running a full-on Cup car, and it's different.
Yeah,
and she's really working at it. And you could see it's coming for her. She's getting quicker and quicker.
That GT4 car, of course, designed for someone to get to grips with, big full-size GT car racing. And, as I talked about before, not nearly as much aerodynamics, a little bit less power, in the 300 to 350 range horsepower, depending on the rule set, etc. But the 911 Cup car, originally, the top tier of 911 Cup car racing typically happens on the Formula One weekend. I know they had a 911 Cup car race here in Miami last year.
Yep.
Was that the last round for IMSA of the...
No, I think what they had last year was the Porsche Sprint Cup, the Porsche Sprint Series.
Oh, so it's the other series. Okay,
right. But at COTA,
they run Mobile One Super Cup.
Mobile One Super Cup.
Yep. So that's the peak, and the number of professional race car drivers that have come out of these, Porsche One Make series is incredible because the cars are notably hard to drive. They don't have any electronic aids whatsoever. A GT4 Cayman, right?
Yep.
It's going to have a similar traction control system to what you would find in the road car, in that you can set it high enough that you can't spin. It'll just go really slowly, but you can't spin. And so you're trying to slowly turn it down as you learn the car to get to where you can run it a little bit faster, a little bit faster, a little bit faster. But these GT3 Cup cars, like the leaders have Andy Pilgrim, David Tawadi, the 47 of Rezik, Sophia Baszler's got one, Yusuf Hashem in the 73, they've got one. They're hard to drive. There's no ABS, there's no traction control. It's a different experience than what people typically drive. A mid-engine car is relatively stable, but in a Porsche 911, you have the big engine. It's typically a 3.8 or a 4-liter flat 6, so it's a big motor.
Big old lump.
Right over the back axle or further. So it moves under braking in a completely different fashion. You start to hit the brakes and the back rotates, and you've got to catch it pretty fast if it's going to start to slide, because once you get that pendulum moving, it's hard to get it stopped, versus a BMW or a Corvette or wherever, where all the weight is over the nose.
Well, and that's a big part of it, is you said the word pendulum, because it starts to dance, then the minute you turn in, that big lump wants to keep going straight.
Right.
And so you've got to be ready for that. And Porsche has done an incredible job of working on nulling that out by what they do with the suspension, but it's simple physics. There's a lot of mass back there, and if you can drive a Porsche Cup car well, you can drive anything well. And you think about it, Nick Tandy,
Richard Westbrook. He doesn't even drive rear engine stuff. He drove Corvettes and stuff for a while. And I told a friend of mine who was looking to get into racing, he asked me about the Porsche Cup cars, because you can get a Porsche Cup car, an old one, for less than you can get a road-going 911 at this point. Certainly a nice one anyway. But I was telling him, I explained to him, I said, well, you can learn how to drive a front-engine race car on the track and be good at that. But think about the number of times we've seen people go from the front-engine car to try to get into a Porsche, even at the professional level. It's a different beast.
Yeah, it is.
But if you win the Porsche Super Cup, you can drive any GT3, GT car like that.
Yeah. I mean, I think one of the shining examples is really Earl Bamford.
Yep.
Because he started in the New Zealand Carrera Cup, the national championship, then went to the German series, which is considered the launching point into the Super Cup, and decimated him there. Got into the Super Cup, phenomenal. And within, I think, 3 or 4 years, won Le Mans overall.
Yeah.
I mean,
like quickly.
Yeah.
Moved right up the path. But it just goes to show, even here at FARA, where we're able to get the track time for a reasonable rate, etc., you can taste a little bit of that range that you get just in the Porsche Super Cup, or in the Porsche, Cup car ranks. You've got everything from, this level all the way up to run on the F1 weekend and being just incredible, pace-wise. It gives you the exposure to that sort of driving. And if I'm Sophia Baszler, I'm doing exactly the same progression. I'm in the Cayman GT4, get familiar with the buttons, the layout. A lot of the parts are similar, at least. You don't have to get a whole new set of tools and such. And you move up into a GT3 Cup car.
Yeah.
And, try to get your head wrapped around that. Hopefully with some good coaching as well.
Look at what's unfolding out here over in turn 1 and 2 right now. That was one of the KTMs just motoring by Andy Pilgrim.
Yeah, now going down into the turn 5, turn 6 area, so we can hopefully pick him up in turns 6 and 7.
And you know why? I think that's that 73 with Nico Jamin.
Yep.
Behind the wheel, and it's flying right now. Yeah, that lap he just came by was a 128.0.
Moving.
And the Porsche went a 32.4.
Yep.
So, yeah, Nico Jamin is jamming. And I know it's, speaking of bad puns.
No, hey, you know.
But he is so, when he showed up in World Challenge on this weekend, and we were all, who is this guy?
Right.
He got in one of those KTMs and just
beat everybody out.
Flew. And we went, oh, pay attention.
Yeah.
Pay attention to the man behind the windshield there, because he was for real, and he still is. And, you know, obviously, he sits right now. I think he was getting himself back on the same lap.
Right.
And now it's a matter of, and obviously, you know, it's a completely different category than that Porsche. But, you know, there's always something. If you can win overall against faster category cars, that's always something to be thinking about here.
It's fun. It's fun to put on your resume. It's fun to, you know, talk about. It's a good experience to have.
Absolutely it is. Now he's just got to drive like the wind.
Yeah.
To get after it here.
I think the closest battle we have on track right now is Yusuf Hashim, 7.2 seconds to the number 47 of the Rezics. That's going to be for 3rd and 4th overall. That's not a class battle. That is a different class, GT2A versus GT1B. But the number 73, 5 seconds faster this last lap. Yeah. So I'm going to look for the 73 here and see if we can find that.
Yeah, he's fine. And that's Nico now behind that wheel of that car.
Yep.
I think that's him right now. Just coming out of 11 or 12?
I believe so. Just coming around the BMW. Yeah, we'll see which one is it, though.
Yeah, it's the second one is the 73.
The second one, yeah.
Yep.
So just coming down the front straightaway, going to go diving down here into turn 1 shortly. It's going to be the second car. There we go, right there. The third one in line. That car, of course, chasing down a top 3 overall from the 47X. That gap now 2.69 seconds.
Yeah, he's coming.
I think that's going to close sooner rather than later. And that 47X of the Rezics also a KTM, yes?
It is.
Yeah.
It is. That's the original GT4, the crossbow, and the one that Nico's driving is the GTX, which I think is the GT3.
I think it's GT2.
Is it a GT2 version?
I think
okay.
So, yeah.
All right.
I heard that car go by. I don't know specifically what's in the GTX, but it's either a VR6 or a V12. It's got that, like, real raspy small cylinder like tone to it. And they are just going to absolutely motor past the 47X down here into the S's, I think.
Ooh.
We're going to see. Unfortunately, I don't think you're quite going to see it on the shot here because the
he couldn't make it work.
Was going to try to make the move, but can't quite get it done. Has to pull back in behind and wait in the S's here, but I don't think it's going to matter, Greg. As soon as we get back to the straight here, the power in the GTX is absolutely going to overwhelm the older car. Now that they've both come by together, I can, of course, see the difference. And here they come on the inside, and he's going to cleanly make the move into turn 1. So that is the number 73 up into 3rd position overall. The next car is Robert Haub and Martin Bruhat in the prototype, in the Praga. They are a little faster overall. It says only 25 seconds gap. You know, it should be a bigger gap if they hadn't had their, whatever the issue was, a while back. But maybe it comes again. I think if you're in the 73, you've got to keep plugging. You've got to keep trying.
Absolutely. Absolutely. You know, the fascinating thing about those cars, they're both from Ansa Motorsports, Alain Nadal's great company, who's got a huge history here. Here comes the number 25. It's got a huge history with FARA. They're both a different class, but both from the same team.
Yep.
And Rezik, when Nico came up on him heading into turn 10 and 11, he just shut her. It was like, I don't care if we're for the same team. This is a different class.
Right.
And I'm not going to make it easy for you. And that second car now the first one on your frame, that is Nico Jamin right there. And there is the GT4 version of that car in the hands of one of the Reziks at this point.
Nico Jamin run LMP3 at one point as well?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, I think so,
Yeah.
The right type of car.
Yeah.
You're going to get into one of these, obviously.
Yep. And I think he also has done some open wheel stuff.
Okay.
Like not the F2000, not Indy Next, but the middle one.
The middle,
the
right.
Pro 2000, I think
Pro
they call it.
yeah.
I think he's done some time in those as well. So I think, if I'm reading our scoring right, based on what we saw, because Oberndorf has stopped. So right now we have 13 cars that are still out there running. Unless Evan Stamer, you know what? That's something too. I think Stamer, I think they did that stop. He went back out for a while and then just brought it in and parked it. So I'm looking at the lap counts here. So I think Isabella Abreu. So we have 12 cars. Here comes Isabella.
The last car on the lead lap.
Out of the lap.
On the track, even.
Scoring, yep.
Yeah. And you're going to see the speed difference here if we can pick up the number 11. She's waving the Porsche by.
Yep.
Does not want those cars behind her going into turn one. Ooh, a little bit tight, I think we'll find here with the Cup car. Just not quite making the move there, but going to make the move cleanly into turn two. A little bit closer there than I think either of them would have liked, but managed to get through nice and safely.
Yeah, I think that white Porsche was the 08 of the Marcanos.
So I think our next closest, let's see. Because that one's going to get bigger. We're looking at, can the 100 of Milan Lewis and Jesse Gross get to the 47? They're a little bit faster. They're 15 seconds behind. So we're looking for the 100, which is the Battleship Gray open top prototype, just leaving turn 5 now. They're going to be heading down into turn 6 here on the infield portion. So that is the leader of Andy Pilgrim and David Tuwadi just going through your shot. The next car will be the number 100 of Milan Lewis and Jesse Gross. They're going to go through. They are only 15 seconds behind the number 47 last time by, at least. So that car, of course, just exiting the frame there. Then David Tuwadi, and then again, this is the 100, just about to turn for the final time until they get back up onto the NASCAR course. Just watching the front straightaway here while we follow along. The 47 just clicked through. Philippe Rezik, or it's both of the Reziks, of course, with a 133.4. We're going to see the 100 come through here now shortly. A 132.4. So the number 100 running about a second a lap faster than the 47 ahead. The gap remains 14 seconds here. Very similar, I mean, it's similar as a GT car can be to a prototype.
Yeah.
If you were looking at a KTM crossbow versus, you know, one of these open top sport prototypes, about as close as you're ever going to get, I think.
I think you're right.
Short of these, quote, radicals that are allegedly a GT road car. that
Oh,
I've
yeah.
seen. I'm sure in Florida there's a lot more of those than there are in California, but I've seen a handful of road registered radicals, which makes them a GT car somehow.
But
Not
when the cockpit cover of the Crossbow rises up, that takes it now into a whole new level of prototype.
It's just a land jet.
It does. It looks like it isn't a GT4, it's a F4.
Yep. So I've often wondered, Greg, I know that in the SCCA there's classes, and it's been a long time since I scrutineered an SCCA race like I used to, so you'll have to fill me in on which ones I'm thinking of. Was it not CSR and DSR where people were effectively putting fenders on open wheel club racers? I'm waiting to see the market on prototype bodyworks for F4 cars. I'm really waiting to see that, and I think that'll be a good time, especially now that we are going to have, this is Gen 2 of F4 that we're on now, and as these cars continue to get cheaper and cheaper, I hope that we will see that here shortly.
That would be intriguing, because when they started to do that, the guy that really started that, now I'm trying to, Yasid Muka, who made his fortune, and fortune is the right word, he created bubble wrap. All right, so
that'll do it.
That'll do it. And he literally just he bought 2 Formula Atlantic cars, and they created bodies for him, and that was his CSR racer. And it just ruined the CSR class as it was, because everybody else was doing what CSR was really designed about, which is to be a backyard tinkerer's class where you build up a car. And you had some really good drivers in that category, like Jeff Miller back in the day, and some others that were really talented drivers, but their equipment was what the spirit of the class was. And I mean, some of them, they would take the frame of an old Formula Ford, but then they'd build up an actual proper car. They weren't just draping bodywork on it.
Well, I've even seen Spec Racer Fords when we used to cover the 25 hours at Thunderhill out west. I've seen Spec Racer Fords with the wrong body on them for endurance racing, and so it's this spirit of like, oh, we can start to move around. That F4 car, pretty cost-effective to run. Like in the motor, I understand you're supposed to get the Orica motor put in it, but I would imagine a 2-liter, whatever you want, fits in it, or a 1.5. I'd hope that we get to a point where we can see that, but nowadays, who knows? They've put so much work into making sure the chassis and the bodies work just so that maybe you can't mess with them like that anymore. But I see both sides of that. Probably for him in particular, I understand because he's got the money. But if you're on Facebook Marketplace and you see a Formula Atlantic car or something goofy like that, sure, why not? I'll mess with that and see if I can lay up my own fiberglass body on it. I'd give that a shot. Or the prototype lights were just Star Mazdas, right? The old IMSA prototype
Essentially,
lights.
Essentially, that's right. I'll tell you what, the guy who is being mega impressive out here right now is whoever, and we don't know. It's either Robert Haub or Martin Bruhat. I'm thinking it's Martin Bruhat because he's sort of the entrant. It's Martin Bruhat, Fellner Motorsport, so I'm guessing it's him. He just turned a 126.9 in that number 25 Praga. He is absolutely setting sail. A Pilgrim up front right now just turned a 133.3. So Bruhat, Nico Jamin turned a 128.3, and Bruhat turning a 126.9. And I think the reason he's doing that is because they were looking at it and saying, just so you know, Nico Yaman in that number 73 is absolutely flying, and we've only got, I think, what is it, some 15 seconds or 20 seconds on him, and he's absolutely flying right now. And so Bruhat said, well, okay, it's time to light the afterburners again, I guess. And we are coming up on 20 minutes remaining here. Actually 21 minutes right this second here. And to the relief of, I'm sure, many, whether you're fans watching somewhere or drivers inside cars or crews.
Or producing a broadcast for trackside cameras.
There you go. We're getting a little cloud cover.
Yep.
Has fallen onto the speedway, and that's nice because it cools the track down, cools the ambient air, makes everything work a little bit better.
Now, to be fair, I don't see this being a consistent cloud cover. I agree. I think we're in probably a 5-minute window, 10-minute window here. But every little bit helps, right? If you can just get that little bit, kind of take the edge off, maybe. There's some clear to what I believe is the southwest here. There's I wouldn't call it a system, but there appears to be, if you look deep enough, a little bit more consistent cloud cover. But I don't think all of that's going to make it over here to the track. So it's been a lovely day. Lots of folks down there.
Yeah, it has. Again. Great turnout.
The food trucks are popping. I understand the Full Send Sims folks have been having a great time introducing people to the world of sim racing and iRacing.
That they have. And what's really cool about it is Court Schmidt, who's the owner, creator of Full Send Sims, he learned his sims building military sims for Boeing and working on tanks and armored personnel carriers and all of that kind of thing. So his knowledge of sim tech is ridiculous.
Yeah.
But his passion in life is racing. He's a very good driver. And so he's one of those guys who created the sim out of the idea of it's not a toy. It's not a game. You can use it for that. But from Court's thinking, it's a tool. It is a training tool akin to what the Apollo astronauts did that allowed them to go to the moon and land in their first try. That you go out there, you drive a sim, you make that sim as realistic as possible, and then you go and you spend time in that sim, so when you get to the racetrack, you've cut down your learning curve a fair amount. And that's why their slogan is practice makes podium. And they on Tuesday nights, the Full Send Sims iRacing Spec Miata Championship.
Oh, great. We're going to see. I'm sorry, real quick. The Praga just looked like they were going to make a move onto the 100 into turn 1 and 2, and I think thought better of it. Kind of the closing speed was pretty quick, but they're going to.
Yeah, I think they're through.
And they're going to get through, I believe, as we come here into turn 3. Yep. Anyway, I'm sorry. That was just closing very quickly.
Oh, no, that was really cool. And, Bruhat is just, as I said, he's flying out there. Even in traffic, he just turned to 128. So he's getting it done, and that's what Nico Jamin did as well. So we got some guys throwing down some laps. And, to interrupt what I was saying real quick, one car we haven't talked about at all, and they're just doing a superb job, a solid third in GT2A, is it's another of the ANSA Motorsports cars, but it's the Luke Berkeley, Phil Hudson, Porsche Cayman. And they are a solid third in GT2A. They're down a few laps and everything, but they haven't put a wheel wrong. They have just been lapping consistently, doing a really, really nice job. And it's sort of a reddish colored car. It's heading into turn 10 and 11 right now. It's got red and white. Has some color hues. Trying to think of is it called Eddie Van Halen's Fender Stratocaster. Yep, I can see here that. It comes right down the front straight right now.
Yeah, I see that. I see where
a little bit.
Okay.
The Frankenstrat.
Yeah.
And they are just doing a superb job. There they go, down into turn number 2 right now. They've just done a super consistent job, not turning the fastest laps in the class, but never having that moment when they're suddenly a lap is 4 or 5 seconds off. Here they come. Good looking car, and they're just consistently putting the laps in, and it's showing with a potential podium here and another potential podium for an ANSA Motorsports entry. Elaine Nadal's team, they know how to do endurance racing, and they know FARA.
Right.
FARA's been around a while. It's just this is the second year under the new ownership. And Elaine, they raced in FARA when that KTM Crossbow first came out. They spent a season running it in FARA before they brought it to World Challenge to get it sorted out. Gotcha. And they've always been part of the FARA idea here. And now with the new one, I think we just had Nico Yaman do a little overshoot. Here he comes. Wow, that's going to get the ire of the officials. Did you see how that the Praga had to completely change direction there?
No harm, no foul. Everybody made it.
There was no contact,
but we want to have safety. We want to make sure everybody's running in the realm of possibility, not trying to push the car too hard.
And some of that, it comes down to how limited is your peripheral vision inside one of those prototypes. So let's take a look here. What happened? He just missed it going into turn 12, didn't he? I think he overshot 11 is all it was.
Yeah.
And that's one quick 11 is very fast, off camber, and you overshoot, and then he comes back on, and I'm not sure he realized that Praga was there.
And while we were looking at the replay, we've just missed the number 25 rocket past Andy Pilgrim in the Porsche. So that Brewhot car is going to come through. Here they are heading back up onto the back stretch. We will have a new overall leader. It's been an interesting race for that car. They were losing speed.
Oh, yeah.
Came in, had a pit stop, did the thing. And we've got Andy Pilgrim in a Porsche. I wonder if that car started to run out of tire.
I think that could very well be
it. I don't think they did a tire change while they were down there. And we're running 2 hours in a cup car, and it's this hot. We're probably getting towards the end there. So the number 25 comes all the way back to the overall lead here at the Miami Grand Prix Enduro.
And I wonder if Tuati went out and just trashed the tires just to mess with Andy.
Yes, absolutely. That's the story I'm going to go with.
That's just so cool to have Andy here running with David Tuati and that TLM team. And they get the big picture. You know, they're not as fast on a lap as a prototype. And they were able to stay in it early and just drove. David drove brilliantly. But now I think it's Martin Brewhot behind the wheel, and he is throwing down some laps. We've seen him into the low 126s. And it's not a class battle. They're different classes. And Andy Pilgrim is way too smart and is driven. You think about what he did in the American Le Mans series, and he has driven prototypes on occasion, but most of his time was spent in GT machinery where you got the faster prototypes, and you don't lose yourself in the moment and think you can outrace a prototype. If a prototype's coming up on you and it's faster, you just let him go. That's not your battle. And he didn't put up a fight. He didn't let it get to him. He's just way too experienced for that. But now the question is, and yes, the 73 Jamin had that off, and that cost him a lot of time. But I think he was up within like 15 seconds of Pilgrim, and now he's well back at this stage, and have no idea what kind of time he's going to be able to dig down and come up with here.
"12 minutes, give or take, remaining here at the Enduro. With the number 59 BMW, I think, returning to the track.
Nice. The Paulinos.
Yeah.
And that's one of the cool things about racing, and there's so much of it that's cool, but a series like this, I just love the fact that brothers, father, son, whatever, can come out, do an endurance race together, can split the sprints, and just spend the weekend with family doing something that you're all passionate about. And it's not always father son. It could be brother sister, father daughter, mother. I mean, it all works, and that's what's the joy.
I'm aware of an LMP3 and now LMP2 entrant in IMSA that when he goes at this kind of semi-pro level of racing, has a separate car, a Spec E46, for his wife and daughter to drive. And the whole family gets involved.
How cool is that?
If you can bring everybody into the hobby, it's one thing, and fortunately I see it a lot.
Yep.
Where the husband gets to go and drive the car, and the wife may or may not be having a good time standing in the pits, just kind of chilling. Get people involved. Anybody can do it. If you can drive a car, we can get you learned up to where you're going to be able to not be a hazard on the track, right? I think that's what people are fearful of. I don't want to break stuff. I don't want to hit anybody. I don't want to get hit. I don't want to do. But again, we spoke about this earlier, so I'll just touch on it. FARA gives you that ladder to be able to get to that level so that you can enjoy the hobby that you love with your significant other.
Exactly.
It's another way, you've been married for a while, to connect with the person you love. Like, it's just fantastic. And I've seen that more and more and more in the last post-COVID, especially. I think people looking for things.
Absolutely.
And
hobby you can do together, and it's glorious. There was when I was doing Ferrari Challenge, there was a driver who his wife was complaining about him, working so hard and then being gone a lot on these Ferrari Challenge weekends. And he said, well, why don't you come and get into a challenge car in the club challenge, and you can learn, driving, and if you like it, we could get you a car. If not, she fell in love with it. And I said, so how's that dynamic changed now in the relationship? He said, well, at the end of a weekend, or at the end of the day at the track,
right,
we get in the car together to head back to the hotel or dinner or whatever, and we talk about movies, art, sport, whatever. He said, now it's just unrelenting. We get in the car, and she looks at me and goes, okay, what gear are you carrying through turn 2? That kind of thing. And he said it's changed it, but now she wants to go to the track as much as I do, and that could be great. And sometimes it doesn't take, but I'll tell you, like we talked about before, you get out there in one of those HPDE sessions, and you feel that when you've loaded that car up and you go whistling through that turn, and it works. Everything they've been telling you sticks and works.
Right.
I had that moment when I did my first real driver's school at Road Atlanta. This was back in the days of the dip. Gravity cavity, and when you come up out of that dip, you literally come flying out from under, up and under the bridge at 11, and the car would get light. And if you were on throttle, and you could, if you were rolling up there, the back end would get light, and it would want to come around.
Right.
And in the driver's school, they're saying what you need to do there. Every instinct's going to tell you to lift, because you do that, you're spinning. Yep. And maybe flipping down the hill.
All the way down the hill,
So they said what you want to do is not hard, not suddenly, squeeze the throttle. What does that do? It transfers the weight back and gets a little bit of bite. So the first time I tried it, I came whistling up through that dip, down to the dip and up underneath, and you were just literally aiming for a bridge abutment. It was insane, that section. I came through, back end started to slide, and I felt it sliding, and I went, all right, and I squeezed the throttle gently. The back squatted, I got the grip, I shot down that hill so much faster and went through turn 12 drifting it almost. And the grin, I went, oh my God, that works.
Right.
You learn the physics, man, and the joy comes out of that. So it happens, and they give you the opportunity to do that here with the HPDE sessions. And now, as we talked about, you can do the Super Lap Series where it gets a little competitive with times, and then other options as well. And speaking of time, we're down to 7 minutes to go in this 2-hour Enduro. And when this ends, we have the HPDE intermediate session, then we have our second Formula FARA race. And then we have another session for HPDE. Then we have the Pro Spec Miata. And unlike the morning race, this one's going to be the Roval, where they use the oval turns 3 and 4.
Excellent.
Which is absolutely a blast. And then we have our last 2 races, the 4th sprint race for the prototypes and then the GT cars. So,
excellent.
Wonderful day.
I'm happy to be a part of it. Happy to be here.
Happy to have you.
South Florida. Really enjoyed the weather.
This has been gorgeous.
Really enjoyed the food here. It's great.
What was the name of the place we went to last night? I would heartily recommend it.
It was good. If you want 2 sandwiches, it's the way to go. I'm going to level with you, Greg. I said...
Croquettes.
Croquettes, yeah.
Croquettes caught you out.
Croquettes on a sandwich, apparently, which I think defeats the purpose of croquette. But it'll be great tomorrow.
There you go.
The place...
Havana Spice.
Havana Spice, right.
Man, was that good.
And I asked to split the bill, frankly, and then saw the bill and was pleasantly surprised.
Yeah.
That for 3 people, I was like, oh. And we had
Quite
an appetizer.
reasonable.
I had, the sandwiches were like $10, something like that. It was probably some of the cheapest food I've had in a long time.
And so good.
Very good. Bring you the thing that sells me on it, right, is they bring you the flask of water.
Yes.
Because I never can get enough water, especially if we're here. If it's dry and it's hot, you want to be able to have the water available to drink. And so we polished off that flask nice and neat. What a lovely, lovely restaurant. And if you're looking for some lovely food of all varieties, the food trucks are still here on site.
I hope they're there long enough when this day ends for you to run down and get some ice cream for the drive home.
Absolutely. So I saw people walking around the paddock, Greg, and I'm not sure of the content of them, so I didn't want to preemptively purchase one. But there were people walking around with beverages in pineapples, which I am into. I'm pretty secure with myself that I will drink that beverage, but I am technically working as well, and I thought there might be some alcohol involved.
So you're a fruity drink guy. You like the umbrellas?
I can take or leave the umbrella the same way I can take or leave a straw generally.
Yeah. You just want to suck it right out of the coconut.
See, the thing is, having grown up in hot Northern California, hotter than here but more dry, so it's better and worse. I don't necessarily care what the beverage is, but if it's frozen, I'm in.
I hear
Coffee,
that.
Slurpee, slushy thing in a pineapple, blended margarita, it doesn't matter.
By the way, we've got a quick announcement here that the Sunoco fuel pump is closing at 3:30. Closing at 3:30, so it's kind of last call. It's closing at 3:30 today. So if you need some fuel to get you through the day here, you've only got a half hour now to be able to do that. And we're at 4 minutes. 4 minutes left in this Enduro. And that number 25 of Haub and Bruhat, it's been a roller coaster of a race for them. But after they had that problem where it was just going really slow, and they came in, did something, and I almost wonder if it wasn't the driver was getting overheated, and they did the driver change, and Bruhat, who's, it's his car, I believe, and it's through the Fellner Motorsport team preps it, but it's Martin Bruhat, Fellner Motorsport, and he's the guy who's so fast in it. And he was able to get after it. Then Andy Pilgrim now driving the number 68.3, leading in the GT1A category, that 25 in FP1. Then the 73 now in the hands, I believe, of Nico Yaman, the GT1B, third overall first in GT1B. Leading in FP2 is the 100 of Mac Lewis and Jesse Gross. And then the number 47X, leading in GT2A, that is the Philippe and Camilo Rezic, Onsa Motorsports, ATM Crossbow GT4. Then Sophia Basler has just done this whole thing solo in the 132 and leading in GT1B. And then third in GT, wait a minute, make sure I get this right. Second in GT2A is the 37 of Phil Hudson and Luke Berkeley, the Onsa Motorsports Porsche. And then now third in GT2A is the 55 Escorpione Ginetta. Fourth in GT2A is the 08 of father and son, Miguel Angel Marcano and his son Junior. And then the 76 is the Orbit Porsche, which would be next up in GT2A of Nicholas Carangalan. And then that GT3A car we've talked about, the 71 of Patricio Frenulik, and that BMW that just keeps going round. And then the number 11 of Isabella Abreu doing this solo as well. And guess what? She's got to turn around because fairly quickly after this, at 440, she's going to be running in that Pro Spec Miata race too. We'll talk about maxing out track time here. 1.5 minutes to go. Looking at the starter. He's looking at where the field is and watching for that white number 25 to put out a flag that will match that car's color. And where is said number 25 right now? Having a look down the backstretch, just about to head into turn 10. We just watched him come out of turn 8 and now down into turn 10 and then through the really quick off camber 11. And here he comes into turn 12. One final, well, no, they'll get one more lap here. This is 13, 14, and then 15. Sort of bends you back up onto the front straight. White flag flies, one lap to go. here in the Miami Grand Prix, the FARA Miami Grand Prix Enduro. We're going to be tracking him as he works there through turn 3. What did he run last time? Yeah, he ran about a 129.7. So backing off by a couple of seconds here, but doing a really, really nice job.
I think we had just seen, as that happened, the 47 ducked to the pit lane potentially. Put Mahan Lewis and Jesse Gross up in the 3rd overall. That was the other way. The 100 was further down.
Yeah. Here he comes.
Right up the front straightaway, and I think it's going to be the 47 behind. No, it must have been the other. It was the 73 that had to stop.
That went into the pits?
This was the pass. Yeah, one of the KTMs went in the pits, and I noticed, and I didn't say anything.
Because I think there's the second one coming at us right now.
Definitely, because that's the 73, right?
That's the 73. We just saw the 47 go through.
Definitely went down the pit lane within the last 5 or 10 minutes.
That's interesting.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
All right. Here we go. Checker flag in the air for the number 25 Praga. From Feldner Motorsports, Martin Bruhat and Robert Haub getting the overall win after having to come back through the field after a few problematic laps out there. We really don't know what the reason was for that here. And now here comes the rest of the field that just happened to be behind. Coming up to the line right now, Sophia Baszler doing Iron Woman duty. Then comes the 37 of the Hudson Luke Berkeley ANSA team in the Cayman. There comes the Marcano family in the 08. There is the 55 of Fabio Escorpioni, and here comes Andy Pilgrim bringing it home. So 2nd overall Andy and David, but winning in GT1A. Milan Lewis, 3rd overall, winning in FP2 with Jesse Gross. Philippe Rezik winning the 47 car, Philippe and Camilo Rezik winning in GT2A. The 73 of Yosef Hakem and Nico Jamin get the win in GT1B. Sophia Baszler on that Iron Woman duty run in 2nd in GT1B. Phil Hudson and Luke Berkeley, 2nd in GT2A. 3rd in GT2A, the number 55 of Fabio Escorpioni. 4th, the Marcanos in their GT2A Porsche. And then the 76 of Nicholas Karangalan will be next up in GT2A. Patricio Frenulik gets the win in GT3A. Isabella Abreu gets the win in GT4A. And the number 59 of Matthew and Juan Paulino that had a long stop but came back out and went for the finish here are the last car on the track to pick up the checkered flag. So the Enduro is in the books here at the 2nd round of the 2024 FARA Championships, and it is the FARA Miami Grand Prix. But we are not done by any stretch yet, folks. We've got a HPDE intermediate session coming out for a little bit, and then at 3:35 we are going to have, might be a little closer to 3:40, 3:45, the 2nd and final race for Formula FARA and the young guns that are looking to prove themselves in the world of motorsports and have found the perfect launching platform to be able to do just that. And of course, we are also going to have a Enduro Trophy presentation coming up as well down in the Podium area. And that number 25 already there. Martin Bruhat climbing out of the car. Getting congrats from the team, his co-driver, Robert Haub. That was great. And there you see it, Formula FARA next up. And we will be back with you then. One last, we'll try and hit it a couple of times. The Fuel Island, the Sunoco Fuel Island, closing at 3:30. So if you need fuel to get through the day, or if you just want to buy some fuel because you've got other events coming, You've got until 3:30 to make that purchase.
68.3, our very own David Twatty and Mr. Andy Pilgrim. All right, folks, that's David Twatty and Andy Pilgrim driving car number 68.3. And in first place overall, driving car number 25, Mr. Robert Howell and Martin Bruvan. Folks, those are the overall winners of our endurance race. Give it up. Congratulations. Some pretty cool cars over here. In third place, Fabio Escorpioni. Fabio? There's Fabio. Fabio and Leonardo. In second place, driving for Ansa Motorsports, Phil Hudson and Luke Berkeley. And in third place, and in first place, Felipe Resnick and Felipe and Camilo. Felipe, Camilo, waiting for you on the podium. Going once? Okay, who wants to come up and stand in for first place?
Yeah, I don't know why they're not.
There they are, Felipe and Camilo. Congratulations. Your GT2A. Ready to check.
Who wants my chip? You want him? Have him. Hey, you can buy them if you wanted to. I didn't put my hand on it. He was like, take him. I was like, fuck it. Man, it landed on Jazz.
the beautiful Lobster Mac Porsche.
Bring him, my man.
And in first place, driving the number 68.3 TLM Racing Porsche 992, Andy Pilgrim and myself. All right, guys, now you gotta turn around and watch the track. The Formula FARA is about to get started.
All right, joining our second and final Formula FARA race in progress here as the field is already out and started. This is where we are here at this stage. This was a full inversion of the starting grid, and that's part of the training aspect of Formula FARA. Is the first race is started per qualifying like it would be in a normal racing series, but because along with letting drivers show what they're capable of, build their credentials and reputation, this is also a place for them to learn racecraft. And that means, I think it's a fabulous idea that the second race is a full grid inversion. And it's like, all right, let's see what you can do now from the middle of the pack or the back of the pack. You were fast up front by yourself. Can you be quick in traffic? And that's all part and parcel of what we are really trying to pass along to these young drivers. Many of them, this is their first year ever driving anything other than a go-kart. So we are about to complete our first lap, and we'll give you the information. It would have been Roque Mendoza starting on the front. And we've got a full course caution. Full course caution has come out. I'm trying to see pace cars picking them up. And they are just hammering down into turn 2. And the pace cars got the field slowed down. I saw 2 rescue vehicles heading over toward the turn 6 area. And I see 1 car all by itself coming down the back stretch. So maybe that was the car that spun it. There's 2 cars. There's the one on the back stretch, and there's the one coming out of turn number 15 right now. So they may have looped it somewhere, and that may have been the reason for the full course caution. If it is, I would expect to see that pace car duck right back into the pits here, and we'll see what happens. But as I said, it'll be Roque Mendoza would have started on the front row. Max Bucaram would start second, the 21 and the 46. Jake Pollock in the 22, who finished 14th, would start third. The 7 of Toro Rodriguez would start 13th. Hal Gould, who finished 12th. or who qualified in the 12th spot, would start in the 5th spot. As I said, it's a full inversion. Oh, it's a car right here on the front straight. We were looking out and around the track, and it is, I can't quite grab that number. And we've got a wrecker that is pulled right up in front of it now. And we haven't had the field complete a lap yet, as far as I know, so I don't have scoring data to be able to really sort through who this might have been. But going to the other end of things, Gaston Arazi, who qualified on pole, won that first race, would have started 16th in the field. Teddy Masala, his teammate for Scuderia Buell, who finished in the 2nd spot, the 25, would have started 15th. Mate Casieres, who finished 3rd in the number 12 for Inter Motorsport, would have started in the 14th spot. Then Benitez, then Felber going back to front here. Beckham Yassir, remember, finished 3rd and looked to be one of the faster cars on the track in that first race. And then the 32 of Ashland Speed, we got the clarification that Ashland is no relation to Scott Speed, although they jokingly said, Scott has said, so now they have left that car, and it may be that car needs some sort of a wrecker. I think that may be Jacob Gerke. It looks like that would be number 17. That would be Jacob Gerke, who is just parked there. His crew, you can see right at the wall. You just see him in the background there. I'm trying to see if they're trying to, was it something where the car can't be just flat towed and you hook a strap to it? Does it need to be wreckered out of there? I don't think the driver's out of the car, or maybe he is. I can't imagine they'd just be leaving it. So we'll see what happens here. To get any information on this. Well, the field now making its way out of turn 8-9, as you can see, folks, here on our Driver's Eye live coverage. So I'm just watching to see what that pace car is going to do. Does it, if it stays out once they get to turn 13, I think the driver may be out of the car. They may be opting to leave it here. Yep, pace car is coming in. And so now, here we go on the restart. And we're back to green. 30-minute timed event. And it is the 46 of Max Mokaram that leads down into turns 1 and 2. He's still hanging on to it, doing a really nice job out there. Boy, he's done a good battle for second shaping up, but it's a protect move to the inside. And that is, I think that's Toro Rodriguez, who might be protecting here maybe forcing Jake Pollock to try and make an outside run here. Oh, and that hurt Pollock. He's lost some ground at this stage. So Hal Gould, or it might actually be JT Hoskins, putting in a really good battle. You see those light blue on dark blue Jensen cars. Tell you, Max Mokaram doing a really nice job here, leading the way. But now the draft's going to come into play. Here comes the 44 of Benitez. Man, Benitez, who had started back in the 12th spot, has had a tremendous drive, and he's into the lead. New leader as that red car of Pablo Benitez to the front. And Mokaram got a bit freight trained. He's now back into third. So the 44 of Benitez, that's one of our Scuderia Bio. Man, what a start he put together to get up to the front here that fast. Mokaram now under attack from one of the Jensen cars. That might be Jake Pollock. Does Jake stuff it down the inside into turn 8? He's trying, he's there. Mokaram gonna fight him all the way around the outside in this battle for third. Pollock just barely gives him enough room, but it was still enough where Mokaram lost that little bit of mojo. So they come through. Let's see now. And Ashland Speed, she would have started back in about the 11th spot, and excuse me, she would have started in the 7th spot. She's second right now, doing an absolutely superb job. Just drops the lefts as she comes through turn 5. He's doing a really nice job. Then it's Cash Felber, who's had a good run up through the back in short order. Then it's Toro Rodriguez. And I think the 25 of Eddie Masella is limping down pit lane. Looks like he might have some pretty, yeah, he's got some serious damage to that car. It is crabbing furiously. Meanwhile, back to the front here, where Pablo Benitez up front, but Ashland Speed doing an absolutely wonderful job. Cash Felber sitting in third. Then it's Toro Rodriguez. And then a battle behind them, Beckham Yassir and Gaston Arazu, side by each as they head down the backstretch. Looks like Yassir might get trapped on the outside, and I think Gaston Arazu may have slipped through here. Actually, I think, I'm going to try and clarify here. We're having some issues with the scoring, folks. That is Benitez. Then there's Ashland. And it's the 27 of Arazu now up into that 4th spot, with Toro Rodriguez in 5th. Then Beckham Yassir in 6th. And Mate Casiera is up into 7th. Really close down into turn 2 and 3. So there's Benitez, there's Ashland with Cash Felber chasing furiously, then Arazu, and then this pack, Rodriguez, Yassir, Mate Casieras. Pablo doing what he really wants to do, is just go, get on there. Look at this, 2 abreast, almost 3 abreast. Beckham Yassir, that was a move, folks, coming from 6th and sneaking through. He actually came from 7th and slipped into the 5th spot, I think. That was a great, great move by Beckham, but he's now under attack. And that is Mate Casieras, who knifes down underneath and doesn't overshoot that corner in doing so. Beautiful job by Mate. She now moves up into the 6th spot right now, I believe. Here they come, and all the while, Benitez building that margin. There's Ashley, then Cash Felber, then Arazu, and then here's this group. And again, it should be Mate Caceres up into the 5th spot, Beckham Yassir in 6th, Jake Pollock in 7th, then Toro Rodriguez, then Roman Felber. Benitez margin right now, 2.5 seconds. His last lap was a 1:31.3. Ashlyn a 32.5. Felber a 32 flat. Arazu a 31.6. Caceres a 32.2. Gaston Arazu, a really good run coming into turn number 8. It's gonna look to the inside of Cash Felber, and Felber locks it up just a little bit. Not a lot. I don't think he heard anything there, but he just knew he was out of position and had to let Gaston Arazu go. And with the speed we've seen from Gaston in the first event, and now here in the FARA Miami Grand Prix, the bigger the lead for Pablo Benitez, even though they're teammates, the better. Because if Gaston gets through here on Ashlyn's speed, we'll have to see what's going to happen in terms of the pace. And Ashlyn doing a superb job. Gaston now going to take a look down into turn number 1, and can't get it done there, nor could he do it into 2. Now, though, Ashlyn a little bit out of position. Gaston trying to knife down underneath. Gets it done. Gets it done, it looks like. Yes, he's got it. Ashlyn now 3rd, Cash Felber 4th. And then a fast closing Mate Caceres. She just turned a 1:31.2. That's the quickest lap of the race. So Mate is on the prowl here. They are heading down into the turn 8, and you can see that lead for Pablo. 3 seconds at this stage. But now we see what Gaston Arazu can do. We saw what he was able to do up front and clear track in that first race. And in the first event of the season, he came from the back of the grid for the win. So we know he can work the traffic very well. And he's done that. He's cleared the traffic. Ashley Speed doing everything she can to hang on to that final spot on the podium. And she's got Cash Felber really pushing her furiously right now. And somewhat surprisingly, Beckham Yassir has dropped quite a ways back, even behind Jake Pollock right now, into that 8th spot. And what do we have for times? Benitez a 31.6, Arazu a 32.1. So Benitez stretching that margin. Ashlyn Speed a 33.6, Felber a 33.2, and Caceres another 31, this time a 31.3, and she has caught Ashlyn Speed. Cash Felber was able to get through. And now it is a duel. The two ladies side by side heading down into turn 8. Who's going to win this one? Right down the center of the track, each trying to dissuade the other. Going to be a straight line braking duel down into the turn. They're still side by side through 8. Oh, and the inside car ran the other one right off the track. I'm trying to figure out. I think that may have been Caceres on the inside, and she went all the way to the exit curb. And I got to tell you, that is not really well received either by race control or by your competitors. If you worked hard to get that piece of racetrack on the outside, you've earned it. And you're not supposed to just run your competitors right off the track. So That was a little bit too much, I think. And Beckham Yassir still trying to figure a way around Jake Pollock. Beckham just turned a 32.6, his best lap. Boy, those two up front, still Pablo Benitez, and his margin now is almost 4 seconds. And he's actually running still a smidge quicker than Gaston Arazu, so he is doing a stellar job. Cash Felber, one of the better drives I think we've seen from this young man, and I mean young man, doing an absolutely phenomenal drive. And then those two ladies, Ashlyn Speed and Mate Casieres. And Mate closing rapidly as they head into turn 12 here. And almost lunged into turn 13. Oh no, couldn't quite get it done, and onto the front straight we go one more time. This is a serious brawl here for that 4th spot. Then it's Jake Pollock in 6th. Beckham Yassir has dropped back just a little bit, and Hal Gould having a nice race as well in the number 80, sitting in the 8th spot. And this last time by Benitez, what a race he's having. He turned a 132.1 to Arazu's 132.3, and that margin now up to over 4 seconds in this battle between the ladies. Look at that, both of them as far down the right side of the track as can happen. They are absolutely scrapping, and of course that means they're going to be incredibly slow through turn 6, and Jake Pollock is going to be very interested in whether he can take advantage of that. They are still working each other over here. And Pollock is there right behind them. Beckham Yassir is right behind them at this stage. Hal Gould is in the mix as well. There is Pablo Benitez, who is just serenely throwing down fast lap after fast lap. You can see Arazu, that car dancing around again. Here's Cash Felber. And it looks like Ashlyn may have been able. Nope, that is Mate Casieres. Has gone through now, and actually Ashlyn Felber under attack as they head down into turn 1 by Jake Pollock. Watch it here, Jake, the blue car to the inside, and he had to give it up as Ashlyn, but then she ran a little wide. Ashlyn got out wide. Pollock is through, and now Beckham Yassir trying to pounce and could not get that done, and Beckham has Hal Gould waiting to pick up any scraps here from this ferocious battle. You've got other battling going on behind them, 2 abreast in the back as well. That's Gould and Yassir. Wow. This is some absolutely furious racing, as we have come to expect from Formula FARA and these young guns. Here it is again into turn 8. Look at Beckham having to defend furiously on Hal Gould. And Toro Rodriguez right in the mix as well. Behind them is Roman Felber. And let's see what Pablo Benitez is doing now. We got about 7.5 minutes left to go. Just put in a 32.3. Arazu a 32.5. So another 2/10. That margin up front up to 4.5 seconds. Felber is still third. Mate Casieres. All that dueling that she was doing with Ashlyn and Jake, she has dropped way back off of Cash Felber right now. She has work to do if she wants to get up there. It's Jake Pollock in 5th, Bekami Asir now up into the 6th spot, and Ashlyn Speed sitting in 7th. And regardless of where Ashlyn finishes, the fight she put up to stay in that lead spot in that duel, this is going to be a wonderful learning experience for her of how to race in traffic, defend, attack, all of that. And that's part of what this series is all about. Sure, you want to be up front winning, but it's also about learning how to race. And sometimes you just aren't up in the front pack and you still got to race for points. Whoa! That was a heck of a move there by Roman Felber, I think, on Toro Rodriguez. Checkers are out. So Benitez gets the win, Arazu second, Felber third, Mate Casieres fourth, and Jake Pollock in the 5th spot with Bekami Asir in 6th, Ashlyn Speed in 7th, Rodriguez 8th, Roman Felber in 9th, and Hal Gould in the 10th spot. Checkers came out a little sooner than I had anticipated. Might be because some of the some stuff has just run a little bit long today. But give it up for Pablo Benitez. We know how fast Gaston Arazu is, and it's possible Gaston used up a bit of tire, obviously coming from dead last in the pack, and Pablo got to the front very quickly, got a great start, and then a great restart, found himself up front pretty early, and Gaston had to fight for it. And he may have just used up a little bit more tire and just didn't have enough to fight with at the end. But Pablo Benitez, when you consistently are running laps quicker than Gaston Arazu in this category, you've done something. And Pablo, and it's another 1-2 for Scuderia Buell too. So it was a great team effort. Then Cash Felber, the number 1 third, and I believe he runs for Jensen Motorsport, and then Mate Casieres for Inter Motorsport. Well, we see now why we love having Formula FARA as part of the FARA Championships. These young guns, they just get after it. Fabulous stuff. And about 5 minutes away from some HPDE. We've got a half hour of HPDE coming up, and then the second and final race of the day, the Pro Spec Miata feature race. And then we wrap everything up with our prototypes and GT cars with their individual sprints. That Pro Spec Miata race coming up, scheduled to get underway right around 4:40. And of course, we will have that Pro Spec Miata race on our DriversEye live coverage. Coming up in just a bit. 3 races to go for the second round of FARA's 2024 championship season, the FARA Miami Grand Prix. Pro Spec Miata Their 30-minute feature race, and then 2 25-minute sprints, one for the FARA prototypes and one for the FARA GT machines. Pro Spec Miata as it is heading out. And again, this is going to be a 30-minute race utilizing the full roval, which means the infield road course up through turn 9, and then Speedway turns 3 and 4, making them turns 10 and 11. And Mark Gibbons will be starting on pole. In the Old Dogs Racing Miata, the 69, the 56 of Todd Burris for 321 Motorsports. Starting second, the 99 of Noah Harmon, who had a marvelous start in the first race today for Auto Technic Racing. Doing a nice job. The 51 of Will Robinson for DPS Racing will start fourth. John Raudat in the number 63 for Auto Technic will start in the 5th spot. The 151, Nico Fondrini, will start 6th in the 7th spot. The number 45 of Harley Scuffle in the Black Horse Motors Auto Technic Miata. Starting 8th, the point leader coming in for the weekend, the 48 of Frankie Barroso for Auto Technic. Starting in the 9th spot, the 198 of Max Schweid for 3P Logistics. Starting in the 10th spot, the number 199, Bob Mueller Jr. in the Street Side Classics Miata. Starting 11th, the 46 of Chris Clark in the Auto Technic Miata. Starting in the 12th spot, the 92 of Corey Collum. Starting in the 13th spot, the 13B of Marcos Alfredo Zidane for the House of Rare Racing entry. Starting the 14th spot, the number 12 of Marcos Vento in the JV Racing Team Miata. Starting in the 15th spot, the number 54 of Natalino Scapitici in her Miata. Starting in the 16th spot, the 66 of Earl Hart for Auto Technic and MyFit Racing. Starting in the 17th spot, the 101 of Mikhail Fountain for Auto Technic. Starting in the 18th spot, the 192 Jesse Singer, again for Auto Technic. Starting in the 19th spot, the number 58 Bernardo Abend for TLM. Starting in the 20th spot is number 20 James Fountain for Auto Technic. Starting in the 21st spot, it's the 00 Max Bankin for 3P Logistics. Starting in the 22nd spot will be the 110 of EJ Tamayo, Tamayo Sports Florida Miata. Starting in the 23rd spot, the 991 of Jose De Las Casas for Ronnie Sport Racing, RSR. Starting in the 24th spot, the number 60 is Brandon Gardner. Starting in the 25th spot, the 100 of very busy Isabella Abreu. Starting in the 26th spot, the 62 of Steve Shelton Jr. for Auto Technic, also with Auto Technic. Starting 27th, the 13W of Jay Jackson. Starting in the 28th spot, the 55 of Rob Ashcroft for interim exec. Starting 29th, the 146 of Amy Jackson. Starting 30th is the number 97 of Frank Ganalante for Ricer Racing. Starting 31st, the number 17, Kaylin Kinley. And that's the Team Kinley Racing. Starting for MGM TLM in the 32nd spot, the 75X of Chase Navarre. And starting 33rd, 75, Bill Duncan for Rom Motorsports. Pace car is in field, heading toward the green. We're green, we're flying. Last time for Pro Spec Miata, very even start. But interestingly here, we've got John Raudet giving Todd Burris a big push. And that's enough for Burris to be able to ease in front as he turns into turn 2. Burris into the lead early from the outside of the front row. That was an interesting little hack, but it paid off. And we've got, looks like it's Harmon, Gibbons, and then Harmon. Second and third. Let's see what Burris can do here. Fourth looks to be the 63 of Raudat. Looks like Chris Clark got a really, really good start. Clark had started in the 9th spot. Oh, Burris just gets past. Yes, Mark Gibbons hitting through. You can see Burris running a little wide, and is Gibbons going to be able to hang on to it? They're still side by side. Remember, they don't turn into the infield now. It's full chat on the banking, and they are side by each. Mark Gibbons and the orange Miata of Todd Burris. Coming through. That's a cool shot, isn't it? Look at the scrum. It's 5 cars, 3 abreast. And two abreast down through turn one, folks. How they made that work, I have no clue. Somebody running wide. Big tank slapper. Cars behind scrambling. I think Carter got caught up in that. Who might that have been? Looks like, is that Scaffle? That has moved up into the scuffle, up into the second spot. Burris maybe third, and Chris Carter, wow, has he put together a launch here. Or Chris Clark, I mean, he has come up from that 11th spot. He's just been really strong and aggressive here. Top three broken away just a little bit, it looks like. Watch them here coming into turn 8. Here they come. That's Gibbons. Then I think it's Scuffle, and then Burris, then a little gap to the very impressive Chris Clark. And that's either John Raudat or Nico Fondrini. I'm not sure. One of them. Oh, that's Raudat right there. Oh, that's what happened. That's the 69 of Gibbons, your pole starter. He had a big issue. Not sure what happened. We saw the cars going everywhere, and that was him who ran wide. So it's Raudat with Scuffle on his 6. Chris Clark, then Noah Harmon, then Todd Burris. Wow, that off over at the outside of turn 3, shuffle things. Huge amount of lockup into turn number 2 and 3 here. Boy, that just shuffled everything up. When Gibbons got it completely sideways in turn 3. And the thing was, he saved it, but then he popped right back on the track and cars scattered everywhere. And I apologize, I just couldn't quite figure out who had scattered where and where they ended up. And it's a big piece of debris right at the exit of turn number 4, right as you start to bend into turn 5, and there's a car parked up against the barrier there too. So far, they're letting him race. And John Raudat and Henry Scuffle with all of that exchange. Oh, and Raudat locks it up way too deep into turn 8. And just that quick, Scuffle and Chris Clark. But Clark couldn't quite slide through. That was a nice recovery by Raudat to not lose 2 spots and just lose the 1. Also, EJ Tamayo has made his way down into the pits. He's got some sort of a problem. And here we go, pack of 3. Clark lost a little bit of mojo here. Raudat right back onto the bumper of Scuffle. And he is just trying to push him. And that works great until you get to where you turn. And once you start to turn, you've got to just breathe out of it so the guy in front of you doesn't get turned. So it's those 3, Scuffle, Raudat, Clark. Harmon is now closing and bringing Todd Burris with him. Then a fairly big gap back to Frankie Barroso with Schweid and Marcos Vento, the 198 and 12, the 2 blue cars. Schweid, the blue and black, Ventos, the all blue car. And then a nice run by Bob Mueller Jr. up into the 9th spot, and Michael Fountain in the 10th spot. Nico Fondrini back in 11th right now. As Clark starts dueling with Raudat, that gives a little bit of a breather here to Scuffle. Not much, mind you. And basically, folks, we now have 5 cars duking it out for the lead. That's a great battle. Oh, Barroso didn't get a great run up onto the speedway, and I think he's going to lose 2 spots. Both Schweid and Ventos have gone through. Here comes our lead group, and it's broken apart again. And then there you see the 2 blue cars are in front of the white car, where when they came out of turn 9. The white car was in front of both of them. That's Barroso. And he didn't get a great run out of that last turn. And as a result, these are very much, I've said it so many times, momentum cars. They don't have big motors where if you have a little error, make a mistake, run a little wide, that you can just get some of that speed back through power. It's all momentum. Raudat really struggled to get out of turn number 4 and 5, and just that quick, Harmon has jumped through and taken that second spot. And it's Harley Scuffle now leading. Harmon in second. Raudat third. Then the 2 orange cars, Chris Clark and Todd Burris. Here they are turning in. Turn 8 here. Scuffle in that red car. And you see those 2 orange cars, a lot of experience there. There's Schweid, the blue and black car, then Ventos, the blue car, Barroso in the white car. Then Bob Mueller in that sort of red and yellowish car having a solid run. Mikel Fountain and Nico Fundrini. And we have a full course caution. Full course caution. And I think it's because we have 2 cars now. Is it 2 cars or just a piece of bodywork over at the exit of turn 4? I think it may be just the bodywork and then the car. And they have indeed sent somebody here. One of the track EV units. To pick up, that just looks like a big old bumper. And they're gonna grab that and then they're gonna hook that car up and tow it out of the way. And what this is gonna do, obviously, is it's gonna bring Schweid, Vento, Barroso, Fountain, Mueller, Singer, Fundrini, and Natalina Scapitici having a really good run as well. Gonna bring them all right back to that lead group. Remember, it's a 30-minute race, so we still got 20 to go. And assuming, I was just about to say, assuming that car can easily roll, they can just hook onto it and pull it. But apparently, it is missing a rather important component to be able to do that. It's called a wheel and tire. So that's going to mean they probably need to get a wrecker out here. One of the safety vehicles is right there, but it is not a wrecker or flatbed. So we have to see now where one of the wreckers is located, and it's going to have to hustle down there. And that means that this restart is going to be fraught, because it's going to, in a certain sense, strategy be damned in a sense, because it's just going to be go at that stage. And sometimes experience is what can pay big dividends there, and there's a bunch of it up front. And I'm looking to see, it looks like Gibbons is still on the lead lap. He's way back, but he is fast. And if he can catch the back of this queue, he's got opportunity here to do something. We know how quick he is. And they bring out the big forklift. That is a very effective way to quickly remove race machinery. And again, full course caution, clock continues to tick. So this is where you hope that the rescue crews and the safety crews are really adept at hooking up race cars and getting them moved. And I think they have to kind of halt work here as this field is going to come by, and then they will have a lot of time to be able to jump on getting that car hooked up and gone. And you've got cars, even under the control of the pace car, you really don't want to have a lot of workers that are just trackside. And in that part of the track, there's just not a lot of room. Oh, cars have to take evasive here. And that is, I just talked about why we don't do any work on those cars when the field is coming through, even under pace control, because those cars in the back, I don't know why they didn't understand what was happening. Everybody been by that car a few times, but they decided to go way too quick through there and had to jump on the binders. So they're working on the hookup right now. They are sometimes you just slide a bar right through the two windows and lift it, but with those Mazdas, I'm not sure, because those roofs pop off pretty easily, so that's not going to do it. So then they probably have to hook it, and I don't know what wheel it lost, front or rear. They probably have to hook it to the back, to that part of the car, and lift it, so then it'll scoot a little bit. It looks like that's what they're trying to do. All right, they do have it hooked up now to, it's the back of the car, and they had to get that car to pivot around. And they got to take it, there's a cutout about halfway down that straight between turns 5 and 6. Are they going to tuck it there? Because the way they're doing this removal, it's slow going. All right, here comes the pack once again, coming through where that car is. It's now clear of turn 5. You can see where it was just over to the left here in this shot, and it's now gone. Well, they're clearly not going to tuck it into that first cutout, it looks like, because they're on the wrong side and all the cars are steaming by, unless they're just going to stop, let the field go, and have the better angle to make that turn in. Let's hope so, because that could be 1 or 2 laps that it would take to go all the way down to turn 6 in the exit over there. Well, I guess they're not going to tuck it there. They're going to haul it all the way down to turn 6. Sorry, folks. That's just going to keep eating away at the time here. We're at 13 minutes to go. We do have a couple of races coming up after this. And that will be our fourth and final sprint for the FARA prototypes, and then the fourth and final sprint for FARA GT. And after that, we will have our final SLS, which is Super Lap Series for the advanced HPDE high performance driving experience cars. We're getting reports. It looks like it could be the left rear was the one that created the problem. All right, there's another cutout over in the turn, just about halfway between turn 6 and 7. You just see the wrecker off to the right there. That's the safety vehicle protecting that big forklift. So the cars are clear. That scenario is now clear of the track. I'm not sure why it couldn't have gone into that cutout, and we could have had 2 more laps of racing maybe, but you know, and so by the time the field comes around, assuming we get the green, I think we might be looking at, depending on how quick the pace car flies here, we might be looking at 8.5 minutes of racing perhaps. And you know these Spec Miata Pro drivers are chomping at the bit. So these final laps should be absolutely superb. All right. Watch for the pace car to make the move down into pit lane. There it goes. We are going after it. And it's Harley Scuffle and Noah Harmon, 1 and 2, that are going to bring him to the green. And we're green. Todd Burris looking as Raudette jumps to the inside right now of Noah Harmon. Burris choosing to go with him. Oh, Harmon having none of it, keeps that car right around the outside. Raudette had to check up a little bit, and that's given just about a car length between Harmon in second, Raudette in third. And then this screaming pack of Miatas. Chris Clark glommed on right to the back here of Todd Burris, the two orange cars. Here comes Scuffle, turning into turn 6. Harmon there, Rodat, then the two orange cars of Burris and Clark. Then a little bit of a gap to Max Schweid, and a move there by Barrasso, diving down into the inside of Marcus Vento. If he makes that work, that would be 7th for our points leader coming into the weekend. And I don't think he's going to have position here. And as a matter of fact, a late move from way back, Michael Fountain, down inside of Barrasso and now Vento. What a move if he makes it work. That would be 9th to 7th. Under braking down into that crucial turn number 8. And just want to remind all of our prototype competitors, get to the grid as we have 2x2, and it's Rodat and Burris going around the outside of our early leader, Harley Scuffle and Noah Harmon. Yeah, and a big lockup again by Rodat, and diving to the inside goes Todd Burris. Remember, Rodat had that big lockup earlier, and when you flat spot a tire like that, when you jump on the brakes, just the laws of rotational physics cause that, oftentimes, that flat spot to just automatically get found. And I think Rodat may have hurt that tire because he backed way out of it. He might have a monster vibration right now. And Michael Fontaine and Barrasso are side by side in their duel here. And Schweid and Vento are in it as well. Look in the back of the frame to the right side of the track from our perspective. The white car dropping back, and what a move by Max Schweid as Michael Fontaine, or Michael Fontaine, I should say, trying to everything he can to try and do something, and Schweid just taking advantage of it and back in the order a little bit farther. That may have been Nico Fondrini running wide. No, it's the green car up there. I couldn't quite pick up that number, but that's going to cost him dearly as the back now with Burris leading and Scuffle tucked right up behind him as they're trying to make a break. But Noah Harmon has now teamed up with Chris Clark, and those two cars getting the benefit of the draft from the two up front. Get on the brakes, and that lead is going to evaporate. Sure enough, there's 4 cars there pretty much covered by the proverbial blanket. Then a recovering John Rodat in that 63. Max Schweid. That's the bowl, turn 4. Get a little bit of banking there you can use to launch you. Meanwhile, into turn number 6. There's that group of 4, then a little bit of a gap to Rodat. And then Schweid, Michael Fountain, Ventos, Barrasso in their own little duel. That subsided just a bit now. As a matter of fact, Rodat starting to maybe fall into their grasp here. 4 minutes to go, 4 to go. Once again, our 2x2 pairings start to form up with Burris and Scuffle, the orange and red car at the front, and then the gold or bronze, black and white car, and the orange car Clark. The bronze car is Noah Harmon. And then Rodat by himself right now, and that's not, he's too far back to really get any tow. And I'll tell you, this time, Burris and Scuffle actually maintained a little bit bigger margin over Harmon and Clark, but under braking, it just evaporates again. And that's not just the accordion. They just end up rolling more speed because they're benefiting from that double pull. And now Clark actually drops off. He may have made a little mistake in turn 2 or 3. And there he is. You can see he's lost a little ground, and there's Rodat. That's a little bit closer. Then Schweid, then Fountain, then Vento, then Barroso. Or Barroso, excuse me. Then Singer and recovering Gibbons. I mentioned Mark Gibbons might have an opportunity here, knowing how fast he is. And he has fought his way after that big off from near the back of the pack up into 11th. That's one great recovery drive. And he's taking a run at Singer right now for that top 10. Down to the inside he goes. See him right there? To get it done? He does. Got him. Nice pass. What a recovery drive by Mark Gibbons. He's now in the 10th spot. That lead duo, boy, they are playing this to perfection. And I think Scuffle, watch here, if you see him, he had to move out a little bit. And I think it might just be because you run right up behind another car like that, you get no cooling air into the motor, brakes, anything. And I think he just had to move for a little bit here. And Rodat has recovered after drifting backward a little bit. He apparently figured out a workaround with that presumably flat-spotted tire. Here we go into turn 6. Scuffle just showing the nose a smidge here. And there, right there, that black car, that is Mark Gibbons, your pole sitter, who, after having that off over in turn 3, has recovered and has been able to work his way back into the top 10. Burris leads them into turn 8. Scuffle, the red car, in second. Harmon, the gold and black car. Then Clark in the second of the orange cars. Then Rodat in the black car. Then Schweid in the blue and black car. Mikel Fountain in that red and yellowish car. Vento, the all blue car. The white car of Barroso. And Mark Gibbons. And as they through here, well, looks like that group of Harmon, that duo of Harmon and Clark are a bit closer this time as somebody had a huge off over turn 2, last car through there. And here we go once again. This lead group of 4, they've been able to ease away from Rodat again. And they are coming through here. Want to see what kind of times Mark Gibbons is turning. Last lap was a 41.3. Not particularly quicker than anybody else out there. Fastest car was a 40.6 by Harmon. 48 making its way slowly down into pit lane. Hate to have that happen late in a race like this. Meanwhile, we've got a duel for the lead here. And for Harmon, that third car in the queue, where do I go? Do I go with Scuffle or do I go with Burris? He elects to go with Scuffle. And and it looks like Clark's gonna go with them as well. Bad news for Burris. He could well get freight trained all the way back to 4th here. Let's see, does he? We're watching for him. Yeah, he's on the outside, and yeah, he's got to give it up, I think, and knocked into 4th. So Burris leading as the white flag comes out. He was leading at the start of the previous lap and takes the white flag in 4th. Now, what does his experience allow him to do? And it is Scuffle, who is driving a superb race right now. Chris Clark is now the the second car in the queue, the orange car, that second is now Scuffle, or is Clark. Burris is now in fourth. And Scuffle is driving a tremendous lap here on the infield. He's opening up just a little bit of a lead. There he is, turning into sixth, and that's a car length and a half. But now, this long haul, you get out of 6 and 7 well. This is a long run down into turn 8. And Clark trying to look for an opportunity here, cannot find one yet. Scuffle right down the center of the track in defense. And Burris, can't even see him, and again, Raudet, a massive lockup. He is pushing for everything he's worth, but he's damaging that tire, and I think Scuffle just ran wide. And now Clark is up the inside of Scuffle. Here comes Harmon. Harmon's gonna go with Clark, and so is Burris, and it could be Scuffle is the guy who goes from first to fourth here as they come through into Speedway 4. This is it, coming to the checker. Who gets it done? It's Clark. Harmon thinking about it, nothing he can do. Burris can't do anything, and that is how they finish. It is Clark, Harmon, and Burris on the podium. And for 2 consecutive laps, the guy that crossed the start-finish stripe in the lead ended up fourth at the end of the lap. And John Raudet, smoking his brakes and tires everywhere, still hangs on to fifth. Marcos Vento slipped through on Max Schweid to grab 6th. Schweid 7th. Mikel Fontaine in the 101 is 8th. 9th, the recovering Mark Gibbons. And we had some great battling up front, but Gibbons came from outside. I think he was back in about the 25th spot and managed to come back through. What a lap he drove. A series of laps to come through these basically identical cars. That was one heck of a drive. And something happened with Frankie Barroso late in the race as he just sort of dropped way back and ends up finishing 24th. And that, for our points leader coming in here, is very unpleasant development. What a shame. Got a few more cars that are still coming around to pick up the flag. I think the last one to grab the checker flag here is the 97. Frank Anelante. Everybody else had been lapped. So the field will make its way down into pit lane. And the top 3 will head to the podium for the final Pro Spec Miata podium celebration of this 2024 FARA Miami Grand Prix weekend. I'll tell you what, an incredibly well-driven race, and it all started for Chris Clark with a start, and man, was it spectacular. He started this race in 11th, and we had that incident that gave us that full course caution. The first one, it was a short one, but it moved him right up by the time that came out, he was there. And then from that point forward, he just went to the front. So 11th to the win for Chris Clark. Mark Gibbons from 1st to 25th to 9th. That's a couple of really good drives, folks. You've just seen some very special stuff.
All right, guys, the feature race, 45 minutes for a whole bunch of money. Like John Raudat says, get that money! Jose de las Casas to the podium. Jose de las Casas. Tres Shields. All right, so guys, this is not just a regular race. This is a money race. So we're not going to call the top 3. We're going to call the top 5. In 5th place, Mr. Get That Money, John Raudat!
Yeah, man. Yes.
In 4th place, and I have to apologize because I called him Harvey, I think, Harley Scofield! In 3rd place, Mr. Hollywood, Todd Boris! In 2nd place, with a gap of .008, Noah Harmon! And in 1st place, by the slightest of margin, Chris Clark!
Yeah. Get that money. Get it, get it, get it, get it, get it.
Get that money!
Get some chips over here, Get some chips. Chips. Oh, sorry, I'll hold up some chips. I got nothing to hang on to.
All right, guys, hold up the trophy first.
Yeah.
Trophy first. All right, ready? Coming up. 1 second. Hold it. Hold it. Hold it. And anytime now? Maybe. Getting almost. Yay! Now hold on. We need to do the hat dance, guys. We need the hand cook hats. Hand cook hats on the podium. Hand cook. We need to pay the sponsors. All right, guys, hold the checks up. Hold the checks up. Hold the money. Hold the money. Woo! Congratulations, guys. Now, this microphone is not very versatile. Hold on. All right, Todd, this is on the broadcast. So, who finished 3rd? Todd did. Todd, how was that race?
The race was amazing. We had the lead for a little while, but then I got beat by these 4 Auto Technic cars. It was called a.
That's what happens when Auto Technic's big 16 cars out of a 30-car field. Good job, guys. Victory in numbers. Now, Noah, you're going to have to come down here because the microphone won't reach. Noah, come here. All right, Noah, who do you have to thank?
I got to thank everybody at Auto Technic. I mean, just 2 hours before the race, my car was in a lot of pieces, and everyone was thrashing around. Corey, Jonathan, everyone over there just had a great effort. And
Fantastic. What do you think of FARA?
it's been amazing.
Awesome. And, of course, the winner, Mr. Chris Clark. Say some words for the fans.
Thank you. The race was amazing. We had a good time. Again, I want to thank everybody with Auto Technic. They did a great job getting my car ready and all the other cars that we have here and keeping Todd behind me. So that was it was a good time. Thanks again to everybody at FARA. Thank you, Todd. Thank you, Twatty. It's a great event, great weekend. Thanks for everybody coming out and supporting us. We had a great time. Thank you.
Thank you, guys. You guys put an amazing show. Great job. Auto Technics, #1. All right.
Yeah.
All right. All the pictures good? Good. Isabella, get up there. Isabella, bro. Woo-hoo! All right, fantastic, guys. Now, bring me one of the Rooks bags. We're gonna do a little random draw. Little random draw. These bags have been brought to you by the Rooks guys, who, you know, whoever wins the championship this year
Coming
is
into
get
the
a carbon
weekend
fiber
here,
helmet.
just to give you a little bit of an idea.
In the meantime, you get
in
one
the
of these
FP2
bags.
category
So, right
was
now,
Giuseppe Castellano, who is
let's do my little number generator, and he's gonna get to number. Who finished 26? In 26th spot is Corey Cullum. Oh, wait, one more. There's one more coming up. One more. Hold on. Number generator. Whoever finished in 32nd position, that is Amy Jackson. You gotta be here to win. Where's Amy? Is there any of the Jackson 5s here? They got like 17 people in the family. Nobody's here. Somebody's gonna take it for her, or if not, it goes to the next person. Amy Jackson, you have 5, 4, 3, 2. All right. Next person coming up is Chase Navarre. Chase, not here either? Oh my God. You guys are killing me. All right, next one coming up. Card number 23. Frank Anelante. Frank Anelante. Frank. No Frank? No Frank? Huh? No. All right, okay. Hold on. Okay, who finished? Okay, I need to get up on the podium. I need a picture. Hold it back. All right, guys, hold us up. Yes! All right, and we have a $400 drawing. You know what? Don't go anywhere. $400 drawing goes to whoever finished in number 12. Bob Mueller Jr. Bob Mueller, $400, baby. You know what? Jose, get the certificate from TRD. Get a certificate. All right, guys, coming up, we have 3 gift certificates from the Racing Tailor, the same guys that have done my suit. I'm not wearing it right now, but it's a pretty cool suit, custom made. There's a $700, $600, and a $500 gift certificate to get one of those suits. And those suits are going to whoever finished in 16, James Fountain. Next up, let's see. Who finished in number 8? Michael Fountain. Really? Is it? All right. Last one, but certainly not least, it's going to. Oh, I can't. Sorry. She already won something. Okay, next one coming up. Who finished in number 21st? Kayleen Kinley. Kayleen, yes! Woohoo! Good job. Okay, I just got some information that is awesome. This is Kayleen's first race weekend. And I hear Kaylin is 14 years old. Is that right? Kaylin, get over here. Come over here. So, what's your story? Where did you start racing?
I started racing in quarter midgets, and my dad started doing this, so then I moved up when he moved up.
That is fantastic. Where's Dad? Where's Dad? Dad's probably taking care of the car. That is amazing. Congratulations. Welcome to FARA.
Thank you.
Hopefully you keep coming back. You guys having a good time? Woo! Fantastic, guys. Hold us up for the pictures. Oh, 1 second. 1 second. 1 second. Congratulations, guys. Thank you for putting an amazing show. Let's do it again in Sebring in about a month or so.
Well, we have a new leader in the FP3 category as after trying lap after lap, Gabrielle Znadarczyk closed up onto the back of the number 5 of Jimmy Crawford down into turn 2. And Jimmy just ran a smidge wide through 3, and Znadarczyk sliced underneath. And I think it's actually more than that for Jimmy Crawford. He is now crawling down the backstretch, something adrift or amiss with that car. White flag is out. 1 to go. Teddy Alvarado has opened up a huge lead here. Almost half a lap at this stage. Oh, what a shame. The number 5, and Jimmy Crawford, has stopped in the pits so late in the race after leading the FP3 class. And it's possible when he ran wide, maybe he cut a tire, and I suppose it's also possible that something happened mechanically to the car that caused him to run wide. And here comes Teddy Alvarado picking up the win. Nice job by Teddy. Controlled this one from the original start through the restart. Just did a nice job bringing it home. Here comes Milan Lewis, second in FE2. And Gabriel Znadarczyk working his way through turn number 10 and 11 right now. Here he comes. He will pick up a win in the FP3 category. One race to go, folks, and it comes up as soon as we could possibly get the cars gridded. It is our FARA Sprint GT 4th sprint race coming up, 25 minutes in duration. And the grid, the field for our final race of this 2024 FARA Grand Prix weekend, making its way out on track, the GT cars. They're going to be heading out on track. I believe it is going to be Orbendorfer. Who will be bringing the field around. And Michael Manella looks like he will be outside of the front row. Mark Julian looks to be next up. And Sophia Baszler possibly. "25 minutes. Green flag. It is Orbendorfer into the lead. Manella. Orbendorfer, of course, a GT1A car. Manella, GT1B car, into the second spot, chased hard by Mark Julian. Comes in here as the points leader after sweeping the weekend, essentially, at the opening round, the Miami 500 weekend. Then behind them is the number 55, the Scorpioni all-white Ginetta. Then Charlton Holmes in the number 14. And that is the Extreme Velocity Motorsports Porsche Cayman. Also a GT1B car, then the Ferrari of Gary Young. And then the 132 is Sophia Baszler. And then GT2B of the 84 of Manny Gomez. For Palm Beach Tactical in the BMW CS2. And Evan Stamer, a GT1A car, starting back in the field in 10th. And he is augering his way through the field. That, I think, may have been a pass for 6th, possibly. There he is. No, that's actually 5th. One better than I thought. And the interesting thing here is going to be Stamer, that was a 137.8. Orbendorfer, a 131. Now, of course, Stamer dealing with traffic, slower class traffic. Now he's clear of that, and he needs to just set sail here. Coming down into turn 6 for the last time, there's that beautiful Ginetta. Great little car. Uses a virtually bone stock V6 Ford engine, the same one in the V that you get in your basically road V6 Mustang. But because of how light and agile the car is, and how well balanced it is, the driver sits way back in the cockpit. It is super easy on tires and just carries so much speed through the corners. Oberndorf is doing everything he can to build this margin up. We got a battle here in GT1B. Julian was able to win the first couple races, then got pretty significantly trounced by Manella in the third race. And now he is glued to the back of Manella. Oberndorf for a 130.1, Stamer a 29.4. So Stamer is quick, but now he's up behind that Ginetta, the number 55. And you get into these twisty bits, that Ginetta is quick. The Stamer has to set up a big launch here and use the power of that Porsche. And here he comes, heading down into turn 6. In the background, there's the move to the inside of the Ginetta. Look how deep that Ginetta can go on the brakes, though. It just is so light and effective. It's all over that Porsche coming out. Now the horsepower is going to make a difference. And Stamer eases away a little bit here, but watch that Ginetta possibly close up under braking again. Does a smidge. Porsches are pretty legendary on the brakes, too. And now it's just a horsepower run all the way up to turn 10. But this is the battle. Or to make sure I get it right here. That's the battle for the final podium spot in GT1B. That Cayman and that Ferrari. But maybe the best battle on the track right now for the win, well, not maybe, it is the one behind Oberndorfer, and they are right now, should be coming out and around the turn 3-4 area. There's Oberndorfer, and there it is. That's Manella and Mark Julian. That's for the win in GT1B. Manella hanging on. Well, Julian giving him fits at this stage, and here comes a flying Stamer. There's the car that is currently leading, though, in GT2A, kind of all by himself out there right now. But there's your battle for that GT1B lead. Out of turn 8, through 9, up onto the banking. It looked like Julian didn't get quite the run that Manella did heading up there. Oh, some lap traffic, the VW Golf. Nice job getting out of the way here. And now he's going to be overwhelmed by Stamer as he comes hustling down. That margin under 0.2 of a second between Manella and Julian. Stamer goes a 129.1. Oberndorfer goes a 130.5. And it's 7 seconds from Oberndorfer, 7.5 from Oberndorfer to Stamer. And Stamer running about 1.5 seconds a lap faster. So that's 5-6 laps. We've got 8. He can do it. What really might play into it is how cleanly he gets through this duel in front of him, and he's closing on him, but they have absolutely no obligation to get out of the way. One, it is an overall position battle. It's not like he's a lap ahead of them or coming up to put them a lap down. And two, they're racing for the win in their class. And the smartest thing that Stamer could do is try and set this up. And they've got pretty good grunts in those GT1B cars, too. He needs to set it up where he can roll a little speed and then use the power to build it up. And there's more lap traffic coming. Here's that battle. And there's Stamer. Oh, this is going to be interesting to see down this front straight. I don't think Stamer's going to get it, but they're going to get hung up by 2 cars in front of them that are battling. Manella trying to figure out a way through. Oh, did he make a brilliant lane choice? Stayed wide, cut to the inside, folks. That was awesome. And Manella comes through, and it gave him a couple of car lengths on Julian, and that so quickly could have gone completely backwards. Wow, that was so close. But that has allowed Stamer to get a lot closer to them a lot quicker. And he now, with that about 4 or 5 car lengths, as they head into turn 8, that 4 or 5 car lengths, he's going to try and get through on Julian right now. Julian is really good on the brakes into 8 and staves them off here. And now up under the banking they go. There's another lap car they're going to be dealing with. And I think that was Isabella Abreu and Juan Paulino. That were those 2 cars that our GT1B guys caught. And they get another mix up here. And again, Manella, the door opens and he jumps through that Zoltan Wallace and that very tail-happy BMW. And here's, oh, and some smoke. And that does not look like tire smoke out of the back of Stamer's car. He may have a problem. And that, this is really hurting him, even if that was a little bit of lockup, is that margin between himself and your overall leader and GT1A leader, Obendorfer, has actually grown to almost 8 seconds while he's trying to deal with this traffic. Boy, that just did, now that may have just been tire rub. That may have settled down a little bit onto that right rear tire. Now he gets a good run out of turn number 7. This time using the oomph. He's going to get down to the inside of Mark Julian. Here he comes. But he's not going to clear Manella, and Julian's not just going to give way and lose more time to Manella. He finally sort of has to, but that pinched Stamer on the exit, which means he didn't get the run that he would have liked up onto the backstretch. The question is now, is he going to get through? No, he could not get through yet on Manella either. And let's see, Manella now. Here comes Stamer down the front straight. Oh yeah, there's a lot of smoke out of the back of that. Oh, and off goes Manella. I don't know whether he looked in the mirror and saw that smoke from Stamer, but he just overshot the exit at 2, and you could see him there. Oh man, he was doing a brilliant job. Hope he can gather it up and continue. But that's going to let Charlton Holmes and Gary Young and Sophia Baszler, now he finally gets it turned around. Just a little bit too much speed in. Oh, we got somebody who's pulled off. That's Stamer. Well, we were talking about that smoke. And at first, for a moment there, I thought maybe it's just the car settling on that right rear corner a little bit through those loaded corners, and that's where the smoke was coming from. But that could actually be a transaxle problem on the back of the car as well. So Stamer, what a charge through the pack. Has turned the fast lap of the race by a second. He went a 1:29.1. And we have a full course caution. And of course, that where Stamer is parked, that is a one, it's a big overtaking zone, and 2, the cars come in there. That's a lot of speed. And if you just try and cover it, well, you see that yellow flag flying there to the right on your screen. And what it's basically saying is, you know, that's now a no passing zone, but Stamer's almost dead across from that. So the problem is that yellow's got to be flying much farther upstream. But if two cars come in there and one has a, you know, either touch or a mechanical failure and that car scoots to the right, Stamer's just sitting there as a target. So have to go to the full course caution with about 12 minutes to go in this, our last race of this FARA Miami Grand Prix weekend right now. Rest of the field right now, and this is still one of those kind of sketchy moments because you've got the safety crews over there, but the rest of the field trying to catch that pace car too. And the pace car did not pick up the race leader, and I think that's okay. That sometimes you just say, we need this field under control right now. And so they just put that pace car out to get everybody reeled in. And they've already got Stamer's car on the hook and underway. And it looks like there's some fluid down there as well, which makes sense. But that was something, you know, the transmission, the transaxle, all of that in the back of that Porsche. And I can see one of the workers out there. There he is. And that is, he's looking at it and he's trying to put down a little oil dry. It's pretty far offline. But again, you get somebody trying to make a pass and there's a really aggressive defense. And suddenly the overtaking driver's right side tires hit that oil or whatever it is, transmission fluid, which is very slick too, and then things get ugly in a hurry. So have to be taking care of it. And then they're going to probably have to do a wave around here and let all those cars that are in between the pace car and Obendorfer, and that would be oh boy. You know what it was? They just missed the leader by one car. That's frustrating. Because here comes Obendorfer out of the last turn. I'm just looking here, trying to spot things. And the pace car is just heading into turn number 10 and 11. The quick solution would be if they can have the crew get a hold of Obendorfer and tell them, slow down, let the pace car get by you. We have 8 minutes to go. So as we run right now, Isabella Abreu is leading GT4A again over Alfonso Ruiz. In GT2A, it's a Scorpione. In Honda Wars, it's the number 6 of the Perez Racing entry that is leading the number 718 Raro Racing Team entry, and then sitting in third is the number 725, excuse me, also from Raro Racing. All right, looks like they have now commenced the waiver rounds. Oh, we're back to green. All right, well, that got my, I thought we were doing the waiver round and it was just crazy, but they just decided to go back to green. So our overall leader is sort of middle of this pack here. And the guy who's going to be loving this opportunity is the number 4 of Michael Manella. Because with that caution, you remember he had that spin, lost a ton of time over the outside of turn number 3, and he gets that back. But it all depends on where he was in this restart queue. And Manella just coming by the start-finish line, and here's Gary Young, who's sitting in third right now in that Ferrari F430. And he's having a good little, it's not in the same class, but a good little duel with the number 55 of Scorpione in the Ginetta. And Oberndorfer working through some of the traffic that he was mired in, coming through turns 5 and now heading into turn 6. And here you see the Ginetta. And then there's that battle with Gary Young in the Ferrari. And Charlton Holmes right behind him. And Charlton in the Extreme Velocity Porsche Cayman. And that is a really good battle here for that final podium spot in GT1B. Mark Julian has a pretty healthy margin right now of 11 seconds over Manella. But that final podium spot here, that comes that battle. There it is, that beautiful Ferrari. That purple and orange. Oh, but a big run here by the number 14, Charlton Holmes. In the Porsche, and Young slams the door down into turn 1 and 2. That was so close. I think that maybe Gary Young in that Ferrari may have missed a shift or got a bad run out of the last turn, because I swear Holmes came from about 8 car lengths deep and took a look down into turn 1. And The 77 and the 18, the Marco Pisa, Rick Tamirian BMW, and the 18 of Salerno, they're in a good little scrap too for the win in GT3A. They're just coming through turn 4 right now, as we're continuing to watch this battle for the final podium spot. But into turn number 6 right now for the 77. And that is a close little scrap, and here it is. He got through. Finally, the number 14 made the pass. So Charlton slicing through, and that puts him in the podium spot. And Sophia Beisler behind them just by a little bit. But I'm looking for that heading into turn number 10, 11. That we stay put here. You're going to see this yellow BMW work his way through. There he is. Oh, and the car behind him is, gets wide, and that is another bad boy. These guys are fighting furiously out here right now, and it's showing as Jonathan Salerno is going to lose a lot of time with that moment. Saved it, which is a good thing, but still, white flag comes out. White flag coming out. And it's nice to see Jose Ruiz, who's been struggling in that GT4A class with his normal car, the 44, or Alfonso Ruiz, I mean, was able to jump into a VW Golf. Don't know if he rented it or it's a buddy's or something, but at least he's able to get back out and drive here. Here comes Carlton. Now up into third with Gary Young fourth, and then here comes Sophia Beisler. And here comes your overall leader as Manny Gomez comes through. There it is, the checkers. And a great, great race for Stefan Oberndorfer. Just a really, really solid run. And I'm looking at another battle here, the 84 Gomez and the 47 of Justin Levine in GT2B. And they are just now coming out of turn 5. And see if we can pick the get the shot into turn 6 here, because this next group of cars coming, these two guys, they're separated by 2 car lengths, and this is for the win in GT2B. Let's follow them around. What a story this is. A Brew comes through, picks up a win, another one. Boy, she has just been unstoppable here. But this battle, Gomez and Levine, and you can see Gomez is worried. He's really protecting. And Levine might have the run here. Cuts down underneath. Does he get? No, he does not get the exit. I think as he had to turn in so tight. Once again, that pinches your exit and it scrubs speed. So now he's got to try something pretty spectacular into turn 12, and they got in really hot. Look at this, Gomez gets sideways, crosses it up. Levine goes to the outside, and Levine makes the attempt here, and the back end comes around. Levine has spun it, trying for the win in the last couple of corners, and Manny Gomez comes through, grabs another win. But give it up for Justin Levine, man. It was win it or bin it. Well, in his case, win it or spin it. But what a fight they put on all the way. Wow, fantastic racing right to the last checker flag. Congratulations to all of our competitors, to Oberndorfer for that overall win. And man, he had to earn that one. And all of the competitors just doing a superb job. So that is going to wrap up our coverage. We do have a trophy presentation that might be coming up, but in terms of race calls, that's going to wrap things up here from the second round of the 2024 FARA Championship Series. It's the FARA Miami Grand Prix weekend, and it has been fabulous. Thank you all so much for coming out, being a part of it, having some fun with us, enjoying some great racing. And just a quick reminder of when the next racers are in the championship. The next one will be coming up at Sebring, Florida, May 25th or 24th through the 26th, if you count the test day. In May, end of May, and that's about 2 months out. Then 2 months later, we're back at Sebring for the end of July. 2 months later, back at Sebring, end of September. And then we wrap things up right back here at Homestead-Miami Speedway. So make sure you make those plans. Come on out, watch the action for FARA at Sebring International Raceway in a couple of months' time. A huge thank you to all of our volunteers. Just an incredible job, as always, particularly the corner workers out there in the element, out in harm's way, providing information to the drivers, providing information to race control. Speaking of race control, Gerardo Bonilla, our race director, doing an absolutely stellar job as always here. A big thank you to the unsung heroes of the sport of motor racing, the crews. They put in the long hours working on the cars, and then the drivers get to get in and have fun. But those crews not just give them fast race cars, they give them safe race cars, and that is what allows these drivers with full confidence to push so hard and put on some great racing. I want to say thanks, too, to any of the food trucks that might still be here or within shouting distance. Thank you so much for being here. You're such a special part of the FARA weekends. I hope you realize how much you are appreciated. Of course, a huge thank you to all of the sponsors. Can't do it without you. I have to say a personal thank you to Ryan and Jordan of DriverSeye Live, who allow us to have this great streaming coverage and to be a part of it. Lucky to have that, that's for sure. They do a great job. But most of all, a huge thank you to all of the fans that came out and were a part of this great weekend of racing. We hope you'll join us again at Sebring in two months' time. And if you can't make it, remember, DriverSeye Live will have the coverage for you. Until then, take care, everybody, and thank you so much. Be safe.
Hello, people! The end of the Miami Grand Prix. FARA Racing, Mission Foods, Headquarter Mazda, Chicago Atlantic, Mazda Motorsports, thank you very much. Garage Living, the most beautiful garages you ever saw. You better go to that website, garageliving.com. They got some unbelievable stuff. Hankook Tires, fantastic partner, 16 years running. You don't get that. Not even marriages don't last that long. Fixie Wheels, Colosso Tires, Pilsen, Rooks, Race Taylor, the most awesome costume suits you ever saw. You saw me, you know how good I look. So I would like to, this is something we don't normally do, but I'm going to call the overall of this race because it was great. You guys stuck around. Everybody else went home. In third place overall, Mike Manila. Come in. Huh? And Bart Collins. In second place, Mark Julian. Just for this race, overall. Huh? And in first place, Stefan Overndorfer. Congratulations, guys. You're overall for the last sprint. Normally we don't do this, but since everybody went home, this is what they're missing. I'm going to post this on social media. I'm going to tell them this is what happens when you go home. You get on the podium. Congratulations, guys. Put those trophies up. Put the trophies up. Trophies up for the pictures. Turn it around. Turn it around. The trophy. There you go. All right, there we go. Ready? 3, 2, 1. No more pss, pss. All right. Congratulations, guys. So we're waiting for the tabulation of the sprints. This is going to be the trophy presentation for the sprints. The way that it works is going to be sprint number 1, 2, 3, and 4. There are points given for every race that you did. And we are now about to call he wants to say something. We're about to call the winners of all the classes from yesterday and today. Man, this guy's annoying.
Hey, I just want to thank David Tuati. Please give a big shout out to David and his crew. This was my first race with FARA, but they do an amazing job. Thank you, David.
Thank you, Stefan. Hopefully it's one of many. All right, guys, let's continue. Let's get started with Honda Wars. In third place, this is a tabulation of all the sprint races. Moises Cordero and Carlos Lazaro. In second place, Wilbur and Richard Perez. And in first place, Rafael Garcia Jr., Ernesto Roca. All right, guys, your Honda Wars. Thank you, guys. You guys put on a fantastic race. Keep on coming. All right, moving on along, waiting and waiting and waiting. Did you guys have a good time? All I know is my American Express keeps getting more and more. Did you guys watch the Spec Miata race? Those guys are nuts. All right, timing and scoring tells me 5 minutes. 5 minutes. 5 minutes on the grid. I mean, not the grid, on the podium. 5 minutes on the podium. You know, for everybody that's here that hasn't raced a car, we have the Super Lap Series. Anybody that wants to drive a car for competition can do so in their street car. You have to go through novice, intermediate, and advanced. But once you do that, you can join the SLS series, Super Lap series. It is time trial. It is not wheel-to-wheel competition, but you will be out on track with your fellow competitors to put on a fast lap. Fastest lap wins. You also get up on the podium with a little pss and all the stuff, contingency money, Hoosier money, all kinds of different stuff. So for anybody that wants to get into racing but doesn't have the budget to put on a roll cage and go wheel to wheel, that's a great place to start. Psst, psst. We're ready. We're ready. Okay, let's see. Group, head out of the Vanilla. Group 2 by points. Group 3 by points. Are the prototypes guys here? Prototypes? Yes? Okay. Let's start with the prototypes. FP3 in third place, Drew Altman. In second place, And in first place, Gabrielle Snidaruk. Huh? Make him dance? Okay. Jimmy! The DJ? Yeah. Yeah. I don't know. Hey, DJ, play some music. All right. Drew Altman, Jimmy Crawford, Gabrielle Snidarovic. Is that right? Snidarsik. Oh, I like that name. Where's Drew? Went home. All right. Woo! Now, I hear that this is Gabrielle's and Jimmy's first time on the podium. First time racing. Not a bad start. So guess what? There is a tradition here at FARA that started many, many, many moons ago. And I thought it was dumb. But now that I get to do it, I think it's pretty cool. So the first time you ever get on the podium, you have to dance. Ready? Jump, jump. Good job, guys. Good job.
Thank you very much, David.
Moving on to FP2. In third place, Manny Sanchez. In second place, Teddy Alvarado. And in first place, Mac Lewis. I think this is Manny Sanchez's first time on the podium.
What's up, people? What's up, buddy? Who's in first?
Hey, Mac.
Hey, Pops. What's up? Get some chips. Chips. Mac, come on.
Bring the chips. I think all three of you should dance just because. Yeah, there we go. All right, guys, raise those trophies up. Good job, guys. Good job. Fantastic. Thank you guys for coming. Awesome, guys. Awesome. Thank you, guys. FP1. They had a lot of competition. Robert Hub and Martin Bruhat. We got to make sure we bring some more FP1 cars because you guys are flying. They went home? All right, I think Robert and Martin went home. So we're going now with the GT cars. GT cars, and we're going to start at the top just because. In first place, no, sorry. In third place, me. In second place, Stefan Overendorfer. And in first place, Evan Stamer. Where's Evan? Where's Evan? Evan! Where's Evan? Oh, he's here.
Congrats, man. Thank you.
Hold on.
You are the first. Okay. Sorry.
Do it again. Do it again. One more. All right. Thank you, guys. Thank you. Okay. Yes, I had a fantastic race. It was beautiful. It was a lot of fun. So, Evan, How was it racing Lobster Mac?
Oh, it's nothing like it. The speed, I mean, you got the grip. Oh, it's crazy. There's nothing like an open track driving Lobster Mac. Unbeatable.
You did fantastic. Thank you for keeping taking good care of my car. And obviously, Stefan, you are a class act. Thank you, guys. All right, moving on to GT1B. In third place, Charlton Holmes. In second place, Michael Manella. And in first place, and Bart Collins. And in first place, Mark Julian. Second over here. Be complaining about getting up on the thing. Come on, buddy. You guys gonna both get up there? Yes, right there, second. There you go, guys. Hold those trophies up. Get some pss, pss. No pss, pss. I think. Oh!
Take pictures, honey.
Honey, you got it? All right, Honey's got it. Good job, guys. Fantastic. All right, guys. GT2A. In third place, Felipe Resk and Camilo Resk. Felipe and Camilo. In second place, Nicholas Gellen. And in first place, Fabio Escorpioni. I love saying that name. And Lucas. Right? Huh? Oh, Leonardo. Sorry, not Lucas. Lucas went home. Leonardo came in instead. No Nicholas, no Felipe? All right, that's it. Hold those trophies up. Congratulations, guys. All right, GT2B in third place, Justin Levine. Second place, David Leda. And in first place, Manny Gomez. Somebody go get David Leda. Come on, there is David. All right. Yes, David's coming. David's coming. Get some chips. No more chips. Get some chips, man. Get some chips. I got chips. Pay the piper. Oh, the hat. Hand cook. Hey, hat. We have no more hats? I think we ran out of hats. No, we're done with hats. No. David's right there. He's coming up. Somewhere. Yes. And there's David Leda. There is your GT2B winners. Great job, guys. Whole bunch of it's a BMW club right there. Couple M2s and an M3. Got your pictures? All right. Moving on to GT3A. In third place, Matthew and Juan Paulino. In second place, Jonathan Salerno. And in first place, Marco Pisa and Carlos, come over here. Carlos Garcia. It says ring. Yo, Paulinos. Where's Cuarto Pollo? No Paulinos? No Paulinos in the house. All right, hold those trophies up. In GT3B, the winner, Zoltan Wallace.
Can I have 2 fake podiums, guys?
Sure.
Come, guys.
2 fake podium guys.
Come on, understanding.
Okay, there you go. Hold your trophies up. Ah! Okay, one more time. Okay, don't. In GT4A, in 3rd place. This guy is so fast, he finished 3rd and 2nd. Alfonso Ruiz. And in 1st place, apparently, the new face of FARA, Isabella Abreu. Isa. Oh, there you go, there you go.
Good job, Isabella.
It's incredible what happens when you put a girl on the podium. All right, guys, I believe that's it. Thank you all, guys, for coming. That is a wrap from the Homestead-Miami Speedway, the FARA Miami Grand Prix.